At 7 years old, Jon Snow is too young to understand why the world treats him like a stain. Too young to know why Lady Stark's eyes turn cold. Too young to know why Ned Stark falls silent every time he asks about his mother. But one night, Jon dreams. Not a normal dream. Not a child's nightmare. A dream sent by the three-eyed raven. At 7 years old, Jon wakes with a truth no child should carry, and a destiny the realm is not ready to face. Because some secrets are buried to protect the world. But when the three-eyed raven opens Jon's eyes too early, the future of Westeros begins to change before the game even begins. Subscribe if you are new on this channel. Also, I can see more than 80% plus people watches our video, but they haven't subscribed yet. If you love the Game of Thrones theories and what ifs, subscribe, it means a lot. Also, if you have any story suggestions, feel free to write below. Now let's start.
Snow had come to Winterfell 3 days running, soft and thick the first night, then thinner, then only a powder that the wind kept lifting and laying down again across the courtyard, undecided where it belonged. Jon Snow was 7 years old and he liked it because it slowed Robb down. "You're cheating, Snow," Robb said, panting, and pushed wet hair off his forehead with the back of his glove. "Am not. You are. You're shorter than me. Then I'll be shorter than you tomorrow as well." Sir Roderick, watching them from the gallery, made a small noise that might have been a laugh and might have been a man clearing his throat. He had asked them to practice the fourth form. They had not been practicing the fourth form. They had been hitting each other with wooden swords as hard as small arms would permit and hoping he was looking elsewhere. Robb came at him again, flushed and grinning. He was 9, and tall for 9, and he had the long swing of a boy who had been told too often that he was going to be a lord. Jon stepped inside the swing, let Robb's wrist roll around his own, and tapped him once on the ribs with the flat of his sword. "Touch. That doesn't count." "Why doesn't it?" "Because I wasn't ready." "You were swinging at me, that's ready." "Sir Roderick," Robb said, turning. "Snow's cheating again." "Snow's not cheating," said Sir Roderick patiently. "Snow has been listening when I taught him guard, which is a thing you might attempt yourself, my lord. Try the form again, both of you. From the top. And Jon, do not smirk at your brother. It will only make him angrier." "I wasn't smirking. You were thinking about it. That's enough." They went through the form. Jon's arm ached, and he made it ache more by holding the sword too long over his head, because Robb was holding his too long and Jon would not be the first to lower his. The yard smelled of horse and frost, and a little of the smoke from the kitchens, where someone had let the fire blow toward an open door. Beyond the courtyard, the watchtower stood gray against gray sky, and the ravens up on its ledge were quarreling about something only ravens cared about. When Sir Roderick finally clapped his hands together and told them to put the swords away, Jon's whole shoulder was shaking, but he did not let it show until he was around the corner of the armory and out of sight. Then he leaned against the wall and breathed out a long cloud and rubbed his arm with his good hand. "You're tired," said Robb, finding him. "I'm fine." "You're tired. I can see your face." "I'm fine. All right." Robb knocked his shoulder against Jon's gentle and stood beside him a while looking up at the ravens. "I'll race you to the kennel." "I can't run." "Yes, you can." "I really can't. Race you anyway." He did, because Robb wanted him to, and they ran badly on legs that had been standing in cold mud for an hour. They both lost. Jon's foot went sideways under him, and he sat down hard on a frozen puddle, and Robb saw it and laughed and tried to help him up, and then sat down beside him laughing more. "Are you bleeding?" Robb asked finally. No, good, Mother would shout. This was always how Robb said it. Mother would shout, in the manner of a household where shouting was Catelyn Stark's seat, the chair she always took, and Jon had heard it so many times that it sounded like weather to him now. He nodded. Mother would shout. Mother had a long memory for the things she did not love, and a short one for the boy who shared half her son's blood and none of her own. And the cold of her wasn't something Jon thought about most days, because most days were the yard and Robb and old Nan and the kitchens. Most days he was not the boy who lived in the long shadow of his lady mother, who was not his mother. Most days he was just himself. It was at supper that he stopped being just himself. He had not known it was going to happen. Catelyn was at the high table with Lord Eddard and Robb and Sansa and little Arya, and Jon was seated to the left, at the children's bench at the second table, with Theon making a great show of ignoring him because Theon was 12 and felt he had outgrown the children's bench by some margin. The hall smelled of mutton and turnip and wood smoke, and the rushes were a little damp from melt water under the boots of men coming in from the gate. Lord Eddard's eyes found Jon's twice. The second time he held them long enough that Jon ducked his head over his plate. He could not tell what his father was looking for. Jon, my lady, Catelyn had spoken his name. He had not realized she had been watching him. He had spent much of his life being unwatched by her on purpose, which was its own kind of watching. You've spilled gravy on your sleeve. Yes, my lady. Sit straighter. You eat like a soldier on the road. Yes, my lady. She turned away again. Lord Eddard put his hand on her wrist and said something quiet to her, and she said something quieter back, and Jon did not look up to see whether her face had changed. There was a feeling in him that it had. He spilled no more gravy. He sat straighter than any soldier on any road. He was tired, only that, and after the meat was cleared he asked old Nan if he might go up to bed. It's been a long day, old Nan said. Has it been a long day? Yes. Then go up. There's a candle, mind the wick. He went up. He walked past the door of his own little room twice, because he was thinking, which always made him miss things. He found it and went in, and he dressed for bed and got under the furs with his arms still aching, and the cold pressing in from the slit window, the way cold pressed in from every slit window in Winterfell. The candle made his shadow long across the wall. He blew it out, and the shadow went away. He slept. He was somewhere very dark, and there were roots all around him. He did not know how he had gotten there. He was not a child who had dreams of roots. His dreams were chiefly of food and the yard and once, embarrassingly, of being in a very fine fur cloak that was not his. This was not those dreams. There was wet stone under his bare feet, and the roots were old and pale, and they smelled of cold earth and meltwater, and somewhere far above him, a great tree was breathing. He could hear the tree breathing. It sounded like a man asleep on his back with his mouth a little open. Slow. Sit, said someone. He sat. He did not mean to. His knees folded under him as if he had been pressed down with one finger. In the dark there was a man wrapped in roots. Jon could see him only as a shape at first. A long shape. A shape with one bright eye. A shape that did not move when it spoke. The roots had grown up through him and through him and through him until it was no longer simple to say where the man ended and where the tree began. He looked very, very old. He looked older than anything Jon had ever seen. You know me, said the man. I know you. Jon did not know him. He had never seen the man before. But there was a thread inside his chest that pulled when the man spoke, like a fish on a line, and Jon could not say I do not know you because the thread was pulling him forward. What's your name? Jon said. What is yours, Jon Snow? That is what they have called you. I'm Jon, Jon said again. I'm Jon Snow. I live at Winterfell. I'm 7. You are 7, said the man with the one eye and the roots, and his voice was patient and very tired. You are also Aegon. The wolf woman who bore you was Lyanna of House Stark. The man who fathered you was Rhaegar, of the line of the dragon. The man who hides you is your uncle, Eddard. He is a good man, and his goodness is also a shield. You are 7. You are also a son who has not yet been told who his father was. Look." And Jon looked. He did not mean to. He was looking before he had decided to look. There was a tower in the south, hot and dry, the stone the color of old bone. There was a woman in a bed of bloodied sheets with her hair sticking to her forehead. There was a man in dark armor weeping into the hand he had laid on hers. The woman was speaking. Jon could not hear her. He could see the shape her mouth made. "Promise me." The dark-armored man closed his eyes and opened them and said yes. There was a small thing wrapped in a cloth in a basin, and someone had washed it, and the cloth was the green of summer leaves, and the small thing did not cry. Then there was a different room, vaulted and red, and a tall, thin man with hair like beaten silver was sitting on a high seat made of swords, and he was staring at the floor with the look of a man insulted by it. Then there was a great stone fortress on a black plain and a black dragon as long as a road, and the dragon was looking at Jon, looking at him with an eye that had a yellow ring around the dark of it. Then there was something cold and far north, and a wall, and a thing with eyes like blue fire walking across the snow toward him. And Jon would have screamed if he had had his own throat, but his throat was somewhere else. His throat was up at Winterfell, tucked under a fur. His throat was not in this room of roots. "Enough," said the one-eyed man gently. "Enough for one night." The blue eyes went away. The tower went away. The silver-haired man went away. The basin and the green cloth went away. There were only the roots and Jon and the breathing of the great tree somewhere above, slow and slow. "Why are you telling me this?" Jon said. "You will need to look further than where you have looked. I don't understand. You will. You have a long time to come to understand. I will come back." "Sleep, child." "I'm not a child." "You are very much a child," said the one-eyed man, and the fishhook in Jon's chest was suddenly soft, suddenly only a thread, and Jon was lying on his side somewhere, and the cold was the cold of the slit window, and his pillow was wet under his cheek, and he was crying. He did not know when he had started crying. He had not made a sound. He turned over to face the wall, and he put the heel of his hand to his mouth, and he tried to hold it in. He could hear someone walking on the boards of the gallery outside, a guard going about his rounds, and he did not want the guard to hear him. He held the back of his teeth shut. He could taste salt running into the corner of his mouth. Egon. His own name was Jon. His own name had been Jon since before he had been able to remember his own name. He had said, "I am Jon Snow," 1,000 times, to grooms, to Maester Luwin, to peddlers from White Harbor who had stooped to ask him whose boy he was. Now there was a name behind his name. He did not know what to do with a name behind his name. The wolf woman who bore you was Lyanna. He had known of Lyanna because everyone at Winterfell had known of Lyanna. There was a stone of her in the crypts. He had walked past the stone of her with his father once, and his father had said only, "Your aunt," and not stopped walking, and even then, even at 4, Jon had understood the way his father had not stopped walking. The not stopping had been a thing his father had paid for, in some private coin Jon had not yet learned the name of. Now Jon thought he knew what the piece would have been. He thought also, his father was not his father, he thought. His father was his uncle, he thought. The man in the dark armor weeping was his father. He thought all these things one after the other, and he made himself stop thinking them, because if he kept thinking them his chest would break. He was 7. His chest was not built for this. He cried more, and then he stopped crying, and then he cried again, and at last he lay still with his face to the wall and listened to the wind in the slit and waited for morning. Morning came. It did not help. He went down to break his fast, and Robb said, "Snow, you look like a corpse," and Jon said, "I didn't sleep," and Robb said, "What was it, mice?" And Jon said, "Yes," and Robb laughed, because mice were a thing they had often had in their rooms in winter and went back to his bread. Sansa was being braided by her septa, and she did not see him. Arya was 3 and was eating a piece of bread with both hands, holding it the way a girl holds a thing she suspects of running. Jon liked Arya more than he liked anyone in the household save Robb, but at 3 she could not be talked to. Catelyn was not at the table. She was up early most mornings and had her cordial in the sept, and Jon was glad of it. He would not have known how to look at Catelyn this morning. Lord Eddard came in late from somewhere outside, frost still in his beard. He stopped in the door of the hall when he saw Jon, and his face did a very small thing. "Jon, father, you look unwell." "I didn't sleep, father." Lord Eddard came and laid his hand on the back of Jon's neck. The hand was cold from the yard and steady, and Jon felt the shape of it now in a way he had not before, although his father had touched him 1,000 times. The hand was a good hand and a heavy hand. It was the hand of the man who had wept into the hand of the woman in the tower. "Eat something," said Lord Eddard. "Then you can sleep again if you like. You're not riding today, father." "Yes." Jon did not say what he wanted to say because he did not know what he wanted to say, because what he wanted to say was I yours, and he did not have the words and would not have had the courage. He swallowed against the thing in his throat. "I'm hungry, father." "Then eat." Lord Eddard's hand stayed on the back of his neck a moment longer, and then it lifted, and Jon was alone with his bread and a piece of cold bacon and a weight in his head he did not know what to do with. He did not tell Robb. He had thought all morning that he would tell Robb. Robb was the person you told everything. But when he looked at Robb across the table, he saw a Robb who would say, "Don't be silly, Snow," and a Robb who would say, "What dream?" and a Robb who would maybe say, "Did you eat too much pie last night?" And Jon did not want to be told don't be silly about a thing that had given him a name behind his name. So he did not tell. He did not tell Old Nan. Old Nan would have said something terrible and gentle that would have set him crying again. He did not tell Maester Luwin. He thought about it for a long time, sitting on the steps outside the rookery with his arms wrapped around his knees. Maester Luwin would know what to do with a one-eyed man in a dream. Maester Luwin had a chart of stars and a chart of rivers and a chart of the names of every Stark who had ever lived. Maester Luwin had once taught Jon what the word bastard meant in the old tongue, and had done it kindly enough that Jon had not minded learning it. Maester Luwin would listen. Maester Luwin would also tell Lord Eddard. That was the thing. Anyone Jon told would tell Lord Eddard, and Jon wanted very badly to tell Lord Eddard himself, or not to tell him at all. He could not bear the idea of Maester Luwin standing in front of his father at the long table with a face as calm as charts and saying, "The Snow Boy has had an interesting dream, my lord. You may wish to hear of it." He did not tell anyone. He went on with the day. He sat through lessons. He helped the cook's boy carry a sack of turnips because the cook's boy had a wrist that hurt. And the cook's boy did not even thank him. And Jon was glad of being unthanked, because it was a small, ordinary not thanks, and not anything to do with his name. He went to the godswood after the midday meal and stood for a while in front of the heart tree. The heart tree had a face cut into it. The face was sad. Jon had always thought the face was sad. He had heard once that it was meant to be solemn rather than sad, but to him sad was its expression, and he had not been able to unsee it. Today the face looked at him exactly as it always had. There was no one-eyed man in it, and no dragon eye in it, and no wall in it. It was only a face. "Did you see?" he said to the tree, very low. The tree did not answer. Trees did not answer. He stayed a while. The wind moved the red leaves, and red leaves came down and stuck to the wet of his cloak and his hair. After a long time he turned to go, and there was Lord Eddard standing at the end of the path with his hands tucked behind his back, watching him. Jon's stomach turned over. "Father, Jon, you should be at the yard." "I went to think." What were you thinking about? Nothing, father. Lord Eddard's mouth did something at the corner. It was not a smile. It was a shape his mouth had when he was choosing not to be sharp. Come and walk. They walked. They walked out of the godswood and along the inside of the curtain wall, and Lord Eddard said little for a while, and Jon said nothing at all, and the snow under their boots squeaked because the day had warmed enough to soften the top of it. You wept last night. Jon did not answer at once. He was thinking how Lord Eddard could possibly know. The guard at the second post. He heard you and told the captain because he was worried for you. The captain told Maester Luwin. Maester Luwin told me. Lord Eddard's voice was even. We do not ignore a child weeping in this castle, Jon, no matter what name the child has. It was a dream. What dream, mice? Lord Eddard was quiet a few steps. Mice are not a dream that wakes a strong boy weeping. It was a bad dream of mice, father. That was all he said. Jon waited for more. There was no more. They came around the curve of the wall and the kennels and the kitchens, and Lord Eddard finally put his hand on Jon's shoulder and said, "If you wish to tell me what dream it was, you may tell me today or any day. I will listen." "Yes, father." "And if you dream it again, you will come to me." "Yes, father." "Good." He did not press. Jon thought about that afterward, about the shape of he did not press. It was very like his father, the not pressing. It was also very like a man who already had an idea what the dream might have been, and did not want to find out he was right. That night, Jon did not want to sleep. He sat up on his bed for a long time with the candle going. The candle burned down to a pool. Old Nan came to look in on him without saying she had come to look in on him, and offered him a cup of warm milk with honey. He took it, because he was only 7 and the milk was good. He drank it down. She kissed the top of his head, which she did not usually do, and went away. He slept after all. He had not meant to. He was in the place of roots again. "You came back," said the one-eyed man. "You called me. I called you." "Yes, I don't want to be called." The one-eyed man was quiet a long time. Then he said, "I am sorry. There is a season for choosing. The season is ending. I cannot wait for you to be 10. Jon's hands were small and they were curled, and he could not feel his feet in the dream. He said, very small, "I want to be Jon." "You will be Jon," said the one-eyed man. "Jon is a good name. You will be Jon for a long time. But there is also a name behind your name, and you may have to use it one day, and you may have to use it very fast. And I would rather you knew it than be made to learn it in the moment of needing it." Jon swallowed. The dream throat was like the waking throat. It hurt. "What do I do?" he said. "You watch," said the one-eyed man. "You listen. You learn. You say nothing. What if I have to say something? Then you say it as carefully as a man feels for a stone in a river he must cross. Not before you know the bottom of the river. I'm 7. You are 7 now. You will not always be 7. Sleep, child. Look." And Jon looked again. And this time he saw a yard. His own Winterfell yard, and Robb in it. And Robb older, much older, with a mail coif and a cloak the color of rust. And there was blood on Robb's mouth. And Robb was looking at him, and Robb was smiling, and the smile was wrong. And Jon could not tell whether the wrong of the smile was Robb's, or whether it was only a thing the dream had laid over Robb's face like a piece of dirty cloth. "Look further," said the one-eyed man. He looked further. He saw a hall lit with many candles, and many men and many women, and a piping music, and a door that had been bolted by a hand he could not see. And he saw arrows, and he saw a knife, and he saw a tablecloth catching, and a tablecloth on fire was not a thing he wanted to see. And yet he did see it, and he was making a small sound in his throat now, a little awful sound. "Enough," said the one-eyed man. "I will not show you more of that one tonight. You are too young. Show me anyway." "No." "Why?" "Because the wolf boy is your brother in everything but blood, and even 7-year-olds should be allowed to sleep." Jon woke. He woke not weeping this time, but with his hand pressed flat to his mouth, and his fingers cold against his own breath. The candle had gone. The room was full of the gray of an hour before dawn. His door was a little open. He could hear, very far down, a kitchen maid laughing at something. He lay a long time in the gray. He did not cry. He lay still, and he tried to set his small hands on the bed flat, because if his hands were flat, his chest would settle. A name behind your name. A brother in everything but blood. He thought, for what could only be a first time, of Rob as a person who did not share his name, who shared only his roof. And the thinking was so cold that he could not stand it, and he turned his face into the pillow and he stopped thinking it. And he held on to Rob in his head like a person holding on to a loose tooth that might fall out if you breathed wrong. Rob was still his brother. The one-eyed man had said so. He had also said in everything but blood. John set that part aside. There was time for that part later. He was 7. He was allowed to set things aside. When the dawn finally came, John got up and washed his face in the basin and combed his hair and went down to break his fast in the manner of a boy who had slept. He did not sit straighter than any soldier on any road. He sat the way he always sat. He took bread. He took bacon. He took an apple from the bowl. He smiled at Rob. He did not smile too much and he did not smile too little. Sometime in the gray, he had decided he was going to be very good at this. He had to be very good at this. He did not know yet what this was, but he had to be good at it, and so he would be. You watch. You listen. You learn. You say nothing. He could do that. He could do that very well. He had been a quiet boy already before any of this. Quiet was the old country he had lived in. Now he would only be quieter. He drank his milk. He answered Rob. He answered the septa when she asked after his cough. There was no cough, but a kind woman likes to be answered well, so he gave her a small cough by way of courtesy and let her tut at him. He was a boy in a household. He was a boy in a household. He repeated it to himself for the rest of the day like a sword form. At supper Lord Eddard caught his eye across the hall and did not smile. He nodded once. John nodded back. He did not weep that night. He was not given a dream that night either. The man with the one eye let him sleep, perhaps because the man with the one eye had a season's worth of work to do and a careful pace to do it in. And one thing John would learn about him in the years to come was that he was patient as bone. Rob tried to provoke him to a race the next afternoon, and John raced. Rob tried to provoke him to climb a roof the day after, and John climbed. Rob wanted his shadow. John was happy to be the shadow. The shadow that knew it was a shadow was no less of a shadow for the knowing, and John liked Rob and Rob liked John, and the fact of liking did not need any other footing under it. A week passed. The dream did not come back. John began to wonder, in the way a small child will wonder, whether he had imagined the whole thing, whether there had been a one-eyed man at all, or only a milky sleep brought on by too much turnip and too little rest. He had nearly convinced himself by the 8th night when he closed his eyes and the roots came up around him like a soft, slow tide, and the one-eyed man said, "You watch. You listen. You learn. You say nothing. We have work to do, child. Tonight we will speak of dragons." And John, in the dream, heard himself answer, his small voice patient as if it had been waiting to be made patient. "All right. Tell me about dragons." In that dream he was shown a hatching, only a hatching. An egg the size of a melon set in a fire that did not consume the floor beneath it, and the shell black and pebbled and tracked through with veins of red, and the shell breaking, and a small wet thing inside it with wings folded against its body like a wet bird's wings, and the wet thing opening one dark eye and looking at him. He woke calmer that morning. The egg was easier to hold in his head than the woman in the bed of bloodied sheets. The egg had no name on it. The egg was only a thing, and a thing could be set on a shelf in his head and looked at later. In the morning old Nan caught his sleeve as he passed her bench. She had been mending a tear in a hem with her needle going at the deliberate slow pace of a woman who had outlived all the people who had taught her how. "You've a face on you," she said. "Sit a moment. I've to go to the yard, Nan. The yard will keep. Sit." He sat. He was small enough still that his feet did not quite reach the floor under the bench. "What is it, child?" "Nothing." "Nothing has a face on it now. Then nothing is busy these days." She put her needle down. "I'll tell you a tale and you'll listen because that is what an old woman is for. In the time of the first men, there was a boy who heard things in his sleep that he should not have heard. The trees told him. The trees in those days had more to say. The boy was frightened. The boy did not tell, and the boy did not tell, and at last the boy got himself old like me, and the things in his sleep got old with him, and they went into the ground together, and that was that. That is one ending." She paused. "There is another ending. The boy did tell. He told his father, and his father told his father, and his father told his lord, and the lord told the king, and the king said, 'Kill that boy.' So the boy died. Both endings happened. Old Nan was not there for either, but old Nan has heard both. Which is the better ending?" Old Nan looked at him a long time with her milky eyes. "There is a third ending," she said. The boy waited. The boy did not tell, and the boy did not get old, and one day the boy was a man, and the things in his sleep were waiting for him. And that ending I cannot tell you, for it is not finished yet. Old Nan. "Yes, child. Did you make that tale up just now?" Old Nan smiled. Her smile was a shape with very few teeth in it. What a question to ask an old woman. "Go on to the yard. Don't tell Sir Roderick I kept you. He thinks I keep you too much." He went on to the yard. He thought about the third ending most of the way. He had not asked her what made it a third ending and not the second, but he thought he knew. The third ending belonged to the boy who waited and did not tell. The second was for the boy who told too soon. The first was for the boy who told no one and let his trees go into the ground with him. He did not want any of those endings. He wanted his own. He carried it under his shirt the way another boy might have carried a found coin. He went down to the yard the next morning and he hit Rob very hard with a wooden sword, and Rob said, surprised, "Snow, what's gotten into you?" And John said, "Nothing," and meant it as much as he ever years went by and the dreams went with them. They came to him in slow installments, the way Meister Lewin doled out the chapters of an old chronicle, a piece this fortnight and a piece the next, never more than the boy could carry. John was 8, and then he was 9, and then he was 10, and the man with the one eye and the roots became as familiar as the slit of his own window in the dark. The dreams were never the same twice and never quite different. They had the patient rhythm of weather. Some nights nothing came. Some nights an image only. A sword the color of milk laid across an old man's lap, the old man asleep against a wall of black ice. Some nights a long teaching, the one-eyed man's voice walking him through a thing the way Meister Lewin walked him through Andal Kings, slow and clear, and a little dry. Some nights a flood, all the doors of his head open at once, and John would wake clammy with the sense of having looked too long into something not made for looking. He learned. He could not help but learn. The one-eyed man did not lecture, he showed. And what he showed, John kept. He learned that a dragon called Balerion had been black as the inside of a chimney and longer, beak to tail, than the great hall at Winterfell, and that Aegon I had ridden him onto the field of fire and lost a brother and a sister-wife, and a kingdom's worth of corn that day, and won, and made the Iron Throne by feeding 2,000 swords to a fire that did not go out for 3 nights. He learned that Vhagar had been the green of an old bronze coin gone dark, and that Vhagar had outlived more dragons than most lordly houses had outlived sons. He learned that the Targaryens had married brother to sister to keep the blood, and that the blood had paid them for it, sometimes in fire and sometimes in madness, and that there were portraits of Targaryen kings on the walls of a long gallery in a city he had never seen, and that the eyes of the portraits all looked sideways as if listening. He learned about Rhaegar. The one-eyed man did not lay him out at once, the way a man might lay out a dead king for viewing. He gave Jon the prince in pieces, a hand at the strings of a harp, the fingers long, a tournament, a laurel of blue roses set on a saddle horn, and a woman who was not a wife reaching for it, a tower in the south. The same tower as the first dream, the same bed of bloodied sheets. Jon did not weep over Rhaegar the way he had wept the first night. The weeping had been used up. What he had instead was a kind of careful curiosity, the way he had looked at a dead bird in the yard once, lifting its wing with the blade of his knife to see how the feathers laid against each other. He did not know how to love the thin man with the harp. He did not feel that the thin man with the harp had been a father in the way Lord Eddard had been. But he learned the shape of him, because the one-eyed man was patient, and a shape long enough learned would settle in a boy's head whether he wanted it to or not. He took my mother, Jon said in one dream. He was 9. He had held the sentence ready for 3 nights. He did not steal her, said the one-eyed man. Then what did he do? It is a more complicated thing than stealing, said the one-eyed man. There were 2 who took her in their way, and 1 who left her, and 1 who loved her. They were not all the same man. One day, when you are older, you will understand that more than one true thing can be said about a person, and the trueness of one does not undo the trueness of the next. That sounds like cheating. It is not cheating. It is the world. Cheating is a thing the world does to children. The world will cheat you many times, Jon. I am sorry. There is no way to keep it from cheating you except to know that it will, and that knowing helps less than you would like. You sound like old Nan. The one-eyed man did not laugh. He very rarely laughed. But there was a thing in his voice that was the brother of a laugh. I have been called worse, he said. Sleep now. We will speak of the wall tomorrow. So he learned about the wall. He learned about the wall in pieces, and the pieces were not always pleasant. He saw, in fragments, men in black cloaks at a great gate, the gate 10 times the height of a man, the wall behind them so high that clouds drifted along its face. He saw a great hall where men dined poorly, and one man at the head of the table laughed loudly, and the laughter sounded forced. He saw a forest beyond the wall, dark and silent, and small fires hidden among the trees in the way wildlings hid fires, and a man in a torn fur cloak running from something Jon could not see. He saw, far up in the mist, things that walked in the snow and left no print, and eyes the wrong color, eyes the color of a candle flame seen through a piece of blue glass. And Jon was afraid of those, and the one-eyed man let him be afraid. You are right to fear them, said the one-eyed man. They are old. They were old when I was young, and I was young in a time when the first men had not yet built the towers your uncle keeps for him. They sleep, mostly. They are waking. The wall was raised against them. The wall is tired. Sleep, child. Jon slept badly the nights of the wall dreams. He woke shivering even with the furs piled on, his teeth set together too tight. And one morning he dressed slowly with the cloth feeling thin against him, because he could not stop thinking about the eyes of blue glass. Maester Luwin caught him on the steps that morning and laid a hand to his forehead. You've a fever, lad. No, Maester. Go and lie down. I'm fine, Maester. I want to come to the lesson. Maester Luwin's small gray eyes looked at him a long, considering moment. Maester Luwin had the look of a man who had already learned half what was in front of him by the way it stood, and the other half he intended to ask about presently. Very well. Read me the line about the Andal landings, then. Out loud, please. Jon read it. Again. He read it again. You've a memory like a trap, Jon Snow. I rarely find it useful to make you read a thing twice. Go and lie down. So Jon lay down. He did not sleep. He lay with his eyes open and counted the boards of his ceiling, and tried to put the eyes of blue glass into the shape of a story he could tell himself, and could not. They were not a story. They were a fact. He thought of Rob in the yard, growing strong and laughing too loud and never afraid because Rob had not been shown what Jon had been shown. And he thought, I would keep him from those eyes if I could, even if it cost me my voice and both my hands. That was what he was for, the one-eyed man had said once, or as near to it as the one-eyed man ever came to saying anything plainly. You watch, you listen, you learn, you say nothing, we have work to do. Jon was 9. He could carry that, mostly. The cache started small. It was a feather first. A black feather from a raven found at the foot of the rookery steps. He had no reason to keep it. He kept it. He put it in a wooden box that had once held the seal Lord Eddard had given him for his name day at 4. A wolf's head in dark wax, cracked across the muzzle now, and the seal lived with the feather under a loose floorboard at the foot of his bed. The board lifted with a knife if you knew where to lift it. Nobody but Jon knew where to lift it. He added a coin. It was a Targaryen dragon, gold rubbed thin, found in a pile of forgotten things in a chest in the storeroom by the brewery. The coin had a king's face on the obverse. Jon could not read which king, and a 3-headed beast on the reverse. It was probably worth a winter's beer. It was probably worth more than that, because it was old. Jon did not bring it to Maester Luwin. He put it in the box. He added a folded square of parchment. He had copied a stretch of words from a book Maester Luwin had let him handle once and only once. A thin volume, bound in faded green, called The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the 7 Kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children. Jon had read what was under House Targaryen as far as he could before Maester Luwin had come back and taken the book firmly out of his hands with a look that said, "You are not yet old enough for this." And Jon had said meekly, "Yes, Maester," and given it back. He had remembered enough lines to copy 3 of them later behind the laundry with a stub of charcoal and a scrap of paper from the rubbish bin. He kept the paper. The names ran like little rivers under his hand. Enes, Meager, Yehares. And he added a thing he should not have added, but he had felt the wanting too clearly to refuse it. It was a small dried sprig of blue rose, gone almost black with age, that he had found pressed inside another book in the Maester's library. The book was a bestiary. The rose did not belong in a bestiary. Someone had pressed it there long ago and forgotten it. Jon, lifting it carefully out, had known whose hand had pressed it. Or rather, he had known whose hand it had been pressed for. He had taken the rose and slipped it into the back of his tunic and walked out of the library in a way that he hoped looked like every other way he walked out of the library. The rose went into the wooden box. He did not look at it often. He looked at it sometimes. It was his mother's. It was the closest thing to her he was ever likely to hold. The cache stayed under the floor. The floor stayed under the bed. The bed stayed at the foot of his small room, and his small room stayed at the end of a long corridor that nobody much used save the boy who slept in it. So the cache stayed. He was careful with Maester Luwin. He learned to be careful in Maester Luwin's presence the way a man learns to walk on a frozen river, slowly, with the weight settled in the middle of him. Maester. Yes, Jon. How many sons of King Aerys are now living? Maester Luwin looked up from his ledger. The ledger was spread with the tally of grain that had come in from the Hornwood lands. Maester Luwin's pen made a very small sound when he set it down. Why do you ask? It came up at supper. Theon said 1. Rob said 2. I didn't know. This was a lie of the careful kind, the kind that left footprints anyone could follow if they bothered, and would not bother because the footprints were so small. Theon had not said anything of the kind at supper. Theon had said a thing about a serving girl that was not fit to repeat. But Maester Luwin would not check. None, said Maester Luwin. None. The princes Rhaegar and Viserys are dead. The infant Prince Aegon was killed at the sack. There was a third son who died in a grass fire as a babe before the rebellion. None are now living, daughters. There was the babe Daenerys, born after the rebellion, who is said to live in exile in the free cities. So one daughter. The girl's circumstances are uncertain. Rumor places her in Pentos at the moment. Rumor is a cheap measure of a princess's whereabouts, but it is the measure we have. Thank you, Meister. Why does this interest you? Rob and Theon were arguing. I wanted to know. Will you tell them, if they ask? Meister Lewin went back to his ledger. Jon watched the thin gray hand move along the column. His own hand was clenched in the cloth of his tunic, where Meister Lewin could not see it. Jon, Meister, you have asked me 5 questions this fortnight that touch on House Targaryen. The first was whether the Targaryens still keep the rights of the small council. The second was whether silver hair indicates dragon blood always. The third was whether Aerys had been mad as a child. The fourth was the matter of the dragon eggs at Dragonstone. The fifth, just now. Jon's hand stayed where it was. Meister, you are a curious boy. I do not fault you for curiosity, but I would ask you to be a little more curious about other houses for the sake of variety. Tomorrow I should like you to ask me about House Tully if you can manage to find any interest in them. Do you think you can manage it? Yes, Meister. Good, go on then. Off to the yard. Jon went. He did not look back at the Meister's small gray eyes. He had a feeling that if he looked back, the small gray eyes would still be on him. He did not want to find out whether the feeling was right. For a fortnight after that, he asked nothing of House Targaryen. He asked Meister Lewin a great deal about House Tully. He asked enough about House Tully that Meister Lewin grew suspicious in the other direction, and at last said dryly, Lord Hoster's grain reserves are not a deep well, Jon. I think we have reached the bottom. Jon did not laugh at this. It was not a thing one laughed at to Meister Lewin's face, but he smiled his small, careful smile and said, Thank you, Meister. And Meister Lewin said, You are welcome, you peculiar child. And after that, they were on a different footing, and the footing was an understanding without language. Meister Lewin did not betray him to Lord Eddard. Jon could not be certain of this. He could only watch his father's face for the lightest twitch of a thing his father had not previously known. But week by week Lord Eddard's face stayed the same as it had been, which was to say tired and steady, and Jon decided to trust the Meister. He did not have many people he could trust. Trusting cost less than not trusting, and he would have to learn to spend. In the great hall and the godswood and the yard and the kennels Jon did all the things a stark bastard at 7, 8, 9, 10 was meant to do. He learned the long sword. He learned the short sword. He learned to ride, by which he meant he fell off 4 times in 2 days and got up and stopped falling off after. He learned the names of every man-at-arms at Winterfell down to the boys who slept in the loft of the armory. He learned that the cook had a soft spot for a thin boy, and a thin boy might have an extra crust if he came with empty hands and no swagger. He learned that the kennel master would teach him about hounds if he stood quiet and asked nothing for a quarter hour. He learned that there was no use telling Theon Greyjoy a secret of any kind, because Theon was a bowstring with nothing tied to it. He was strung tight and he would loose. So Jon told Theon nothing. He would never have told Theon anything. The lesson was free. Rob he loved. This was not a thing he had to learn. It was a thing he had been born into. Rob had pulled him out of a snowdrift when Jon was 3 and he was 5, and Jon had not remembered that, but old Nan had told the story so often that the memory had grown into him second-hand. Rob had broken Jory Castle's nose when Jon was 4, because Jory had laughed at the way Jon held a wooden practice sword, and Jon did not remember that either. But Jory remembered, and Jory grinned every time Jon walked past, and Jory's grin had no malice in it. Robb had been Jon's roof and Jon's wall before Jon had a head to know what a wall was. Now Jon was older and the wall did not stop being a wall just because Jon had learned to read it. He did not tell Robb. He had thought in the first days that he would tell Robb. He gave it up by the second moon. It was not that he did not trust Robb. He did trust Robb. He trusted Robb the way he trusted his own hand. The trouble was that Robb's hand and Robb's tongue ran together. Robb felt a thing and Robb said it. That was Robb's beauty, and that was Robb's danger. And Jon's secret was the kind of secret that must lie still. Robb could not lie still about anything, so Jon did not lay the secret in front of Robb. He laid himself in front of Robb instead, and that was enough. Once, when Jon was 9 and Robb was 11, they had been in the Godswood together, and Robb had been complaining at length about Sansa, who at that age was being primed to be a lady at the cost of any sport Robb tried to draw her into. "She's going to marry some idiot southerner," Robb had said, "and never come north again and call me brother in a stupid southern way once a year by Raven, and I'm not even going to be sorry about it." "You'll be sorry. I'll be a little sorry. You'll be a lot sorry." "Snow, you're a wet cloth." "I'm a wet cloth," Jon had agreed. Robb had thrown an acorn at him. Jon had thrown one back. "What if you married a southerner?" Robb had said. "Could you imagine?" "No." "What if you married a Targaryen?" Jon's hand had not moved. He was very proud of his hand for not moving. The acorn in his palm had stayed in his palm. "There aren't any. There's that exile girl. She's 3, Robb. In 10 years she'll be 13 and you'll be 20, and that's a marrying age in some places." "Don't be foul, Robb. I'm being romantic. Maester Luwin says I have no sense of romance. I'm trying. Don't try at me. Try at Sansa." "Sansa would kill me with a hairpin." "She would. I'd applaud." Robb had laughed. Jon had laughed too after a half-beat, the half-beat that had become his half-beat now whenever the world unexpectedly named the thing in his chest. He had thrown the acorn back. He had not let his hand shake. The hand had not shaken, he was fairly sure. The half-beat was the only tell, and Robb did not seem to have noticed it. He had walked back to the keep that evening and his hand had finally allowed itself to shake under his cloak, where no one could see. It was a year after that Holly's Hornwood came to Winterfell. Lord Holly's came every year. He was a stout, square-faced man with arms thick as quartered logs, and he came with his lady wife and his son and a small train and 4 good wagons, because the road from Hornwood to Winterfell was long and a man did not eat lightly on it. He stayed 3 nights and ate a great deal of mutton and laughed a great deal of laughter, and rode out at the end with promises about timber that he might or might not keep. Jon had liked him mildly, in the way one liked a guest who paid one no attention. This year was different. This year Lady Hornwood looked at Jon at the great table, and looked at Jon long, and turned to Catelyn Stark and said something behind her hand. And Catelyn Stark's face did the thing that Catelyn's face did when a guest brought her something she did not wish to take. Jon was 10. He could read that face the way he read a page. He left the table early. He went up to the gallery above the hall, where the tapestries hung. There was a place behind one of the tapestries where a boy of 10 could fold himself thin and not be seen, and could hear what was said below. He had not used the place in 2 years. He used it that night. "A fine-looking boy," Lady Hornwood was saying, in the half-low voice ladies used when they wished to appear discreet but did not actually intend to be. "He has the Stark look, more than the true-born one. Don't take that ill, my lady, I beg you. The true-born one has the Tully, of course, the auburn, but the bastard has the cast. It is striking." "He has had it from a child," said Catelyn. The voice was stiff. "Has Lord Eddard given thought to the boy's future?" "My lord and I do not discuss the boy's future, my lady. The boy's future will not detain Winterfell." "A boy of his look will detain a great many places, my lady, whether Winterfell intends it or not," my lady. I mean no offense. You give none," said Catelyn, in a voice that meant she had been given a great deal of offense and was choosing not to take it tonight, in front of a man's lady wife at her own table. "If you will forgive me, my lady, I find I am tired." The chair scraped. Jon flattened himself against the cold stone behind the tapestry and held his breath and did not move while two pairs of feet went out of the hall by separate doors. The hall was quiet a long time after that. He came down by the back stairs and went out into the yard and stood under the watchtower in the dark, breathing. The bastard has the cast. It is striking. He had heard versions of this all his life. He had been taught not to hear it. He was a quiet boy with a stark face on him, and that was all there was to it, and a stark face on a bastard could be no more than a leftover from a stark loin. That was the world's reading. That had been Catelyn's reading. That had been everyone's reading. It was the reading Lord Eddard had spent a decade laying down so heavily that no one had thought to lift it. But Lord Holly's had come this year with a wife who saw with new eyes, and her new eyes had seen Jon and had reached for an old word and had taken hold of it. And now the word was loose in the great hall behind him, striking. The bastard. The stark look. More than the true-born. He thought, she will say it elsewhere, he thought. She has said it elsewhere already. She did not invent it tonight. She was carrying it around like a sack of apples, and she has set it down at every table she has stopped at since spring. He thought, my father knows this. My father has known this for years. That is why he has me practice the long sword in the small yard, where no northern lord with sharp eyes is likely to be passing. That is why he has been letting me fail at the spear, even though I am not bad with a spear. That is why he has not let me grow my hair longer than my collar. That is why he keeps me a snow. He did not weep. He was past weeping over the obvious. He went up to his room and lifted the floorboard with his knife and looked at the wooden box, and he thought of opening it. He did not open it. He laid his hand on the lid of the box and closed his eyes and was still a long time. Then he put the board back, brushed the dust right, and went to bed. That night the one-eyed man was waiting. Lord Holly's lady saw what is in your face, said the one-eyed man before Jon had even spoken. I am sorry. The eyes of women are sharper than the eyes of men. They have to be. What do I do? You do what you have done. You watch, you listen, you learn, you say nothing. What if they say something? Your uncle will say nothing in answer, said the one-eyed man, and your uncle's silence is a strong thing. Your uncle's silence is your wall. Lean against it. What if my uncle is not always there? The one-eyed man was quiet a long time. There will come a day when he is not, said the one-eyed man at last. I am sorry. There will. We will need to be ready before that day. I am working as quickly as I can. I am sorry that working as quickly as I can has required me to take a child of 7 and put a man of 40 in his head. You're not sorry. I am sorry, said the one-eyed man. You will not believe it for some years yet. You will believe it later. I have been called many things in many tongues. I am not as fond of being called them as I once was. It is hard to be patient with children when one has been wrapped in a tree for an age. Forgive me. Jon, in the dream, looked at the man wrapped in roots a long time. The one bright eye looked back. There was something old and tired in it that was not unlike the look in Lord Eddard's eye on certain mornings, when Lord Eddard had come into the hall too early and had not slept enough and was not yet ready to be a lord again for a day. I forgive you, Jon said after a while. Today. I will take what is given. He woke in the dark and lay listening to the wind. A fortnight after that, Lady Hornwood and her husband and their son and their 4 wagons had gone, and Catelyn Stark was different at the table. She watched Jon now in a way she had not watched him before. She did not stop being cool to him. She did not warm, but her eyes went over him like fingers checking a piece of cloth for a flaw. He was 10. The dreams had been with him 3 years. He had a feather, a coin, a parchment, and a sprig of blue rose under his floor. He had a brother he loved more than he loved anything else. He had a father who was not his father and was more his father than any man could ever again be. He had a name behind his name, and he had not told a single living soul. He was very tired. He had begun to learn that year that being very tired was a thing one could carry, the way one carried a plowshare to the field. A man who carried a plowshare for long enough did not stop being tired by the plow. He only stopped noticing the tiredness. He had reached the not noticing. Rob caught him on the gallery one evening that winter. "Snow, Stark, you're being weird again." "I'm not being weird. You are. You've been being weird since the Hornwoods came. You went still all through supper one night and Mother said you'd taken ill and I said you hadn't and you hadn't." "What was it?" "Nothing. Snow, I am going to break your nose. Don't break my nose. Don't lie to me then." John looked at his brother. His brother was 11 now, an arm's length taller than him, freckled across the bridge of the Tully nose, with a smear of soot on his cheek from a stable lamp he had been fixing. John thought, "I love you. I will tell you everything one day. I will not tell you tonight. I am sorry. I have practiced this saying nothing for years. I am very good at it. I am sorry you are angry. I would be angry too." "I had a thought I didn't like," John said, which was true, and was a way of saying it that could absorb anything Rob wanted to do with it. "What thought?" "I'd rather not say." "Snow." "I'd rather not, Rob." Rob looked at him a long, quiet moment. Rob's face was not a face that knew how to hold an expression for long. The annoyance went out of it, and what came in was something kinder, something a little uncertain of itself. "All right. Thank you. You'll tell me later, won't you?" "Yes, promise." "I promise." He meant it. He meant it the way he meant every promise to Rob. He did not know when later would be. He would tell. He would tell when the telling would not break the thing he was trying to keep whole. The one-eyed man had said, "Not before you know the bottom of the river." John was 10. The river was deep. The river was the deepest river he had ever stood in. He was going to stand there as long as he had to. Rob knocked his shoulder gently against John's the way he had when they were small. They went down to supper together. They walked into the hall side by side, and Catelyn watched them come in, and Lord Eddard watched them come in, and Maester Luwin watched them come in, and the Long Winter watched them come in, and Jon Snow walked to his place at the children's bench and sat down and took bread, the way he had done 1,000 times, and the wooden box under his floor stayed where it was, and the one-eyed man under the great tree somewhere in the lands beyond the wall slept the sleep of a man who is satisfied with one good day's work. 3 years had gone. Many years remained. John, in his small, careful way, was ready for them, or had decided to be, which is the same thing for a boy of 10. He chose the Godswood because the Godswood was where his father was loneliest. Lord Eddard went to the Heart Tree most evenings before supper. It was an old habit, older than John, an inheritance of the man's bones. He would sit on the long, flat stone at the base of the weirwood with his hands hanging over his knees and his head not quite tipped down, and he would not move for a half hour or sometimes more. He spoke to no one in those half hours. The men knew not to follow him in. Even Catelyn knew not to follow him in. John had walked the path past the Godswood at that hour many times in his life, and had heard nothing from inside but the sound of leaves moving on each other and the occasional cry of a raven. He went in on a clear blue evening at the end of his 11th year. He had picked the day a fortnight in advance, and had picked the hour a moon before that. He had practiced what he was going to say in his head until the practice had gone past words and become a small, careful river in his head, with a beginning and a middle and an end. The one-eyed man had said, "Not before you know the bottom of the river." John thought, "I know the bottom now. I have stood in this river 4 years. I am ready." His father did not turn when he came in. Lord Eddard heard him, but his father's hearing him was not the same as his father's noticing him. The path made a soft, thick sound under boots that had walked it 1,000 times. Lord Eddard waited. Father. Now Lord Eddard turned. His face was the face Lord Eddard wore when he was alone with the gods, a quieter face than the one he had at the high table, less guarded, more weathered. Jon had seen the face only twice before. He had not been meant to see it then either. "Jon, are you wanted?" "No, father, I came on purpose." "Hm, sit then." Jon sat on the stone. There was room for both of them, just. The stone was cold through his breeches, and the cold went up his back, and he was glad of it, because the cold was a clean small fact in his head and he could anchor against it. "I had a dream, father." Lord Eddard's hands did not move on his knees. His mouth did the small shape it did when he was choosing not to be sharp. "What dream?" "I had it years ago," Jon said. "I have had it many times since. I was small the first time. I am not as small now. Tell me." Jon had known the day would come and had practiced the shape of it. He spoke quietly. He did not look at his father's face, because he did not trust himself to look at his father's face yet. He looked at the heart tree, which was a face that did not change. "I dreamed of a tower. The tower was hot and dry, and the stone of it was the color of old bone. I dreamed of a woman in a bed. There was blood on the sheets. Her hair was sticking to her forehead. She was speaking. I could not hear what she was saying, but the shape of her mouth was promise me. There was a man kneeling beside her in dark armor. He was crying. He had hold of her hand and was crying into the back of his own hand. There was a small thing in a basin on a table, wrapped in a green cloth. The small thing did not cry. Lord Eddard's hands were on his knees still. His hands had not moved. "The man in the dark armor," Jon said. "He had your face." There was a very long quiet. The wind moved through the godswood. Somewhere a raven scolded another raven, and the second raven scolded back, and then both ravens went silent because what was happening on the long, flat stone was making the wood itself quiet. "Go on," said Lord Eddard finally. "There were other dreams. There were many other dreams. I have had them a long time, father. There is a man in the dreams. He is wrapped in roots under a tree somewhere. He has one eye. He is older than anyone I have ever seen. He told me a name." Now Jon looked at his father. He had to. He did not have a choice. He had set the bottom of the river up to here, and he had to step the next stone forward, and the stone was a stone he could not see without looking up. Lord Eddard's face was not what Jon had expected. He had expected anger or grief or fear, and there was something of grief in it, but there was also a thing that was not in any of his words for a man's face. A thing that was almost relief. As though Lord Eddard had been carrying a stone in his coat for 10 years and had been waiting to set it down, and someone had at last said, "Here, give me a corner of it." "What name?" Lord Eddard said. "I don't want to say it out loud, father." "Say it out loud." "Egon." The wind in the leaves did not change. The cold under Jon's seat did not change. Lord Eddard's face did not change, except in a way Jon could not name and would never quite be able to remember after, because what had moved in his father's face was a thing only the dead see when they look back at the living. "Father." Lord Eddard had closed his eyes. His hands had gone to his face. It was the only time in Jon's life he would ever see his father put his hands to his face. It lasted only a moment. The hands came down again and folded together on Lord Eddard's lap, and Lord Eddard opened his eyes and looked at Jon, and Lord Eddard said, very low, "Who else have you told?" "No one, father, no one. No one, not Rob, not Meister Lewin, not old Nan, not anyone. I am 10 years old. I have known for 4 years. I have not told anyone." 4 years. Yes, Lord Eddard's hands tightened on each other. "Jon, father. You should not have had to carry that alone." Jon did not answer. He had not expected that to be the first thing his father said. He had expected commands. He had expected denials. He had expected to be told that the man with one eye was a story, that dreams were dreams, that a small boy who had heard too much old Nan in winter would dream queer things, that the woman in the tower could be 100 women, and the man in dark armor any of his uncles. He had not expected sorrow. His father's hand reached out without looking and laid itself on the back of Jon's neck, the way it had laid itself there at the high table after the first dream. The hand was not cold this time. The day was milder, or the hand was warmer. Jon could not tell which. The hand stayed. "Jon, listen to me." "Yes, father. I will tell you nothing tonight. Do you hear me? Nothing. There is a very long story that goes with what you have dreamed. It is not safe for you to hear all of it yet. It is not safe for me to say all of it. The longer the story stays in my mouth and not in yours, the longer you live. Do you understand me?" "Yes, father. I will tell you what I can tell you. I will tell you that the man with one eye in your dream did not lie to you about your name. I will tell you that the woman in the tower was the woman I loved most in the world after my own mother. I will tell you that I have been waiting for the day someone in this castle saw your face the right way, and I have not been waiting with much patience, because I am not a patient man. I will tell you that you are mine, in every way that matters except the only way that does not. I will tell you that you are my brother's son, and the son of a prince I once meant to kill, and that I have been your father these 11 years and I will be your father until I die." Jon's throat was hot. He did not weep. He had set out tonight to be a man who could carry this and not weep. He was going to be that man if it broke him to be it. "Yes, father. You will continue to be Jon Snow. You will continue to be my son. You will continue to be Rob's brother. You will continue to do all the things you have done. There is one thing only that will change. From tomorrow, you will train with me an hour every morning before the yard. You will train alone with me. You will train as a man trains who may one day need to fight more than a northern brawl. You will read what I tell you to read. You will not borrow books from Meister Lewin. I will get you the books I want you to have. Some of them I will get from Lewin and tell him you are not to know about them. He has earned this. He will keep his counsel. Other things I will get elsewhere. None of this will be visible. None of this will be remarked. Do you understand?" "Yes, father. You are not to speak of your dreams to me again, not in this castle. If something must be said, we will say it in this place at this hour on this stone. We will speak of it nowhere else. The walls of Winterfell have ears as old as the stones themselves, and we do not know whose ears those are any more." "Yes, father." "And Jon." "Yes, father, you will not tell Rob. You will not tell Catelyn. You will not tell Sansa or Arya. You will not tell Bran when Bran is older. You will not tell anyone whose face you love. I am sorry, I know the shape of what I am asking. I have lived inside it 11 years. It does not get lighter, it gets familiar, which is a different thing." "Yes, father. Look at me." Jon looked at him. Lord Eddard's eyes were wet. He had not meant Jon to see that, perhaps, but the dusk was coming down and Lord Eddard had not turned his face. Jon saw. He saw, and he saw that his father did not know he had been seen, or had decided he did not mind. "I have wanted to tell you since the day I brought you out of that tower in my arms," Lord Eddard said. "There has not been a year since when I have not wanted to tell you. The wanting did not stop being wanting, Jon. It only got buried. Some nights I have spoken to your mother in this place about you. I have apologized to her because she asked me one thing and I did one thing and they were the same thing, and yet the doing of it has cost you. She would forgive me, I think. She was not your mother. She was not a woman who was afraid of what a thing would cost when she had decided the thing was right." Jon had gone very still. His father had said your mother in the way a man says the name of a debt. Her name had not been spoken, Lyanna, but the saying had been in his voice, and the voice had been the voice of the man in the dark armor weeping into the hand laid on hers. "Father." "Yes." "What did she ask you?" to keep you from those who would kill you, to keep you alive, to make you mine, in a way that no one would think to question and no one would think to look behind. She asked it of me on her deathbed, John, and I gave her my word, and I have kept it as well as I am able, and it has cost me my marriage as much as it has cost you your name. Catelyn does not know. Catelyn must not know. Will Catelyn ever know, father? Perhaps. Not soon. I am sorry, John, I have not lived these years thinking of myself. I know, father. I have lived them thinking of you. I have watched you grow. I have watched you stand straight when other boys would have grown bent under what you are growing under. I have not always made it easier for you. I have not been able to. There are years coming when I will not be able to make it easier either. I will do what I can. Do you trust me? Yes, father. Good. He did not embrace John. He had never been a man who embraced. The hand on the back of John's neck tightened a little, and that was as much an embrace as Lord Eddard had ever given him, and John understood it. He had understood that hand for years. The hand said all the things the man could not say standing up. They sat a while. The dusk took the color out of the leaves. The white of the heart tree's bark went bluer in the gloaming. The face cut into the wood looked the same as it had always looked, sad in the way John had decided it was sad when he was 4. John sat beside his father in the silence that was not a silence between them anymore, but a kind of small room with 2 men in it, and he could feel through the cold of the stone that his hand and his father's hand were going to be different hands tomorrow. Father. Yes, John. Will I ever be Egon? A long pause. Not while I live, if I can help it. I would have you alive over crown, John. Always. If a day comes when the choice falls upon you, it will fall upon a man, not a boy. I will not lay it on you tonight. I will not lay it on you for a long time. I have wanted to lay nothing on you. I have wanted to lay the weight on the year and let it go year by year by year. He sighed. That is what I have done. That has been my plan, such as I have had a plan, and now it appears the gods have had their own. Or someone under the gods with one eye and a tree on his head. John almost laughed. He did not quite, but the laugh wanted to be there, and he loved his father for putting it within reach. I am sorry, father. For what? For making you carry it tonight. Lord Eddard was quiet a moment. Then he said, You did not make me carry anything, John. You took some of it off me, in fact. You should not be sorry. You should perhaps be sorry on Catelyn's behalf, because your lady mother was prevented from being your lady mother by a promise I made to a dead woman, and Catelyn has paid for that promise every day she has lived in this castle. Her coldness toward you is a coldness aimed at me. I have known that. I have not told her. I am, in the end, a great coward, John. You are not a coward, father. I am a coward in this. In other things I am brave enough. In this I have been a coward for 11 years. If I were brave, I would have told her at the start. I would have asked her to share the burden, and she would have shared it, because she is a woman whose word is iron. But I did not ask, and so I have asked her to be less than she could have been, and she has hated the boy of it and not the man of it, and I have let her, because the cost of the man being hated would have been the boy. I have not been blind to this. I have not been at peace with this. Father. Yes, it is good that you have told me. I am glad to know that you know. That helps, father. That helps very much. Lord Eddard turned and looked at him. His face had collected itself. His hand left John's neck and went back to his knee. The dusk was almost done. They would have to go in soon. Catelyn would notice if Lord Eddard was late to supper. Tomorrow morning, Lord Eddard said, before the yard, half an hour after the bell, the small armory. Yes, father, bring nothing. We will start with the second form. Yes, father, John, father. Tell me one more thing about the man with the one eye. He says I am to watch and listen and learn and say nothing. He says there is work to do. He has shown me the wall, father. He has shown me things at the wall. Lord Eddard's brow drew. What things? Things that walk in the snow with no print. things with eyes the color of candle flame in blue glass. Lord Eddard sat very still. Old men's stories, he said finally. He did not say it like a man dismissing it. He said it like a man counting old men's stories on his hands. Maybe. You would tell me, would you not, if you saw something at our gate? Yes, father. Even at risk of your name being asked after. Yes, father. Good. Come. Your lady mother will be wondering where I am. They walked back in together as far as the inner gate, and Jon went one way to the bench in the great hall, and Lord Eddard went the other to wash before supper, and they did not speak again until they sat down at their separate tables, and even then they did not look at each other, except once. When Lord Eddard's eye found Jon's down the long room and held it for the space of a heartbeat, and Jon felt something in him drop into a deeper place inside him, a small thing, like a stone falling at the bottom of a deep well at night and making the smallest of sounds. Catelyn was watching him. She was always watching him now, more or less. He bore it. He ate his bread and his salt beef. He answered Old Nan when Old Nan said he ought to drink his milk because milk was warm. He spoke to Robb about the morning's training, and Robb said, "I'll thrash you, you fish," and Jon said, "You'll try," and Robb said, "I'll succeed," and Jon said, "We'll see." And the children's bench laughed at that, and Catelyn's face thawed to a thing like a smile because Robb had laughed, and the supper went on and the world continued. The next morning in the small armory Lord Eddard set him the second form, then the third, then the fourth, then a thing that was not in the forms at all. It was a stop with a step, a thing with the off foot that broke a man's wrist if a man was holding a sword across one's body the wrong way. Jon was not strong enough to break a man's wrist with it yet. He would be. Lord Eddard ran him through it 12 times and then said, "Again," and they did it 12 times more, and Jon's arm was molten and his shirt was black with sweat by the end, and Lord Eddard said only, "Good. Tomorrow at the bell. Yes, father, you will be tired in the yard today. I will be tired in the yard today. Robb will mock you for it. Robb will mock me for it. You will let Robb mock you for it." Yes, father. Off, he went off. He went to the kitchens for water. He drank a great deal of water and stood with his back against the stone of the kitchen wall and felt the heat of the ovens come off the wall against his back, and he closed his eyes and stood. Old Nan came past with a string of onions and stopped and looked at him. "What have you been at, child?" "My father wanted me early at sword, Lord Eddard." Yes, she looked at him a moment longer. Old Nan's milky eyes were not as milky as Jon had once thought. "Your father is making a man of you young." "Yes, Old Nan. Don't grow too fast. There's no haste." "I'll try, Old Nan, try harder." She went on with her onions. He stood against the stone a while longer, and then he washed his face in a barrel of cold water by the kitchen door, and he went out to the yard, and Robb saw him and Robb shouted, "Where have you been, you slug?" And Jon went to him and let himself be mocked, and Robb mocked him, and Theon mocked him too, and Jory Castle laughed, and Jon laughed with them, and his arm burned and his face was clear and the morning was clear. And far above them on the rookery ledge, a single black bird sat watching the courtyard the way old men watch a yard from a high window, without saying what it had seen. By the second moon of these mornings, Catelyn knew something had changed. Jon could see it in her at the high table. She watched Lord Eddard now in a way she had not watched him before. She watched him tip the same way she had once watched Jon tip, with a cold, steady curiosity. She had begun to watch the Meister's library. She had begun to watch the hour of the bell. She had begun to watch the hours her husband was not, by his usual rhythm, where she expected him to be. Lord Eddard did not change his behavior. He had said, "None of this will be visible." He kept it invisible. He went to the small armory and not the great. He took books from the Meister's chambers in the Meister's presence and never carried them through the great hall. He sat at supper. He spoke to his lady wife. He asked after her younger sister at the Vale, He did all of these things steadily and at the rhythm he had always done them at. But it was the steadiness that gave it away, and Catelyn was a Tully, and Tullys felt the wrong rhythm of a thing in their teeth. She did not say anything yet. She watched, and she did not say anything, and her watching grew teeth slowly, and Jon could see the teeth coming in. He told Lord Eddard about the teeth in the godswood on a cold, bright Sunday in the late winter. They sat in their place. Jon was 11 and a half. He had been training 6 months. She knows there is a thing to know, Jon said. She does not yet know what I know. What will you do, father? Wait, wait. There is nothing else to do. To act would be to give it shape. The shape would tell her where to look. I am not going to do her work for her. I am going to bear her watching the way I have borne her sisters watching and her brothers watching and the whole damned realms watching. Catelyn is patient. So am I. Patient against patient is a long contest. Yes, father, and Jon, father, you will not give her shape either. You will not let her draw you out. She will try. She has begun to try. She will be soft to you, perhaps, in places. She will be sharp to you in others. She will be looking at how you respond. Do not respond. Be the boy you were before. Be the same Jon Snow. Yes, father. He was the same Jon Snow. He worked at it. It was harder than he had thought, because the inside of him had grown, and the shape on the outside had to be smaller than the inside of him now, and the squeezing down took practice. But Jon Snow had practiced things for years. He could practice this. In the yard he was gentler with Robb when Robb was tired. He was sharper with Theon when Theon got above himself, because Theon's sharpness tested itself against weakness, and weakness in Jon now was a tell. He carried a bowl of broth to Maester Luwin one morning when Maester Luwin had a cough. He sat with old Nan one afternoon and listened to a tale he had heard 6 times before and laughed at the same parts he had laughed at the first time. He spoke to Catelyn 3 times that fortnight. He spoke to her with the courtesy of any boy of any house to any lady of his lord father's house. He did not look her in the eye long. He did not look her in the eye too short. He set the dial of his courtesy to the same number it had been set at since he was 4, and he did not move the dial. She watched. She did not move either. They were going to spend a long winter watching each other, the lady and the bastard, and the man who was not a bastard would walk between them and sit with his hands on his knees in the godswood at the close of every long day. And the man wrapped in roots somewhere far from here would dream his patient dreams, and a boy who was 11 and a half would learn the second form well enough to pass to the third. In the cold hours before dawn one morning, Catelyn went to her sept. The sept at Winterfell was a small one, half built into a corner of the lower keep, with a roof of slate that smelled of wet whenever the wind blew from the east. The 7 figures in their niches were old and not very well carved. Catelyn had loved them since she was a small girl at Riverrun. Loving them had not changed when she had come north and learned to share a husband with old gods who lived in trees. She prayed to her own gods. She let her husband pray to his. They had agreed on this in the 2nd week of their marriage and had not had to discuss it since. She prayed for her children. She prayed for Robb first because Robb was the eldest and her son and the boy who would be a lord. She prayed for Sansa because Sansa would marry South and the South was a country full of teeth. She prayed for Arya because Arya was a small wild thing and the world is not gentle to small wild things. She prayed for Bran. Bran was 4. Bran climbed too high. She prayed for Bran often. She prayed for the babe in her belly who would be Rickon, although she did not yet know his name. She did not pray for Jon Snow. It was not a thing she was proud of. The mother would have wanted her to pray for the boy. The mother would have laid a hand on the back of her neck and said, "He is a boy in your husband's house, and a boy in your husband's house belongs to you whether you are his mother or not," and she would have been right. The mother was always right. The mother was, at least in the matter of children, always right. Catelyn could not. Her mouth would not shape the prayer. The prayer caught on the boy's name like a cloak on a thorn. She had been thinking about him a great deal of late. She did not like that she had been thinking about him a great deal of late. She had spent 11 years training herself not to think about him, and the training had been, on the whole, a success. She had been able to ignore him at the high table for stretches of weeks at a time. She had been able to pass him in a corridor and not register his face. She had taught her own children to call him John, and not Snow when speaking to him directly, because to do otherwise would shame their Lord Father. And she had taught them this, because their father would not. And the not teaching of it would have made her household look like a thing that did not know its courtesies. She had done all this without thinking about him. She had not asked herself in those years why she did not pray for him. She had assumed she did not pray for him because she did not need to. He had a father. The father was a careful man. The father was a man whose silence on the matter of the boy's mother had been a stone wall around a small dark room in his marriage that Catelyn had given up trying to enter. She had assumed also that she did not pray for him because she did not love him. This was true and was the truth she had told herself most often, and was a truth that did not bear much examination. Tonight, with her hands flat on the cold stone before the mother, she examined it. She found it was a thinner truth than she had thought. It was the kind of truth a woman told herself in the daylight to keep from having to think about the truth that lived underneath. The truth that lived underneath had begun to interest her. She had been watching her lord husband, and her lord husband's bastard for more than a moon. She had begun the watching for a small reason. A cough John had not had in the great hall, but which she had heard, faint, through a half-shut door at an hour the boy ought to have been in bed. And the small reason had become a larger reason. The way small reasons did when one was a Tully woman who had been raised by a careful mother to mark a household's rhythms. There was a new rhythm in the household. The new rhythm was small, but it was there. Lord Eddard rose half an hour earlier than he had used to. Lord Eddard came from the small armory each morning with the look of a man who had been working in heat. Lord Eddard's right hand was newly calloused. Lord Eddard's library hours had shifted. Lord Eddard had taken 3 books down from the upper shelves of the Meister's library that he had not taken down in 15 years. The Meister had not commented. The Meister would not. The Meister had a face cut for not commenting. But Catelyn had been in and out of that library all her married life, and she could read the gaps in a shelf of books the way a steward read a gap in a shelf of grain. The boy had grown quieter in the same span. The boy had been quiet before. The new quiet was a different quiet. It was the quiet of a thing that had work to do. He no longer looked up when he was addressed at the high table. He had a way now of being still in a room as a man who knew he was being looked at. He had not had that stillness at 9. He had it at 11. He has been told something, Catelyn thought. She set the thought down on the stone in front of the mother as a woman sets a coin in front of a mother whose figure she would like to gild. The thought did not gild. The thought sat on the stone, dull and clear. He has been told something. My lord husband has told him something my lord husband has not told me. She was not, for the first stretch of moments, angry. She was a Tully and her teeth were not built to clamp until she had a thing to clamp on. She had watched her lord husband for many years. The man was as honorable as a stone. He did not lie. He had not lied to her in 15 years of marriage that she knew of. The reason he had not lied was that he had not had to lie. She had not asked him the question whose answer would have required a lie. She had been afraid, in the matter of the boy, to ask the question. The question lived in her mouth like a stone she did not want to find. Tonight, kneeling, she felt for the stone. She found it. It was small and cold and exactly the shape it had always been. Whose son is the bastard, Eddard? She did not say it aloud. She moved the stone about with her tongue, in the dark of her closed mouth. The stone did not change. I will not ask, she thought. I will watch. She was a watcher. She had always been. She had watched her sister Lysa for months at the Eyrie before she had understood what was wrong with her sister. She had watched her son Rob at 6, until she had understood that he would never be afraid the way other boys were afraid. She had watched her lord husband for a decade and a half and had thought there was nothing left to learn about him. And now, tonight, she found there was a new thing to learn, and her teeth were ready. She rose from her knees and pressed her hand to the small of her back. She was 4 moons gone with Rickon. She moved more carefully than she had in years. She walked slowly out of the sept and along the gallery and back to the bedchamber, and she lay down beside her sleeping husband, and she did not wake him. She watched the rise and fall of his shoulders in the dark a long time. He did not stir. He had grown thinner this winter. There was a band of gray at his temple that had not been there last spring. He was a tired man, her husband. She knew this. She had not stopped loving him for it. She had loved him through worse winters than this. She loved him now. The loving and the watching were not the same hand. The loving was on the left and the watching on the right, and tonight the right was awake. She slept eventually. She dreamed of Riverrun and of her father standing in the godswood at home, smiling at her. She did not dream of Jon Snow. She had not yet learned to dream of him. The learning would take her a few more moons, and the moons themselves would bring a king up the Kingsroad with a procession behind him. He learned it. He passed to the 3rd. Robb caught him in the godswood on the morning Jon turned 13. It was an ambush, more or less. Jon had walked the path expecting to find his father waiting at the heart tree, because his father had taken to giving him a small thing on his name day. Never anything that could be called a present in front of Catelyn, but a thing nonetheless. A glove repaired by his father's own hands. A slate of writing exercises, once a small wooden carving of a wolf that had lived under his pillow ever afterward. The path had a soft, thick sound under boots that had walked it many times now, and Jon walked along it with the half-yawn of a boy who had been training since the bell. Robb was sitting on the long, flat stone. "You're not father," Jon said. "I'm not." Robb stretched his legs out. "Sit. I have a thing to do." "You have a thing to do with our Lord Father every morning. Today is your name day. Sit." Jon sat. He had no excuse not to sit. Robb's shoulder was warm against his in the cold. They had both grown taller this year. Jon's chin was almost level with Robb's now, although Robb still had the 1.5 inches of him. "Snow, Stark, listen to me. I am listening." "You are not. You are doing the thing with your head where you go behind it. I know that thing. Stop it. Listen." Jon set his head where Robb wanted it. He looked at his brother. Robb was 15. Robb had hair coming in along his jaw, brave, thin, reddish hair that Robb had apologized for the first time he had been caught looking at it in a polished pan. Robb had a mouth that could not stay solemn long. The mouth was solemn now. Jon noted that, and noted his own pulse picking up under his cloak. "What? You and father go off in the small armory every morning. You have done so for 2 years. He brings out the long sword for you and not for me. He brings out books from the Meister's high shelves for you and not for me. He sits with you in this godswood for half an hour after supper twice a week, and does not sit with me. I have been the lord-in-waiting since I was a child of 3, and our Lord Father has trained the bastard in his own private trade. Do you know what they say of this in the kennels?" "They say nothing of it in the kennels, Robb. They say a great deal of it in the kennels. They say nothing of it in the kennels because Hullen and Farlan and old Nan have been told there is nothing to be said. I know what they say in the kennels. I am in the kennels every day. They say the Lord trains his bastard hard for the wall, in case the wall is what the boy is for. That is what they say. They say it because it is what we have wanted them to say." Robb looked at him a long, quiet moment. "That is not what I think they say. What do you think they say?" I think they say nothing because you have made yourself into a boy who is hard to talk about. You have got very good at being hard to talk about, Snow. You have got better at it than anyone our age has any business getting at. I do not like it. Rob, listen, I am not finished. All right. I am not angry. Do you understand me? I am not jealous. I love Father. I have him every hour of the day at the high table and at council and on the rides and in the yard. He is mine in a way no man's father has ever been mine. The training he gives you in the small armory is no part of what I want. I want him with me and he is with me. That is well, so do not think I am angry. I do not think you are angry, Rob. What I am, Snow, is afraid. Jon's hand was on the stone. He kept his hand on the stone. What are you afraid of? I am afraid that Father is preparing you for something he is not telling me about. I am afraid that you will be sent somewhere I do not get to follow. I am afraid that I will wake up one morning at 15, then 16, and you will be gone, and I will have known nothing of it, and the not knowing will have been my fault because I asked nothing. I would rather ask everything. I would rather you tell me to my face that I am being foolish than have you ride off with a saddlebag and a glance over the shoulder and a goodbye said into the wind so I cannot hear it well enough to argue. Do you understand me? I understand you. Tell me where you are going, Snow. I am going nowhere. Tell me where Father is sending you. Father is sending me nowhere. Tell me what you are training for then. Truth. Look at me when you say it. Jon looked at him. His brother's eyes were wet at the corners, which Rob would have hated for him to see, and Jon did not let on. Jon thought of what his father had said in this same place 2 years before. None of this will be visible. We will speak of it nowhere else. And Jon thought also of the one-eyed man who had said, "Not before you know the bottom of the river." The bottom of the river had a shape Jon could feel under his foot, and there was a stone there that he could not yet step to. Not Rob. Not yet. He chose his words the way a man chose a small piece of wood for a thing he was carving. I am training for the world that is coming. I do not yet know what shape the world will take. I do not lie to you when I say I do not know. There is a thing my father has been teaching me that he has not been teaching you, and I cannot tell you what it is, because to tell you would be to break a promise I have made to him, and the promise is of a kind a man does not break. The day will come when I can tell you. I do not know when that day will be. I will tell you on that day. Until that day comes, Rob, I am asking you to trust me and to trust him. That is a great deal to ask. It is. You are asking me to be content. I am asking you to be patient. Patience is not the same as content. Rob was quiet a long time. Snow, Stark. If our Lord Father dies and the day still has not come. Rob, if he dies, Snow, if the gods take him and you have not yet told me, will you tell me then? Yes, promise. I promise. Swear it on the old gods. I do not care that we are bastards in the matter of belief. The old gods are watching now. There is a tree there. Swear. Jon set his hand to the bark of the heart tree. The bark was cold. The face cut into it watched him with the sad expression Jon had decided was sad when he was 4. He spoke quietly. On the old gods of my father's people, if our Lord Father is taken, I will tell you the thing, by my own life if it comes to that, by yours if it comes to that, by the wolf in our bones. Rob breathed out. Some of the wet went out of his eyes with the breath. He put his own hand on the bark beside Jon's, and the two hands were on the bark together a moment, and then Rob took his hand back and shoved Jon's shoulder gently, and the morning was Rob's again, easy. Happy name day, Snow, Stark. I'll thrash you in the yard later. You'll try. I'll succeed. We'll see. They walked back together. They did not speak again until they reached the inner gate where they parted, and Rob went to the great hall and Jon went to the small armory because the bell was about to ring. He did not let his hand shake until he had the door of the small armory shut behind him, and then his hand shook for a quarter minute against the iron of the latch, and then he stilled it, And then his father came in with a sword on each shoulder, and they trained. And his father did not ask why he was a little later than usual, because his father had known, somehow, that Robb would catch him this morning. And his father was a man who waited for his son to come to him about a thing rather than asking after it. The Night's Watch came that summer. It was not a recruitment in the way of the tales. There were no banners raised in the hall, no oath of choice taken in front of the lords. The recruiter was a single man in one wagon and a boy chained to the back of the wagon. The man was Yoren. The boy was a thief from White Harbor with a clipped ear. Yoren had stopped at Winterfell to beg a meal and shoeing of his mule and a night under cover. And Lord Eddard, who had given Yoren both 1,000 times over in his lifetime as Warden of the North, gave him these things again without a second thought. Yoren took the meal at the children's table because he liked children. He had been a man of the watch since his beard was thin, which was not now and not for many years. He was a small, twisted man with one bad shoulder and a smell of stale wine in the road. He looked at Jon. "How old is the lad?" 13, sir." This from Maester Luwin, sitting nearby in his kindest tone. "Don't sir me, Maester, the black does not take sir." Yoren chewed a piece of mutton thoughtfully. 13 and a snow. 13 and a snow, Jon agreed politely. "You ever thought of the wall, lad?" "I have thought of the wall, sir. I have not stopped thinking of the wall, and I have not yet decided." "What does Lord Stark say?" "He says it is my decision. He says he will not have me sent under another man's banner against my will." "That is a kind thing to say." "There are not many lords' sons who could stand on that, even bastard sons, lad, if you do not mind my saying." "I do not mind it, sir. You are very polite for a bastard." "My father raised me polite, sir." "Ichem, do you fight, boy?" "I fight." "How well?" "Better than most boys my age." "Less well than Sir Roderick." "That is what every boy your age says, lad, every one of them. You have all worse opinions of Sir Roderick than he deserves." "I will do better next year, sir." Yoren laughed. He laughed louder than the children's table had been laughed at in a year. And the high table looked over, and Lord Eddard's eyes met Jon's down the length of the room, and Jon felt something pass between him and his father. The knowledge that the thing they had not yet decided was going to be sat at by another man tonight, and they would have to choose how to sit at it with him. "Lord Stark," Yoren called. "I would have a word, my lord, when the meal is done." "You shall," Lord Eddard said. Yoren had his word. Jon was not a part of the word. The word was held in Lord Eddard's solar, with the door shut and Catelyn within. Jon waited with Robb in the gallery, and Robb said, "He's going to ask for you," and Jon said, "He'll ask for me," and Robb said, "What will you say?" and Jon said, "I have not decided yet." It was a lie of a small kind. Jon had decided. He had decided in the godswood that morning when Robb had laid his hand on the bark beside Jon's. He was not going to take the black at 13. He would not leave Robb. He would not leave his father. He would not be sent off and shut behind a wall of black ice when the man with one eye in the dreams kept saying the wall is tired. He had not yet decided how to say it. The door opened. Yoren came out with a face that was the face of a man who had been told no in a polite way. He nodded to Jon as he passed and laid his hand on Jon's shoulder. "Think on the wall, lad. We always need a Stark face up there, even a Stark face in the corner of a snow." "I will think on it, sir. Don't sir me. I will think on it." Yoren nodded and went out and was gone in the morning. The thief he had brought in chains stayed, and was given to the household for 2 years' service before being sent on, which was Lord Eddard's way of giving a small thief a small mercy. Jon never spoke of him again. That evening, after supper, Catelyn took her husband's elbow in front of the high table and said, soft enough to be lady-soft and loud enough to be heard by half the table, "My lord." "A word." Lord Eddard inclined his head. They went to the solar. Jon, watching from the children's bench, did not get up. He did not need to. He could feel where the conversation was going from his bench. He had felt the trim of the conversation in Catelyn's face all through supper, the way a sailor felt the trim of weather in the can of a sail. The weather was about to come down. Voices in the solar were not meant to carry. They did not carry as far as the table. Jon could not hear the words. He did not need to hear the words. He went up to bed before the candles were guttered, because he did not want Catelyn to see him in the gallery on the way back from the solar, and he did not want her to read in his face the boy he was. Robb came up to his door an hour later and tapped once. Snow. Robb, did you hear it? No. She wanted to know why father had refused Yoren on your behalf. She wanted to know why he had not let you go. She wanted to know what use the bastard was kept in the household for if not the wall. Jon did not answer. Robb did not need him to. Father said the boy is mine and mine to dispose of, and I will dispose of him as I see fit. Mother said you have been disposing of him in private and I would have you dispose of him in front of me. Father said no. Mother said yes. Father said no again. Mother went very quiet. Snow. You know the very quiet she goes. I know, she said, my lord, who is the boy? Robb. Father said the boy is my son. Mother said which son? Father said my son. Mother said which son, my lord, I am asking you. Father said nothing. He said nothing for a count mother could measure on her hand. Then he said, he is the boy I have raised these 13 years. He is the boy I will raise the next 13. That is the only answer I have. Mother said, that is no answer. Father said, it is the only answer I will ever give you in this matter, my lady. She said, I see. She said it like a woman saying I see when she is not seeing. Then she said good night. Then she came out. Then I came up here. Jon was quiet a long moment. Robb, Snow, thank you for what? For telling me. You would have heard. I would have heard. Thank you for telling me before I had to hear. Robb stood a moment outside the door. He had not come in. He said into the door, you will tell me one day. Soon enough I can know what to do with it. Soon enough you can know what to do with it. All right. Robb went off. Jon lay on his bed in the cold dark and thought about a count Catelyn could measure on her hand. He thought about how a long count came down the rest of a marriage to make it the marriage it was. He thought of his lady mother who was not his mother, and the thing she had been carrying for 13 years, which was not the thing she had thought she had been carrying, and the cost of the difference. He felt a pity that surprised him. He had not thought he had pity for Catelyn Stark in him. He found he did. It was not a large pity, it would not warm him at a fire. It was honest, however. He slept. The man with one eye was waiting. It is time, said the one-eyed man. For what? For another piece. Look. He looked, and there was a hall under high glass-stained windows, and in the hall a fat king on a throne of swords, the swords black and bright and thicketed up around the king the way blackthorn comes up around a fallen log. The king was laughing. The laughter had a wet edge. There were too many cups about the throne and not enough listeners. The king's hand on the arm of the throne had a tremor. That is your foster uncle, said the one-eyed man. That is Robert, of House Baratheon. He killed your father at the Trident with a hammer the size of a man's ribcage. He loved your aunt who is your mother and has not stopped loving her, and his loving her is a part of why he drinks. Look. Look at the woman beside him. The woman beside him was a queen made of cold white flame. She wore her gold the way a woman wears a thing that is hers to wear by force. She did not look at her husband. She looked at the floor a yard ahead of her boots, and her mouth did the small, flat shape of a person who has been at a long meal she did not wish to take. That is Cersei of House Lannister. She does not love your foster uncle. He has not loved her either in his way, although he has lain with her. She has children by him she did not have by him. They are called his sons and his daughter. They are not his sons or his daughter. They are her brothers. The brother is the gold-haired knight at the door. The brother is also a Lannister. They are all Lannisters. Look at them. Jon looked at them. "This is information," said the one-eyed man. "It is the kind of information that gets a man killed for knowing it. You will not say it to your father. You will not say it to anyone. You will sit on it for the years that come. The information has an hour to be useful. The hour is not yet. When the hour comes, you will be older. You will know how to spend it. You do not know how yet. I am sorry to put it in your head this young. There is no sense in waiting. The hour is closer than I thought. Look further." He looked further. He saw the road from King's Landing, long and dusty white, going north. He saw a procession on it. He saw banners, the stag, the lion, others, winding up the King's Road with a slow, heavy patience. He saw the procession arrive at Winterfell. He saw his father bending the knee in the courtyard. He saw a fat man in fur clapping his father on the shoulder. He saw a woman in white gold looking at his face from across the yard the way a hound looks at a thing it has not yet identified as prey. When he said, "Soon," said the one-eyed man. "A year, less. Your father will be offered something he will not be able to refuse. The household will be broken open. You will need to choose very fast. The choosing will be the first hard piece of work I have given you. I am sorry. Wake." He woke. The morning was gray. He lay a long time in the gray. He did not weep. He had used up his weeping years before. He turned his head into the pillow and breathed slowly until his chest had settled. And then he got up and washed his face and dressed and went down to break his fast the way he went down every morning. And he ate his bread, and he did not look at Catelyn, and Catelyn did not look at him. And they spent breakfast not looking at each other in a way that took up nearly the entire space of the great hall between them. After supper that night, Lord Eddard found him in the small armory. Jon was sitting on a bench, polishing the crossguard of his practice sword. He did not need to polish it. He had needed something to do with his hands. "Jon." "Father, Catelyn asked me a question last night." "Yes, father, you know which question." "Yes, father. I did not answer it. I will not answer it. I would prefer that it not be asked again." "I have asked her not to ask it again. She has, in her honor, agreed. She is not at peace with the agreement. I am not at peace with the agreement either. The peace is not what we are reaching for, Jon. We are reaching for the not tasking. We have arrived at the not tasking. That is enough for now." Jon's hand stopped moving on the crossguard. "Father." "Yes. Did you tell her anything?" "No." "Will you?" Lord Eddard sat on the bench beside him. He looked in the lamplight more tired than Jon had ever seen him. Jon thought, he is 50 next spring. He is not as old Nan. But he is older than he was last year by more years than the year contained. "I will tell her," Lord Eddard said, "when I can. I would have told her years ago if I could have done it without endangering you. I cannot. The danger has not diminished. The danger has, in some ways, grown. Robert is on the throne. Robert was your father's enemy. Robert hated him beyond reason. Robert would, if he learned of you, kill you, because the killing would be a continuation of a grief that has not finished bleeding. I cannot tell Catelyn what I cannot trust her not to write to her sister at the Vale, and her sister is not a woman who can hold a thing in her mouth without spitting. I have been a coward in this for 13 years. I would rather be a coward and have you alive. You are not a coward, father. I am in this. I have been honest with you about that. I will continue to be honest with you about that. Do not make a night of me for what I have done. I have done it because I love you. Love is a worse discipline than honor. Honor would have laid me down a different road. I took the road of love. That is all. Father." "Yes, Jon, I had a dream last night." "Tell me," he told him. He told him quietly in the lamp's small circle with the door of the small armory shut. He told him of the king on the throne and the queen who did not love him and the gold-haired knight at the door. He told him of the procession on the King's Road. He told him of his father bending the knee in the courtyard. He did not tell him of the woman looking at his face like a hound at prey. He did not need to. His father heard the whole thing. Lord Eddard sat a long time when Jon was done. Then he said, "I had hoped he would not come. He is coming, father. I think he is coming this year. Why, I do not know." The man with one eye said, "Less than a year. He has not lied to me. He has not always told me the whole, but he has not said a thing that was not true." Lord Eddard set both hands flat on his knees. "Then we have a year," he said. "A year is a long time to make a plan and a short time to make a good one." "What do we do, father?" "We watch," Lord Eddard said. "We listen, we learn, we say nothing." That is the man with one eye, father. It was northern advice before it was a dream's advice, John. Old men in the north gave it long before any tree grew on a man's head. He almost smiled. He did not, quite. The almost smile was as much a smile as Lord Eddard had given anyone in the last year. He stood up. He put his hand on the back of John's neck. "Polish that sword. Then go to bed. Tomorrow we begin a different form." "Yes, father." And John, "Father, tell Rob nothing of what you have just told me." "No, father, tell him you and I had a quiet hour. Tell him I wished you a happy name day a day late. He will believe it. He wants to believe it. He is a good son. He is a good brother." "Yes, father. Good night." "Good night, father." Lord Eddard went out. John sat in the small armory polishing the crossguard until the lamp burned low. He polished it past the point of needing to polish it. The work was something for his hands. He knew now that he had a year. He had thought he had longer. He had thought he had years. A year was a different unit of time. A year was the time it took to bring in a harvest, to ferry a wife across a sea, to grow a man's hair down to his shoulders. A year was small. He would not waste it. He polished the crossguard until he could see his own face in the steel, and he did not like the face he saw, because the face was not a 13-year-old's face anymore, but it was the face he had, and he had to take it as it was. He blew out the lamp. He went to bed. He slept, and the man with one eye let him sleep, because the year was now a year and they had work, and a boy who was about to be tested needed his rest. A fortnight after Yoren rode south, Catelyn called Jon to her solar. She had not done so before in his life. She had spoken to him in the great hall and in the corridors, and once or twice in the kitchens when the duty of running the household put her in his path. She had never asked him to come to a closed room. She did so on a Tuesday afternoon, and a serving girl brought him the message, and the serving girl looked at him with the small uncertainty of a girl who had been given a sentence she had never been asked to carry before. He went. He had no choice and would not have wanted one. She was at her work table by the window, with a piece of needlework folded under her hand. The needlework was a square of unfinished wolf, its eye a small bead waiting for a thread. She did not look up when he came in. She let him stand a moment, the way a lady let a steward stand. Then she set the needle down. "Jon, my lady, sit, please." He sat across from her. He sat the way he had been taught to sit by old Nan, a 13-year-old seat, neither slouched nor stiff, the hands a little forward of the knees. She watched him sit. He could feel the watching. He did not raise his eyes to it. "I will not keep you long. I have a question I would like you to answer. You will answer it as honestly as you are able. I will not punish a true answer." "Yes, my lady." "Are you happy here, Jon?" He had not expected the question. He had braced for several questions and had ranged answers behind his teeth for each, and this was none of them. He took a moment. "Yes, my lady, truly, my father is here. My brother is here. My sister Arya is here. I have all I require. You did not name me in the list." "No, my lady." "I should not be on the list, my lady." "I am asking you, Jon, because I would like to know. If you went tomorrow, would the going hurt you, or would the going be a relief?" "It would hurt me, my lady, greatly." "Why?" "Because I love this house and the people in it and the dogs and the kitchens and the godswood. Because it is the only home I have ever known. Because I love my brother." "Rob." "Yes, my lady." "You did not say my brother Rob. You said my brother. Rob is my son." Rob is your half-brother by your father's side. I notice the words. Forgive me. I am a woman who notices the words. He has been my brother since I could remember a brother, my lady. I do not begrudge you the loving. I never have. The world has misnamed my coldness as a coldness toward you. It is not toward you. It has not ever been toward you. It has been toward a thing I do not know the shape of, and I have been refusing to learn the shape of for 13 years. I have decided I am tired of refusing. That is all I will say to you of it. I would not have you carry more of my matter than is yours to carry. She sat very straight. He saw, again, the Tully in her. The way she carried herself was a way her mother had carried her mother, and so on back into the years before she had been born. He understood why his father had loved her enough to keep his promise to her sister, and to her father, and to himself. She was a woman who carried herself as if she had been built to be carried. My lady, may I say a thing? You may. I am sorry that the house has been a house with a thing in it that you cannot ask after. I am sorry that I have been the thing. I would have been a different boy if I could. I do not know how to be a different boy. She looked at him. There was not warmth in the look. There was not coldness either. There was a kind of attention that was new. You are a courteous boy, Jon Snow. Thank you, my lady. I had not given you credit for the courtesy. I had been busy not giving you credit for many things. I will try to give you credit for some of them going forward. I do not promise warmth. I am not capable of warmth toward you tonight. I may be capable of it later. I will not lie to you. I owe you that much. You owe me nothing, my lady. I owe you the courtesy you have given me. We will call it even. Yes, my lady. She picked up her needle. The audience was over. He stood. He bowed. He walked to the door. At the door he paused. He should not have paused. He had decided already in his head not to pause, but he paused, my lady. Yes, Jon, thank you for asking. She did not look up from the needle. Go, he went. In the gallery, he leaned against the wall a long minute and let his breath come back to him. He had not known he had been holding it. He had been a boy in that solar who could be made to hold his breath, after all, in front of a woman who had spoken to him with attention. He had not thought he could be that boy still. He thought, walking back to the small armory, she's going to ask my father again. The agreement they had made was not made of stone. It was made of ladies' agreements, which were a different masonry, and the cracks were already showing in it. He told his father that night in the godswood. Lord Eddard listened. When Jon had done, Lord Eddard sat a moment and then said only, "She has decided to be civil to you." "Yes, father. That is the worst news you could have brought me." "Father, a cold Catelyn could not see you." "A civil Catelyn will see you. The seeing is not what we have been hiding from. The understanding is what we have been hiding from. The civil ones come to understanding faster. We have less time than I thought, Jon. How much less? I do not know. Some moons. I will think on it. Go on to bed." He went on. He went to bed. He did not sleep at once. He lay in the dark and thought about the wolf cub in the half-finished embroidery in his lady mother's hand, and the small bead eye that had not yet been threaded. And he thought about the patience required to stitch a wolf one tiny stitch at a time, and the patience required to take one apart the same way. Far to the east, a girl with hair the color of frost and eyes the color of a violet sea was being given a horse and a husband and a clutch of stone eggs by a brother who hated her, and the eggs were warm under her hands in a way the brother did not yet imagine. Jon did not see that piece. The one-eyed man would show him in time. He had a year. The year had begun. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. The king in the yard, the deserter died in the morning, and the direwolves were found in the afternoon. And the king arrived a fortnight later, and through it all Jon Snow tried to be a boy 14 years old who knew nothing. He did not weep over the deserter. The man had been a brother of the watch. He had run from the wall, which a man did not do, and Lord Eddard's sword had taken his head off in the long northern way, by the Lord's own hand, because that is what the law required of a lord. Jon had stood in the half-circle around the block. He had watched. He had watched because his father had told him when he was 8 that the man who passes a sentence must swing the sword, and the boy who would one day pass a sentence must learn to watch first. Jon had not yet passed a sentence. He had watched for years. The deserter had died with words on his tongue. The words were of cold things in the woods beyond the wall, of dead men with eyes the color of blue glass walking, of a thing he had run from that no man should have been asked to face. The words were the words of the one-eyed man's dreams. Jon heard them as if he were hearing his own teeth come out. He did not let his face change. Robb beside him was a little white in the cheek, but Robb had been 12 and pale-cheeked at his first execution too, and Jon had been the same that day, so the paleness did not draw a second look. Riding back, they found the dead direwolf in the snow. She was a great gray thing, big as a small mare. There was a stag's antler broken off in her throat. The pups had crawled all over her belly and were nosing at the dry teats and squeaking, and the snow under them was matted and gray. Robb counted them. There were 6, 5 gray and 1 white. The white one was last out, smaller, with eyes barely open, and Robb said, "There are 5 of us, look, 1 for each." And Theon Greyjoy, who had not yet learned that he should hold his tongue around important moments, said, "What about the white one?" And Robb said, "Snow can have him." Snow is a snow, and there was a small laugh from one of the men, and Jon's father did not laugh. His father looked at the white pup. The white pup did not yet have its eyes fully open. It came forward in the snow on tiny stiff legs and pushed its head into Jon's palm without invitation. The little nose was warm. The little nose was very warm. Jon picked the pup up against his chest, and the pup was smaller than the loaves he had carried from the kitchens for breakfast. And the pup made a small sound that was not a whimper and not a growl but something in between. A sound a thing makes when it has decided. His father was looking at him. Jon could feel his father looking at him. His father said, "Lo, what will you call him?" "Ghost," Jon said. He had not thought about the word. It had been waiting for the pup. He understood in the saying of it that the wolf had been white because Jon had been white, and Ned Stark had not been the man who chose the wolves. The wolves had chosen them. His father looked at the gray mother dead in the snow. The stag's antler. He looked at Robb, who held a gray pup with sleepy eyes. He looked at the pup that Jory had picked up for Bran. He looked last at Jon and at the white pup. "All right," he said. "All right, lads." Theon was looking at Jon's pup with the small smile he always wore when he was failing to find a thing to mock. He found nothing. He went on with the others. Jon walked back to Winterfell with Ghost inside his cloak against his shirt, and the smallness of the thing was a comfort he had not asked the gods for, because Jon Snow had not been raised to ask the gods for comforts. The gods had given it anyway. The gods gave more than people credited them for. He did not say so to anyone. Catelyn looked at him at the gate. She looked at the bulge under his cloak. She looked at his face. She did not say anything. She said many things by not saying them. The pup did not whimper that night. The pup slept in the bend of Jon's arm and made the small breathing of a thing too young to fear the dark. The fortnight before the king's procession arrived was the longest fortnight Jon had ever lived. He did not see his father much in those days. Lord Eddard was at the high road and at the Rook's Tower and at the council chamber, and at the kitchen door speaking with cooks, and at the stables speaking with grooms, and at every place a man went who was about to host a king. Jon kept the small armory by himself in those days. He went to the Forum alone. He went to the Forum with a sword that had grown to feel like a part of his arm. He had been the same boy who had hit Robb hard with a wooden sword at 7. And now at 14, he was no longer hitting Robb hard with a wooden sword. He was reading Robb in the yard the way a man read a chessboard, several moves at a time, and Robb felt the reading and was in turn reading him. And Jon was not always letting Robb win and not always failing to let Robb win, and Robb sometimes laughed in the yard now in a way that was a little less the laugh of a confident boy and a little more the laugh of a man who had been taken by surprise. Snow, Stark, you're getting better. I'm getting older. That is not the same. It is a little the same. It is a little the same, damn you. Robb was happy in those days. Sansa was making her hair an event of every morning. Bran was climbing where he should not have been. Arya was 9 and had taken to following Jon about the kennels because the kennels were where Catelyn could not find her. Rickon was 3.5 and was a fat, happy thing in his mother's lap. The household was as full and bright as it had been in years. Jon had a year now. He had a fortnight now. He had a few days now. He had hours. He felt the hours the way he had felt the cold under the stone in the godswood at 11, clean and small and useful for orienting against. He was not in those days frightened. He was sharpened. He had been sharpened slowly all his life, and now he was at the end of the whetstone, and the edge would have to do for whatever was coming. The king arrived on a damp afternoon. Jon was standing in the yard with his brothers and sisters in the line drawn for the lords of Winterfell to greet a guest. He stood last because he stood last. Catelyn had not even had to say it. Jon had taken the place at the end of the line as a thing one took without instruction. Old Nan stood behind the line with a pillow for Lord Eddard's knee. The yard was thick with men and horses and banners. The first banners coming through the gate were a great many, but Jon saw the stag and the lion at once, and he had seen them in dreams, and the seeing of them in flesh was less like surprise and more like recognition. He did not change his face. Robert came through the gate. The fat king of the dream was the man on the horse. The horse was strong but not strong enough. The man swung down with the heaviness of a man who had been on a saddle too many days. He came to Lord Eddard, and Lord Eddard had begun to bend the knee, and Robert said, "Up, you old leech, up," and dragged Lord Eddard up by the elbow and crushed him into a hug. Lord Eddard, who did not embrace, was embraced. He bore it. "You've gotten gray, Stark. You've gotten fat, your grace." Robert laughed. The laughter shook the bones of Robert. He turned and went down the line. Catelyn first. A hand kissed, a courtesy, a moment's look that was neither warmer nor colder than convention required. Robb, clasped on the shoulder and called a fine boy, and looked it carefully, because Robert measured boys for war as a man measures lumber for a roof, by reflex. Sansa, a kiss on the brow and a remark about her looking very like her mother which made Sansa pink. Arya, a tousle of the hair which made Arya scowl, which Robert noticed and laughed at. Bran was held up briefly. Rickon was at the nurse. He came to Jon last. Jon bent his head a fraction. Robert peered at him. "Who's this lad?" "My son Jon," said Lord Eddard. The voice did not change. The voice had been built for this hour for 14 years, and it did not change. Robert's eyes ran over Jon's face. They were small, bloodshot blue eyes, the kind of blue that had been a young man's blue once and had gotten bricked over by drink. Jon held still. He had practiced holding still. Robert did not look away. The paws stretched. "He has the Stark look," Robert said finally. "He does, your grace. More than the others. He has it from his mother, your grace. His mother was a Stark woman. His mother was a woman of the North, your grace." It was the answer his father had given for 14 years. It had the shape of the truth not quite said. Robert grunted and looked Jon in the eye. "You're a fine-looking boy. The crypts can wait. Take me to them, Stark. I want to see her." The king and Lord Eddard turned and walked off toward the lich yard. Catelyn, watching them go, did not stop watching them. Catelyn had heard her husband say his mother was a woman of the North. Catelyn had heard him say it in that careful way. Jon had heard it. Cersei Lannister, dismounting on the far side of the yard, had heard it. Cersei had dismounted in time to hear it. Cersei looked at Jon across 40 feet of mud and horses, and Jon did not raise his eyes to her, but he felt her eyes on him as one feels the heat of a hearth from across a room. She turned away. She had not said anything. She did not need to. Her not saying was sharp in the air for a long beat. And then the beat passed, and the courtyard went on with its business of dismounting a king's house. It was at the welcome feast that night that Robert tried to clap Jon on the shoulder, and Jon did the small thing he was pleased to have done. The hall was full. The hall was very full. Robert had drunk his way down the length of the table and was making his way back, telling stories about Lord Eddard's youth that bore at most a passing resemblance to the truth Lord Eddard remembered, and the table laughed because the man was the king. He paused at Jon's place. The children's bench had been moved further down because of the seating of the royal family. Jon sat with Theon and a Karstark cousin, and a small girl named Shireen no one quite knew what to do with. Robert leaned over Jon. He put his hand on Jon's shoulder. And this lad. Stark in the face. Snow in the name. Stark in the face. What was your mother's name, lad? Jon's father, 3 seats away, set down his cup carefully. The hall was loud. The conversation around the high table was loud. Maester Luwin, who was further along, lifted his head. Jon looked up at the king's red face. The king was very drunk. The hand on Jon's shoulder was a heavy hand. Jon thought, promise me. Jon thought the man with one eye said, you watch, you listen, you learn, you say nothing. Jon thought, my father said. The answer is the answer he has given for 14 years. Jon thought, the answer is also a flag the king has been waving toward. There is a wind in this hall. The wind would like a flag, he said. I do not know her name, your grace. My father has not told me. It was the truest sentence Jon Snow had spoken to a stranger in 7 years. It had the small, sweet ring of truth on it. The king heard the ring. The king's hand stayed on his shoulder a moment more. The king bent down, smelling of wine and cloves, and said low, boy, he never told you. No, your grace. Bastards got more decency than the Lord, Robert said, half to himself. All right, lad, all right, drink with me. He thrust his cup half full into Jon's hand. Jon, who had been watered wine all his life, took the cup and drank a single swallow because it would have been a slight to refuse. The wine was thicker than what they served the children. The king watched him drink, satisfied with whatever he had read in the boy's face, and rambled on down the table. Jon set the cup down. His father, 3 seats away, took up his own cup and drank a swallow as well, because his father had been watching, and his father had been doing the thing he did when he was telling Jon, well done, with the smallest motion of his hand. Cersei had been watching too. She was watching Jon with the same careful interest with which Catelyn had been watching Jon for months. She did not turn her head when he glanced. She did not need to. The interest was a kind of gravity in the air at her end of the table, a slight tilt of the world toward where she sat. She came to him in the corridor on her way out of the hall. He had been on his way to the Maester's tower. He had wanted air. He had wanted not to be watched by his father and his lady mother and his brother for the time it took to find the small back stair. He turned the corner of the gallery into the candle-lit hall by the kitchens, and there she was, 2 of her Kingsguard with her and her ladies behind. And she filled the corridor as a queen will fill a corridor, by the simple act of being in it. My lady, Jon said. He bowed. You are Lord Stark's bastard. I am, my lady. Approach. He approached. The Kingsguard did not draw, of course, he was a boy, but the Kingsguard were attentive. The hound, one of them, looked at him without blinking. What is your name? Jon Snow, my lady. Look at me. He looked at her. He had practiced looking at faces without looking through them. He looked at her face. She had a beauty that hurt to look at directly, the way a fire hurt to look at directly. The eyes were green and very still. The mouth was neither smiling nor not. She looked at him a long moment. "Lord Stark must be very sentimental," she said finally. "To raise a Stark face under his roof when other men send the bastard to a holding 20 miles off. My lord father has been kind to me, my lady." "Kind?" She studied him. "Yes, kind. How old are you, Jon Snow?" 14, my lady." "You have your father's coloring." "Thank you, my lady." "And your mother's." "I do not know, my lady." "You do not know your mother's coloring." "My father has not told me what my mother looked like, my lady. I have wondered. I have not asked. I have not wished to grieve him by the asking." "That is very nice." "It is the truth, my lady." Echem. She had her head a little to one side. She was a hound at a thing whose scent it had not yet placed. He could tell. He had stood unmoving the day a hound at the kennel had decided he was not what it had thought. He was unmoving now. "Good night, Jon Snow," she said. "Good night, your grace," she corrected him without correcting him. "I am the queen, boy, not your grace. Your grace is my husband. I am your highness." "I beg your pardon, your highness." "It is well. Most boys do not know. Most northern boys, I should say." "Yes, your highness." "Good night, Jon Snow." She moved past. The corridor breathed out. He did not move until her ladies had gone. He went on to the Meister's tower without going there and turned at the foot of the stair and sat on the bottom step and put his face in his hands a minute. She was sharp. She had been sharper than the bastard answer should have allowed. She had not asked a question that needed the answer Lord Eddard had practiced for 14 years. She had asked a question that turned that answer sideways. He had answered as well as he knew how. He thought the answer had held. He could not be sure. Her eye was sharper than the king's. The king had wanted the bastard answer. The queen had wanted to weigh him, he thought. "My father will need to know," he told his father in the godswood that night. They sat on the long, flat stone again. The king and his train were drinking themselves into stillness by the great hall fire. Lord Eddard had slipped away, on the excuse of needing the cold. "She asked me my mother's coloring. And I said I did not know. I said it because it is the answer you have given for 14 years. You did well. She was watching for tells. She was. Did you give her any?" "I do not think so. I am not certain. You are 14 and you watched a queen's face for a tell while you held your own face still. You are a better boy than your father, Jon." "Father." "What?" "That is not a thing you are meant to say to a son." "I am meant to say it. I am sorry I did not say it sooner." They sat a while. "What did Robert want with the crypts?" Jon said. "He wanted to see your mother." He stood in front of a stone. He stood in front of the only stone he is permitted to stand in front of. He stood a long time. He cried. He drank from a flask. He made me promise that no Lannister would come down those steps without my watching them. He left. "Father." "Yes." "Does he suspect?" "Robert, no." Robert has not suspected anything in 15 years. Robert sees what he wants to see. He saw a Stark face on a Snow boy, and he saw the Stark woman who would have been his queen, and he saw a smaller piece of her than is there. He is a man who looks for the smaller piece. He is comforted by smaller pieces. He will not look further. The queen will. The queen is a different problem. There will be a queen problem. We will plan for it. "Father." "Yes, Jon." "I have been offered the wine of a king. I drank it. I think I am to be his subject for the rest of my life. I think I would have liked his children if they were his children." Lord Eddard looked at him. "What did you say?" "Nothing. Nothing, father. The man with one eye showed me 2 summers ago that the queen's children are not the king's. They are her brothers." Lord Eddard had been still. He went stiller. Jon watched the stillness move through his father in the dim. After a moment Lord Eddard said, very low, "You did not tell me this." "I have been told to sit on the information, father." "The man with one eye said I am to sit on it until the hour comes when it is useful, and that the hour is not yet. He also said that the hour is closer than he had thought." "How close?" "I do not know. I think very close. I think his coming north is part of how it comes close." "I think you must not tell anyone." I am sorry I have told you. I am only telling you because the queen looked at me tonight, and the queen looked at me tonight in a way she would not have looked if she did not have her own reasons to be afraid of being looked at." His father was quiet a long time. "I will need to think about this," he said finally. "I will need to think about it tonight. I will not act tonight. You will not tell another soul. Do you understand me?" "Yes, father, John, father, you are too young to be carrying this. I have been too young for many years. I know." They sat a while. Far off the hall went on with its drinking. A bird cried in the upper branches. A wind moved the leaves. They sat. "There is one more thing, father." "Yes." "Robert will offer you something tomorrow, the hand of the king, will he?" "Yes." "And what shall I tell him?" "You will accept. You must. He has come to ask. To refuse would be to invite his anger, and his anger would fall on the household. He has fewer friends than he thinks. The hand he had before is dead, and I think the queen had a part in that. He needs a man at his elbow he can trust. There is none in King's Landing. Refuse him here, and he will not forgive it. Accept him, and we will at least know where his eye is and where the queen's hand is, and we will be in the room when the things to come begin." Lord Eddard sat motionless. He did not say at once, "How do you know?" He did not need to ask. He nodded. "You have been at this longer than I knew. I am sorry, father. Do not be. We will plan tomorrow. Tonight you sleep." "Yes, father." He went to bed. Ghost was waiting for him in the bend of his arm. Ghost was bigger now than the loaves he used to fit beside. He was the size of a kettle. Ghost laid his small white head on John's shoulder and did not breathe loudly. Ghost knew when not to. Ghost had always known. Benjen came in late on the second night. He had been delayed at White Harbor by a man with a grievance about a wagon. Now he arrived in the dark with frost in his beard and the black of his cloak on the color of old slate. John caught him at the inner gate by accident and was very nearly knocked off his feet by his uncle's embrace. "Look at you, lad, look at you. Uncle, tall as a young oak, tall enough." Benjen held him at arm's length and read his face the way a man reads a sky for weather. John felt the reading. Benjen was not Lord Eddard. Benjen had not been given the keeping of the secret. Benjen had only the stark face and the stark sense for a thing not said, and he was using both. "You've grown into yourself, John." "I have grown a little, uncle. More than a little. Have you given thought to the wall?" "I have given thought to the wall, uncle. And I have not yet decided. My father has not pressed me. He has said the choice is mine." Benjen looked at him a moment and then at the keep, where the lights of the high windows said his brother was inside with his guests, and then back at John. "Walk with me, lad, to the stables. I want to put eyes on your father's stock before I sleep." They walked. The snow crunched. Benjen had the loose stride of a man who lived on horse and on foot in equal measure, and John, who was stark-built but lighter than Rob, fell into the rhythm of his uncle's walk easily. "John, uncle. At 14, when I was your age, I had not yet thought of taking the black. My brother Brandon had teased me about it because there were 3 of us, and the second son in the north goes to the wall about as often as the third son in the south goes to the Meister's chain. I told him to bugger off. He laughed. Then the war happened, and Brandon was dead by summer, and I was the second son, and I sat in this castle for a year of mourning and watched my brother grieve himself thin. And one morning I told him I was going north. He said, "Why?" I said, "Because if I stay here I will become a man who blames you for being alive in the wrong place, and I will not be that man." He let me go. He thought I was running. I was, in part. There is also a thing the wall is that I will not say aloud here. I have been there 23 years. I will not lie to you about it. There are good men. There are bad men. There are too few men. The work is real, and the realness is in short supply in the South. If you have it in you, lad, the wall will receive you. I am not certain I have it in me, uncle. You will be certain or you will not. The wall does not take the uncertain. Sleep on it. Yes, uncle. Benjen knocked his shoulder against Jon's, the way Robb had once knocked his shoulder against Jon's, and Jon felt with that small weight the inheritance of a thing the Starks did with each other when they did not have words. They reached the stables. Benjen looked at the horses. He approved of two and disapproved of one. He went off to find his bed. Jon was crossing back through the yard when he saw the dwarf. The dwarf was sitting on a barrel by the kennel door with a book on his knees, reading by the light of a torch he had set into the iron ring. He was a small man with mismatched eyes and a face the king's grace had not been particularly kind to. He did not look up at Jon. He had, however, been waiting for Jon. Jon could read a wait. "Bastard," the dwarf said, "my lord. Imp will do. Bastards and imps need not stand on ceremony. Come here." Jon came. "Read to me." The dwarf turned the book around and held it up. "I am holding it the wrong way for myself. The wind keeps closing it. Read me a sentence." Jon read him a sentence. It was about a king of the Westerlands who had paid for a wedding by selling his sister, and the dwarf snorted through his nose at the end of it and said, "Well read, bastard. Well read indeed. Most boys your age would have stumbled at sister. My Meister is a careful teacher, my lord. I do not doubt it. Sit a moment." Jon sat on the cold stone of the bench beside the barrel. The dwarf studied him. Jon felt the studying. The dwarf was not Circe. The dwarf's looking was a different kind of looking. The dwarf was not weighing Jon for danger. The dwarf was weighing Jon for usefulness and weighing him kindly. "How does a bastard come by a face like yours?" "By accident, my lord, the way most boys come by their faces." The dwarf smiled. "By accident, yes. The accidents in the great houses are interesting, are they not? The Lannisters have had several. The Starks only the one." He paused. He looked at the kennel door. He looked at Jon. "Have you read the histories of the great houses, bastard?" "Some of them, my lord." "Which ones?" "My Meister gave me the older volumes. I have read about the early Targaryens, my lord. Aegon the First, the Conquest, the Field of Fire, the Dance of Dragons. I have read also about the Starks since the first men. Curious bastard. My Meister says I am peculiar, my lord." The dwarf laughed briefly. "Meisters say that of any boy who reads. It is their way of complimenting without admitting that they are complimenting. Listen, bastard, I have a piece of advice. You may take it or leave it. I am not in the habit of giving it twice." "Yes, my lord." "Stand up straight when the queen looks at you. She has a long memory for a back that is bent. Bend to the king. Bend to your father. Bend to a Meister. Do not bend to her. She does not interpret bending as good manners. She interprets it as fear, and fear interests her. You do not want to interest her." Jon was quiet a moment. Then he said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank me by surviving. It is useful to have surviving boys about. Good night, Jon Snow." "Good night, my lord." The dwarf hopped off his barrel and tucked the book under his arm and waddled off toward the gallery. Jon watched him go. He sat on the bench a moment more. The advice had been very good advice. It had been better advice than Meister Luwin would have given, because Meister Luwin would have given the cautious version, and the dwarf had given the practical. Jon thought, "He is paying attention to me. Of all the men in this court, the imp is paying attention." The imp was paying attention before he came north. He was hoping I would be the boy he expected. I am the boy he expected. He has decided to like me. I have not yet decided what to do with his liking. I will think on it." He stood up. He went on to bed. Ghost was waiting on the foot of the bed with both ears up and his small white tail tucked. Jon lay down beside the pup and stared at the dark for a while. Tyrion Lannister had said her, when speaking of the queen, with the same private tone Lord Eddard used when he spoke of Catelyn. The dwarf hated his sister. Hate was useful. Hate held its tongue when it was profitable. Jon set this fact in the wooden box in his head where the pieces went, and went to sleep. The next morning, while the household was still putting on its courtesies, Bran went up the broken tower. Jon was in the kennel when the cry went up. He came out into the yard at a run. Catelyn was halfway across the yard with her skirts gathered. Lord Eddard was not yet down. Bran lay broken in the snow under the south wall, and the red was small under him, and the breathing was small, and his eyes were open. Catelyn made a sound Jon had never heard from her before. She fell on her knees beside her son, and her arms went under him. Maester Luwin came at a run. Robb came at a run. Jon stayed at the edge of the snow because he was not the boy who went to her when her son was broken. He was the boy who watched. He had seen this in a dream too. He had seen it 3 weeks ago. He had not known to whom it would happen. He had known a child fell. He had known a window. He had known the queen and the gold-haired knight at a window. He had not put the pieces together until he stood in the yard now and looked up at the broken tower where the queen and the gold-haired knight had been before Bran climbed the wall. He understood, looking up. He did not say anything. He had been told not to say anything. His father came out of the keep at the run. He saw his son. He saw his wife. He saw the Maester. He went to them. He did not see yet what was at the upper window. Jon followed his father with his eyes. Then he turned his eyes up at the broken tower, where there was nothing now to see. Bran did not die. He did not wake either. He lay in the white sheet of his bed with the Maester's quiet hands moving over him, and he did not wake, and he did not wake, and the hours passed. And the king stayed 3 days more and went south, and there was a feast for the kings leaving that nobody had any heart for. And at the feast, Lord Eddard spoke to Robert in the gallery and accepted the office of the hand of the king. And a raven went south to King's Landing the same hour. That night Catelyn's sister sent her own raven from the Vale, and Lord Eddard read it, and Lord Eddard's face went gray. And Jon, watching from his bench, knew the shape of what was being read, because he had read it in dreams, and he sat very still, and he did not let his hand shake on the cup. And he did not look at his father, and he did not look at his lady mother, and he held his place at the children's bench through the rest of the meal as a man holds his place at a wall. In the night, with Ghost asleep against his shoulder, Jon dreamed. "You have begun," said the man with one eye. "I have begun," Jon said. "You know what comes. I know what comes. I do not know how to stop most of it. You will not stop most of it. You will save what you can. The lone wolf dies. The pack survives. Sleep. Tomorrow you choose." He slept. He chose in the morning. Chapter 5. And Chapter 6. The wall and the choice. In the morning, Jon went to his father. He had thought the conversation would be in the godswood, on the long, flat stone, in the place they had used for 4 years for the talk that could not happen anywhere else. But his father was not at the heart tree. His father was in his solar, with a fire low in the grate and a list of names on his desk in his own crabbed hand. And the door opened the breadth of a finger because Lord Eddard knew that a Stark who shut his solar door drew more eyes than a Stark who left it ajar. Jon stepped in and pushed the door to behind him. He did not bolt it. He did not need to. "Father." "Sit, Jon." He sat. The chair was the chair he had sat in once at 6, when Lord Eddard had first taught him the use of his name. He remembered the chair the way a man remembered a coat he had outgrown. "Robert offered the hand last night, and I accepted. I have ridden south at his side 100 times. I will ride south at his side once more. When do we leave?" We, father." Lord Eddard set the quill down. He had been writing nothing. He had been holding the quill in the way of a man who did not wish to be empty-handed. "Jon, I am going south with you, father. Benjen has come to ask after you for the wall. He has. He would take you with him in 3 days. The men of the wall came into your blood at our table last night. He believes you will go. He is half right. You will go where I send you, and I have not yet sent you. Tell me why I should not send you north." Jon had the answer. He had had the answer in his mouth since waking. He had practiced it the way he had practiced the speech on the long, flat stone 3 years before. He spoke quietly. Because the wall is not what we are most afraid of in this hour. The wall is afraid of itself and the things behind it, and those things will not strike for a year, perhaps 2. We have time to prepare for the wall. We do not have time to prepare for the South. The South is striking now. The man with one eye has shown me. The hand who died before you was poisoned. The poisoning will repeat. The queen has hands. Her father has hands. There is a man in the city who calls himself a friend of the realm and is not. There is another who keeps birds and listens. There is a piper at every door. You will go into a court of pipers blind, Father. I have seen what comes if you go alone. I have seen what comes if you take only Jory. I have seen what comes if you take only my sisters. None of those endings is one I can stand. And what comes if I take you? I do not know. The man with one eye says, the future you can change is the future you walk into. The future of going alone is the future I have seen. The future of taking me is a future I cannot see because I am in it. I will be the difference. That is why he has trained me. That is why you have trained me. I will not go to the wall. I will go to the city. I will be your shadow at your elbow. I will be the boy at the children's table who hears what men say in front of children. I will be the bastard at the hands table whom no one weighs because no one has weighed a bastard for many years. I will be of use to you, Father. I will be of use to my sisters. Sansa will go south with you because the king's son will be promised to her, and Sansa cannot be left in the south alone. Arya will go because Arya will not be left behind by Sansa. The household will be broken open. I would rather be broken open beside you than broken open at the wall where I cannot reach you. Lord Eddard had not moved. You have thought this through. I have thought this through every night for a year, Father. You are 14. I am 14, Father. I am also the boy you have trained. I am also the boy the man with one eye has trained. I am also Rob's brother and your son and the boy who has been told a name he cannot say. The not saying of the name does not change what the name has cost me. I would have it cost something useful. Let me come with you. Lord Eddard stood up. He went to the window and looked out at the yard. He looked a long time. Jon did not break the looking. He had said his piece. He had said it as well as he was able. He could only sit and let it land where it would. Catelyn will hate this. She will hate it, Father. She will rate it as your refusing the wall. She will rate it as my refusing the wall on your behalf. She will read it as what it is, which is your going south at my elbow. Yes, Father. She will say it is too dangerous for you. It is too dangerous for me. And too dangerous for the household that you should be at my elbow there when she has been watching us at the small armory. Yes, and she will be right, Jon. She will be right about all of it. The risk is not nothing. I am not pretending it is. I am not asking you to pretend it is. What are you asking me then? Jon thought a moment. He did not give his father a quick answer. He owed his father a careful one. I am asking you, he said, to act on what I have seen. I am asking you to wait what I have seen as you would wait what your own bannermen saw at a battle. I am asking you to pay for the warning, not in coin, in trust. I have not earned it by years. I have earned it by being right twice. Twice. The procession is coming, I told you, before there was a raven. The queen's children are not the king's, I told you, before there was a way for me to know. Twice. I am asking you to pay for the third on the strength of those two. The third is, take me with you. Lord Eddard turned from the window. He looked at Jon. There was a long quiet, then he said, all right. All right, all right, 3 are enough. If you are wrong, and I will write a letter to Benjen later in the year asking him to come south for you, and we will mend the matter together. If you are right, we will be glad you came. Catelyn will not be glad in either case. I will manage Catelyn. Catelyn is my province. Yes, Father, tell Rob. Father, tell Rob today. I will not have him hearing it from his mother. He is 15. He will be Lord of Winterfell while I am south. He needs to know his brother is going with us. He needs to know it from your mouth and not from a serving girl. Go." "Yes, father." And Jon, "Father, are you certain?" "I am certain, father. Be more certain by tonight." He went. He went to find Robb. Robb was in the small yard with a wooden sword and the smith's apprentice, and the smith's apprentice was getting the worst of it because Robb had lost the careful charity he had been showing the apprentice for a year. And Jon stood at the rail a moment and watched. Robb saw him. "Snow. Stark." "What?" "Walk with me." Robb threw the apprentice his sword and came over. They walked along the curtain wall. The yard had its noise, but the curtain wall had a kind of hush. The noise of the yard came up through the stone and softened and was a long way off. "I'm going south." Robb's face did the thing it did when it was hit hard from a side it had not braced for. It went still. It went pink. It went still again. "South. South. I am going with our father. I will be at his elbow in the city. He has accepted me to it this morning. I will tell you why I have asked him this. I will tell you most of it, Robb, some I cannot. Snow, hear me, then say. Say it." So Jon said it. He said most of it. He told Robb that there was a thing in the south that would harm their father, and the harm could be lessened if Jon were there. He told Robb that he had reason to think this, and could not say what reason. He told Robb that the wall could wait, and the south could not. He told Robb that he loved him and was sorry to be going. He told Robb that he, Robb, would be Lord of Winterfell now and would have to be a different boy than he had been. And the difference would be hard, and Robb would manage the difference, because Robb had been trained for the difference all his life. Robb listened. He did not interrupt. When Jon was done, Robb was quiet a long time. Then he said, "I asked you in the Godswood, Snow, to tell me where father was sending you. Father is not sending me. I am asking to go. That is the same thing in your mouth and in mine. It is not the same. I am the asker. I would not have you blame him for it. I do not blame him. I blame you. I blame you in a small way. It is a small blame. It will pass. All right. You will write to me. Twice a moon. 3 times. There is something to say twice a moon, even if the thing is only that there is nothing to say. I would have the 3rd raven for the nothing. I would know your nothing well. All right. 3. And Snow. If a thing falls you do not see coming, you will leave the city. Robb. Listen. If a thing falls you do not see coming and you cannot help our father and you can save my sisters, you will do that and you will not ask. I do not need you to die at our father's side. I need you to bring my sisters home. Do you understand? I understand. Promise? I promise. Swear on the old gods. Robb. Snow. On the old gods. I will bring our sisters home. Robb's face did not do the still thing again. Robb's face did something that was almost a smile and almost not, the smile Robb wore when he had been hit hard and was getting up. He clapped Jon on the shoulder. He said, "All right then." He walked off down the curtain wall. He did not look back. Jon watched him go. Robb walked very straight. Robb walked like a man. That afternoon Catelyn called for him. She did not call him to the Solar this time. She came to find him in the Godswood. Jon had gone there to be alone and was not surprised to be found. He had thought she would come. She did not sit on the long, flat stone. She stood. She had a sleeping Rickon against her shoulder, asleep with his hand fisted in her braid. The braid was a little undone. She looked tired. She looked the kind of tired that did not show in lines but in the way a woman held her own weight differently than she had a year before. "Jon, my lady, you are going south with my husband." "Yes, my lady. You asked it of him. He did not require it." "Yes, my lady." "You knew that the asking would put him in a place he would not have chosen for you." "I knew that he would have chosen the wall, my lady. I knew also that the wall is not what is most needed this year. And you know what is most needed. I have a sense, my lady, a bastard sense, my lady. I do not mean it as a slight, Jon. It is the truth. A bastard sees a household with sharper eyes than a true-born child does. I have been in 3 households in my life. The bastards in each saw more than the true-born. The bastards had to. I do not begrudge you the seeing. I begrudge what you intend to do with it. You have asked my husband to take you into a court that has eaten better men, and you have asked it as the boy I cannot dismiss, because he is my husband's son. You have used what you are against me to get a thing from him. John was quiet a moment. He had not thought of it that way. He examined it. It was honest. It was not the whole, but it was honest, my lady. I am sorry. I have not meant to use anything against you. I have meant to be of use to him. You will be of use to him. You are clever. He will lean on the cleverness. He has not had much cleverness about him in his life, my husband, except in his own household. He will lean on the cleverness, and the leaning will tell men in the South where the lean is. You will become a thing men there will look at. You will draw eyes. You will draw the sort of eyes you have been trained in this castle to be unseen by. I do not think this is wise. I have come to tell you so. I will not stop you. My husband has agreed to it. I will not unmake an agreement my husband has made. I want you, however, to know what you are walking into. Thank you, my lady. And one thing more. Yes, my lady. You have been quiet under my coldness for 14 years. I am not unaware. I have been a worse woman to you than your face deserved. I do not say so for kindness. I say so because we are about to be parted by half a kingdom. I would not have a parting hang in the air between us with the unsaid in it. Your Lord Father will not be at the high table, and Rob will be the Lord, and Rob is mine, and I will not shape Rob's policy toward you. Rob will right you. Rob will love you across half the kingdom. I will not interfere. I will manage the household. I will not, as long as you are in the South, do anything to hurt you. That is what I came to say, my lady. Do not thank me, John. I do not deserve thanks. I am the woman who was cold to a boy for 14 years. The years are owed back to you. I cannot pay them back. I can only stop adding to them. I am stopping. That is all. She turned. She walked out of the godswood with Rickon's small, sleeping fist in her braid. Her back as she went was the back of a woman who had finished a thing she had needed to finish, and the finishing had cost her something. John watched her go. He did not say what he wanted to say, which was "Thank you, my lady," in a voice he would have meant. He did not say it because she had asked him not to. He had decided some years ago that he would honor what Catelyn Stark asked of him when she asked, because she asked rarely. He honored it now. He went up to Bran. Bran was in the white sheet of his bed with the Maester's quiet hands moving over him still. The Maester was not in the room. The maid was. The maid was Sarah, who was 13 and was almost his age, and the maid stood up and curtsied to John and went out so he could be alone with his brother. John sat by the bed. Bran was small in the white sheet. Bran had broken in 3 places. Bran's leg was set. Bran's breath was small. There was a bruise under his eye like the dark inside of a plum. Bran. The boy did not move. I'm going south, Bran. I will write to you. You will hear my letters when you wake. You will wake, Bran. The man with one eye has not let me see you not waking. I would have seen if you were not waking. He would not have spared me. I think you are going to wake. I think you are going to wake into a different boy than the one who climbed the tower. I think the man with one eye will come for you next. He has shown me. He came to me first because I needed it first. He is waiting for you. When he comes, do not fight him. He is patient. He is sometimes funny. He smells like wet earth. Do not be afraid of him. He kept me alive for 7 years. He will keep you alive too. Bran did not stir. His breath was small. John put his hand on his brother's hand. The hand was warm. Children's hands were warm. The body did not yet know to retreat from its edges. He sat with the hand a long time. I love you, Bran. I am sorry I am not here when you wake. I will come back. I promised Rob I would bring our sisters home. I will bring myself home with them. He sat. After a while he rose. He kissed his brother's forehead, which was warm. He went out. He did not let himself cry until he was on the stairs, where no one could see, and even there he did it quietly, with his hand to his mouth, the way he had done as a boy of 7 on the night of the first dream. The household left 2 days later. Catelyn stood in the yard with Robb at her shoulder, and her hair pinned up in the strict way she pinned it when she did not wish to give the watching men her face. She did not embrace Sansa for long. She embraced Arya as long as Arya would permit, which was not long. She embraced Lord Eddard with the formal small embrace they had used in front of others for 15 years. Robb embraced no one in the yard, but he stood close enough that Sansa could touch his sleeve, and Arya could lean her head against his arm a moment, and that was Robb's embrace. Robb came to Jon last. He did not say anything in the yard. He gripped Jon's forearm in the way men of the Watch were said to grip a brother's arm when one of them was riding into peril, although neither of them had ever been a man of the Watch and would not be. The grip was firm. The grip was longer than was customary in front of a courtyard. Catelyn watched the grip. She did not break it. She let it go on. When Robb let go, Jon swung up onto his horse. He did not look back at Robb. He did not need to. He had Robb in his head and would have Robb in his head all the way down the King's Road. Lord Eddard mounted. The procession was small. Lord Eddard and his hand's small guard, and Sansa with her septa, and Arya with her sword stick, and Jon at the tail, with Ghost trotting beside his horse. The sky was the gray of late winter, and the road south had the early thawed look of a road that had drunk a fortnight of rain. They rode out at a walk. The yard fell away behind. Winterfell receded. The keep stood up at the back of the road, smaller and smaller, and the towers stood up in their long way, and the rooks above the rook's tower wheeled the great black wheel they had wheeled for 10,000 years, and Jon Snow rode south. The road south wound on for many days, and Jon learned the shape of his sisters as he had not learned it at home. Sansa, at 12, had been an idea at Winterfell more than a person to him. She had been a girl in the gallery learning the Tully way of holding a needle. She had been a girl at the high table laughing at her father's jokes a beat after they were funny. She had not, in the years before the road, been a girl Jon had made room in his head for. He had thought there had not been room. He had been mistaken. The road taught him so. Sansa on the road was a different girl than Sansa at Winterfell. She was a girl 12 years old with no household to hide in, and the world she had been told of by her septa did not match the world she found at every inn and every river crossing, and she was learning the discrepancy in real time. She was small in the saddle. She was polite to grooms in a way that had been ladylike at home and was odd on the road. She held her septa's hand in the evenings when she had not held it in moons. Arya was the opposite. Arya, on the road, became Arya in a way she had not been at home. Arya had been clamped down by the household. The household had wanted her in skirts and at her mother's elbow, and Arya had been in trouble for not being there, and the trouble had made her fierce in a small chained way. Out of doors, on a horse, she was unfastened. She rode poorly the first day and well by the third. She made friends with a kitchen boy named Gendry who had been pulled south with a wagon by a chance assignment, although she did not yet know to give that boy a particular weight in her head. She caught a frog and kept it in a pouch a half-day before letting it go. She asked Jon questions about the forms of swordsmanship that no 12-year-old of her station should have asked. He answered them. He answered her plainly. He had been through the same forms at her age, and he was not a man who refused a girl a thing because she was a girl. Lord Eddard, riding past on the third morning, heard the answers and did not stop the answering. Jon, father, she's 9, she is, father. You'll teach her in the south. If you will permit it, father. I'll permit it. There's a Bravosi in the city Catelyn's brother spoke of last year. The man teaches dancers. We'll find him. Arya will not last in the south on Septa Mordane's lessons alone. No, father, he rode on. Arya, who had heard, did her best not to grin. She failed. She grinned at the back of her father's head with a fierceness the road had given her. Sansa watched the grinning, and her face did the small, set thing it did when she was trying very hard to be a lady, and her sister was making it more difficult than it had to be. She did not say anything. Sansa had grown a little quieter on the road. She had begun, perhaps, to understand that the South was not the songs. At night, when the camps were down and the fires low, Jon sat between his sisters and Ghost lay in front of them with his head on his paws. The wolf had grown faster than the other pups by half a hand, and was by now nearly the height of Jon's knee, with his eyes a strange blood red in the firelight. The men of the guard had grown careful around him. They had not seen a dire wolf save in the Stark crest, and the difference between a crest and a creature was the difference between the sound of a wolf and a wolf at one's elbow. "Will he eat us, do you think?" Sansa said, the first night they camped beside a river. "Not unless I ask him to." "You wouldn't ask him to. No. Promise." "I promise, Sansa." She slept beside him that night with her septa across the tent and Arya curled against Ghost as if he were a hot rug. The septa had not approved of the wolf, but the septa had given up on Arya's choice of bedfellows several years before. Jon lay awake a while, watching Sansa's hair on his shoulder. She had cried herself to sleep quietly. He would not let on. She would have hated for him to let on. He laid his own cloak over her shoulder and let her be. They came to the Crossroads Inn on the 7th night, and Lord Eddard's mood, which had been steadily darkening on the road, darkened further when a raven from the Hand's Tower at the Eyrie reached him there. The raven brought a small silver pin and a note on a piece of folded parchment. Jon did not see the note. He saw his father's face after his father had read the note. Lord Eddard came out of the inn and stood in the yard a long while looking at nothing. "Father." "Jon," from Aunt Lysa. "From your aunt by my marriage." "Yes." "Saying what?" "Saying nothing useful. Saying what I already half believed and what your dreams have made entire. Jon Arryn was poisoned. Your aunt knows. She names a Lannister hand for it. She would have me come up to the Eyrie. I am going to King's Landing. I have written to her and asked that she keep the knowledge she has and add it to a thing I will be assembling there. She will not be patient with me. Patience is not in her gift. Will she keep the knowledge? For a while. She is still grieving. She will keep it for a moon at most. I am aiming to be in the city by then, and to have the king's ear, and to have a hand's hands ready to take what she sends. Father." "Yes, the dwarf. Targaryen. He came out of his way to talk to me at Winterfell. He has read the books. I believe he hates his sister enough to be useful, though not enough to take a side. He could be a piece on our board if we use him with care." "You will use him with care then, quietly, not in his sister's view, not yet." "Yes, father. You are a thoughtful boy, Jon." "I have been a thoughtful boy a long time." "Yes." Lord Eddard put his hand on Jon's shoulder. The hand was warm. The hand was, in those days, very often warm. Lord Eddard was kinder to his son on the road south than he had been at any time at Winterfell. The silence between them had thinned. They could speak more freely of the small armory, and the man with one eye and the queen and Jon's sisters when there was no Catelyn at the next table to overhear and read the rhythm of a household. "Father." "Yes, tomorrow." "Yes, I have a thing in my head. I would have you hear it before the city. Tell me now." "I think we should send Sansa back." Lord Eddard was quiet a moment. "She is to be promised to the prince. She is, father. We need not break the promise, but we can delay her arrival. We can leave her at the crossroads, or at Riverrun with her grandfather, or at the twins even by some stretch. She is 12. The prince is 12. There is no marrying for 2 years yet. She does not need to be in the city while we are doing what we will be doing in the city. The city is not safe for her. The queen will use her if she can. I have seen the queen use her." "You have seen this?" "Yes, father." How firmly enough he thought about it. He turned the silver pin in his hand. He looked at the inn-yard, at the lamps, at the men, at the south-going merchants who stopped here for ale and a half-hour's bench. I will think on it. I will not promise. The breaking of a betrothal is not a small thing. The delaying may itself be read as a breaking. We are making policy as we ride, Jon, and there is a limit to how much policy a road can bear. I will think on it, Sansa. I will tell her nothing of it, father. Good, tell Arya nothing either. I will. He went up to bed. Sansa was already asleep. Arya was awake with a candle and a stick of charcoal, drawing something. Jon did not ask what. Arya covered her drawings with her elbow and looked up at him. Snow, Stark. Are we going to the city tomorrow? Not tomorrow, in a fortnight. What's a fortnight? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. It is far, Stark. The road is boring. The road is what we have. Sleep. Snow. Yes. Will you teach me a sword in the city? Yes. Promise. I promise. She held out her smallest finger. He locked his with hers. She did not let go for a moment more than was strictly necessary. Then she rolled over against Ghost and was asleep in 2 breaths. He sat on the foot of his sister's small cot and watched her sleep and watched Sansa across the tent sleep, and he thought, I have promised everyone tonight. My father, my brother, my sisters. The only person left to promise is myself. I will bring them all home. I will. In his sleep that first night on the road, the man with one eye was waiting. You went, said the one-eyed man. I went, Jon said. The wall is closed to you for some years. You may come to it later. Not now. I know. Look. I will show you the road south. He showed him the road. He showed him King's Landing. He showed him a courtyard of red stone. He showed him a fat eunuch with the smell of perfume on him. He showed him a thin man with a small pointed beard and a smile a man should not wear in the presence of children. He showed him a wide man with hands like joints of beef. He showed him a small man with a book and a sleeping habit. He showed him, a long way off in the desert, a girl with eyes the color of a violet sea and 3 small wet things hatching in a fire. You will need to know all of these, said the one-eyed man. You will not meet all of them at once. You will meet them in turn. You will be careful with each. You will be careful with the eunuch, because he has more than one master. You will be careful with the small man, because he is the kind of friend who is dangerous before he becomes an enemy. You will be careful with the wide man, because he has a soft heart and a hard mouth. You will be careful with the girl across the sea, because she is your aunt and she does not yet know it, and she does not know what she is, and she is becoming a thing you will need. She is my aunt, Jon said. She is your father's sister. She is younger than you. She is the only one of them left save you. Do not love her yet. You have not met her. You will. Do not hate her yet either. Why would I hate her? She will burn things you will love before she is done, said the one-eyed man, and the burning is part of what she is. I will show you when you are older. Sleep. You ride at dawn. He woke with the dawn. The road was wet. The horses were nervous. Sansa was crying in her tent because she had had a cold night in a tent and her hair was wrong. Arya was eating bread with both hands the way she had eaten bread as a small girl. Lord Eddard was making the small, dignified work of breaking camp. Jon mounted. He looked back once, north. The wall was a long way off. Winterfell was further off. Robb was further off than that. Bran was in his white sheet 1,000 miles north. Catelyn stood in a yard he could no longer see. He looked south. The road went on in front of him. He rode. King's Landing came up on the horizon as a yellow stain. That was Jon's first impression, and it stayed his impression, although the city had its grandeurs. It sat in the heat of late spring like an old roast that had been left too long over a fire. Brown roofs, brown mud, brown river running through it, and a yellow haze of cook-fire smoke and tannery smoke, and the smoke of 100,000 small lives that had not been planned by anyone for anyone. The red keep rose above all of it on a hill in the color the keep was named for, and its towers were sharp where Winterfell's were thick. And Jon, looking at it from the road, thought, "It is a clever thing, that keep." And a clever thing is not always a kind thing. The procession was admitted at the king's gate. The streets were crammed with watchers, although the watchers were, on the whole, watching the king. They had grown bored of the king coming and going. They had not grown bored of staring at his retinue. Sansa, beside Jon, watched the streets with the fascination of a girl who had been promised a city of her own and was being shown, at last, a city of her own. Arya watched the streets with a fierce hunger that Jon recognized as the hunger she always had for a place that had not yet asked her to be a lady. Lord Eddard rode straight in the saddle. Lord Eddard's face was the face of a man who had been here too many times and had not gotten over the most recent. The court that met them at the Red Keep was the small council and the queen and a half-dozen others, lined up in the courtyard the way Winterfell had lined up in its yard a moon and more before. Robert was not there. Robert was hunting, or sleeping after hunting, or drinking after sleeping. Robert had given the welcoming to others. The others were the men Jon had been shown. The eunuch was first. Lord Varys was tall and soft and bald. His robes were of a green silk that smelled, when he came close to bow, of lilac and vinegar. Jon had not known a man could smell at once of lilac and vinegar. Lord Varys did. The smell was a costume, and the costume was good. Lord Varys had a smile that was not a smile. He had hands that moved as if they had spent their life arranging cushions for other people's heads. "My lord hand." Lord Varys said, bowing. "And the children? How tall the boys grow these days, how fair the girls, my lord. And this fine young man behind, my son Jon. Ah, Lord Stark's son, we have heard of him in the city." Varys' eyes had been on Lord Eddard's face. They went to Jon's face and rested there a beat and went back to Lord Eddard's. "Welcome, Jon Snow, my lord," Jon said. The thin man with the small pointed beard was next, Petyr Baelish, master of coin. He was small and neat and had hands that were the hands of a man who had paid for them to look neat. He did not bow. He inclined his head. He had been Catelyn Stark's intended once, at 12, before his being thrown out of Riverrun. He looked Lord Eddard up and down with the half-attention of a man who had been told to attend, and was not bothering to make the attention seem more than half. "Lord Stark, Lord Baelish, welcome to court. My thanks." Baelish's eye flicked over Jon. Jon held his face. The eye flicked away. There was no interest in the eye, or there was the kind of interest a man held when he had identified a piece on a board he did not yet need to move. Jon set the man into the wooden box in his head between Tyrion and the Queen. The wide man was Renly. Renly was very different from his older brother. Renly was tall and slender and dark-haired and laughed easily, and was good with horses. He clasped Lord Eddard's arm with affection, and looked at Sansa with the kindness of a knight at a tournament, and looked at Arya with the amused look of a brother who has known small wild girls. He looked last at Jon, and his look stayed a beat longer than it had stayed on the others, and his look was not unkind. "I have heard much of you, Snow." "I am sorry, my lord," Renly laughed. "Do not be. I have heard nothing ill. Walk with me later in the practice yard. I should like to see what northern boys do with a sword." "It would be my honor, my lord." The Grand Maester was last. Pycelle was very old and bent. He moved with the slow patience of an old man who had nothing to do but seem older than he was. He blessed Lord Eddard at length. He blessed the children at length. He blessed Jon Snow with a small dipping of the head, and then with a longer dipping when his eye, in passing, caught on Jon's face. The dipping was longer than the dipping had been for Robb, when Robb had stood in this yard at 6, the year Jon had not been brought south. Pycelle had been Aerys's man for many years. Pycelle had been Tywin Lannister's man longer. Pycelle, Jon thought, had a memory the others did not. The memory was old. The memory had pictures in it of Targaryen faces. The memory had just placed the picture against Jon's face. Jon kept his head bent. Pycelle moved on slow. "My lord Hand," he murmured to Eddard. "If your son will visit the Maester's library, he will find much there that may interest a curious boy. We have many old volumes." "My thanks, Grand Maester." Pycelle moved on. That was the welcome. That was the line of pieces on the board. Jon walked across the courtyard at his father's heel afterward and into the keep, and up to the rooms that had been set aside for the Hand and his household. And he did not show on his face what he was reading off the line, but he was reading it. Varys had filed him at once. Pycelle had recognized him at once. Baelish had not yet bothered. Renly had liked him. Cersei had not been there, which was itself a piece of information. She was avoiding the welcoming. She was avoiding it because she did not yet know what to do with the bastard who had answered her too well. Tyrion came that afternoon. He came into the Hand Solar with a wineskin and a book and a small fixed grin. He did not bow because he did not bow to lords beneath the king. He nodded. "Lord Stark, Lord Tyrion. I've come to drink with your son. You may have him for the rest of the day." "I shall have him for an hour." Lord Eddard looked at Jon. Jon nodded. Lord Eddard looked at Tyrion. "Be careful with him." "Lord Stark, I am always careful. It is a matter on which I will not be lectured. I will return him sober. See that you do." Tyrion took Jon down to the practice yard and around it and out a back gate into a small overgrown court Jon had not yet seen. There was a stone bench. There was an old fig tree. There was no one else. Tyrion sat himself on the bench and patted the stone beside him. "Sit." Jon sat. "Drink." "I am young, my lord." "You are young, but you are also of the company of a man who has just put on the chain of office. Custom permits a wine on his name day. Today is not your name day. I do not care. Drink. It will wet your tongue to a useful texture." Jon took a swallow. It was a watered red. It was cleaner than what they had drunk at the inns. "My lord." "Listen." "I am listening." "My sister is going to try to charm you in the next fortnight, my lord." "Listen, Snow, she will be civil. She will arrange to be in your way at a moment that seems unintentional. She will offer you a kindness. The kindness will be small and very welcome. She will ask you for nothing in return. She will return 3 days later and ask for a small thing. The small thing will not be small. The small thing will be a piece of information about your father's habits, or about the books your father has been reading, or about where your father has been at the noon hour. You will give her one truthful answer and one false one and one that is mostly truth and slightly false, and she will combine them and they will tell her things you did not mean to tell her. That is her trade. Do not let her practice it on you." "My lord, why are you telling me this?" Tyrion looked at him. Tyrion's mismatched eyes were a pleasant thing to be looked at by when he was not making a point. He was making a point now. "Because, Snow, I have a good ear for a boy with secrets. You have secrets. I do not know what they are. I do not need to know. I know you are a boy who has been carrying a thing the way a man carries a sack of stones up a hill. You can rest a sack from time to time without setting it down. I have come in a small way to offer to lean against the sack while you breathe." "That is very kind of you, my lord." "Do not thank me, Snow. I am a Lannister. We do not do kindness without an interest. My interest is this. I do not want my sister to win at her game in the city this year. She has been winning for too long. The winning has changed her. I would like to see her lose. You may be of use in that. The using will not be felt by you. I will not call on you for anything direct. I will do my own work in my own way. I am only asking that when she comes to you, you not be charmed. That is all." "I will not be charmed, my lord." "You sound very sure for a boy of 14. "I have had practice not being charmed by ladies who would charm me, my lord." "Have you?" My lord father's lady wife has not warmed to me in 14 years, my lord. I have had occasion to be polite to her at length. The lessons of that politeness will serve me with the queen, I think." Tyrion laughed. He laughed the laugh of a man who had not expected the joke. "Snow, you will do, my lord. Drink the rest of that, I will leave you here." He drank it. Tyrion got up and waddled off whistling. Jon sat in the small, overgrown court a while. The fig tree had figs. He did not pick any. He sat with his hands on his knees and let the city's noise come over the wall in its faint way, and he set the conversation in the wooden box in his head between the dwarf and the queen. Cersei found him 3 days later in a corridor. Tyrion had been right, down to the day. She came around the corner with a single lady, where any other queen would have had 4, and her face did the small, surprised gladness of a woman who had nearly walked into a man she had not expected. "Jon Snow, your Highness, you walk these halls already as if you grew up in them." "I have a good memory for halls, your Highness." "Have you? A good memory is a gift. Most boys have it for a year and lose it by 20. Have you been to the Godswood?" "Yes, your Highness." "It is a sad place, our Godswood. There is no heart tree, only cherries and oaks and one chestnut." "You must miss your northern wood." "I do, your Highness. Walk with me a moment." She did not phrase it as a question. He fell in beside her, half a step back. They walked. Her lady walked behind. The corridor came to a window. The window looked out over a small terraced garden the queen had set up in the early years of her marriage. "My son, Tommen, would like very much to meet your sister Sansa. He has heard of her from his brother. Joffrey has not been kind in his speaking of Sansa, I am sorry to say. Tommen has been kinder. Tommen is the kindest of my children. He will be a very gentle boy to her." "That is gracious, your Highness. I would like to extend to you the same gentleness. You have come south as a son in the Hand's household." "I would not have a son in the Hand's household feel unwelcome at court. Your father has been brusque with me. He need not have been. The brusqueness was old. We have not been friends. We need not be enemies. There is a third way, and I would like to find it. Will you walk in the gardens with me one afternoon and tell me about your home? It would be my honor, your Highness." "Good. Wednesday, after the bell." She moved off with her lady. Jon stood at the window a long moment. Tyrion had been precise. She had been civil, she had arranged to be in his way, she had offered a kindness. The kindness was small and very welcome. The next step was the small thing that was not small in 3 days. He had Wednesday. He had the form of the trap. He could prepare. He told his father that night. "She will use the walk to ask you about my mother again," Lord Eddard said. "She will not use Sansa. The Sansa offer was the kindness. Sansa's marriage is to Joffrey by the king's wish. The queen would not move that peace. The use of Sansa is to make you think the queen is offering a pleasantness. The walk is to ask you about your mother. What do I say? You say what you have said. You do not know. You have not asked. You do not wish to grieve me. You are a polite boy. She will not believe it. She will not need to. She will need only to weigh it against what else she finds. Father. Yes. What if I gave her a different name? What name? I do not know. A name. A woman of the Riverlands, a serving girl who died, anything, something that gives her a thread that goes nowhere. She is a hound at a scent. We could give her a different scent. She would chase it. Lord Eddard was quiet a long moment. He looked at Jon. He looked at the window over Jon's shoulder where the city was a yellow blur. "Hm. Tell me a name, Jon. Willa. There was a wet nurse called Willa, was there not, at Starfall? The Danes had a Willa. She would be old enough to have been my mother. She would be young enough to have been a serving girl in those years. I have heard her name twice, as a piece of a rumor. The rumor came from Riverrun. We can put the name in her head. The name will lead her to the Danes. The Danes will not give her anything. She will spend 3 moons sending men to Starfall and learning that there is no answer to be had there. She will lose those 3 moons. We will use them." Lord Eddard looked at his son. There was a thing in the look that was not pride and was not surprise, but a strange small grief at how much of a man was already in his 14-year-old son's mouth. "You have put thought to this." "I have." "Willa, then, you will say it as a thing you are not quite supposed to say. You will say it because she has been kind to you and you wish to give her a kindness back. You will not say it readily. You will let her draw it out of you. She likes to draw a thing out. You will let her think she has won. Do you understand?" "Yes, father." "Good." He gave it to her on the Wednesday. He gave it to her in the gardens, sitting on a stone bench under a small lemon tree, with the lady at 12 paces and a nightingale somewhere above singing the wrong song for the wrong hour. She had asked, after a long, pleasant talk about Winterfell, the question. He had said he did not know. She had said she would not press him. She had pressed him very lightly. He had hesitated the right way. He had said he did not wish to be unkind to his father. She had said she would not be the agent of any unkindness. He had at last said, "I have heard a name, your highness. It is only a name. It is from the lips of a man my mother would not have been kind to. I do not know it is true." "Tell me the name, Jon Snow." "Willa, Willa." "Yes, your highness." "Where did you hear it?" "A man at Riverrun when my lady mother's brother sent me a message. The man said it without thinking. I do not believe it was meant to reach me. Willa, I will not tell anyone. I thank you, Jon, your highness. You are a good son to your father." "I try, your highness." She walked him back to the keep. They parted with a courtesy. He went up to his rooms and sat on the bed and breathed slowly, and Ghost laid his head on Jon's knee, and Jon scratched the wolf behind the ear, and his hand did not shake, although it had wanted to. 3 days later, word came from the Queen's hand at Riverrun that the Queen's man was riding for Starfall. 3 weeks after that, the Queen received a courteous reply from Lord Dane saying that the Willa in question was indeed a wet nurse, was indeed of an age, but had not, to her own knowledge, given Lord Eddard Stark a child, and the Danes would be displeased to have such a question repeated. The thread led nowhere. The Queen had spent 3 weeks looking down the wrong corridor. The corridor was paid for. Jon had bought their household a moon. In the meantime, Lord Eddard was building a small cabinet of allies the way a carpenter built a chair. Renly was first. Renly liked Lord Eddard and liked Jon, and Renly was a man with a sword and a household. Targaryen was second, in a quiet way. Jon met him twice a fortnight in the small, overgrown court, and they exchanged cousins of information without exchanging anything that could be called information by an outside ear. Stannis Baratheon was a third, by Raven, sent from his fortress at Dragonstone after Lord Eddard had begun to put together the matter of the Queen's children and the dead hand. The Raven came back. The reply from Stannis was short, and was the kind of short that meant a thing. The library in the Red Keep was the third place Jon went the first week. The first had been the practice yard, where Renly had clapped him on the shoulder and put him through 3 rounds with a knight of the Stormlands named Kai. Kai had been very good. Jon had been better than Kai had expected. Renly had laughed and called for cool water and said, loud enough that the yard heard, "The Northerner has a wrist, gentlemen. You would do well not to bet against the lad." And Jon had bowed and gone red at the ears in a way he could not help, and Kai had taken it well and offered to spar again the next morning. Renly was a man who knew how to make a stranger welcome. He was also a man who used the welcoming. Jon understood both. He did not mind being used in this way. It was the cheaper kind of using. The second place had been a small chapel on the lower keep where Sansa was being taught by Septa Mordane to pray to the mother for the prince's good temper. Jon had sat on a back bench through one such hour and had not prayed. He had watched his sister. Sansa knelt very straight. Sansa was getting better in the city at kneeling straight. The city required more kneeling than Winterfell had. She was younger than her years in some ways and older in others, and the city was making the gap between the two grow, and John could not help her with it because no one could. He sat and watched. When the hour was done, she had come to him in the aisle, smelling of tallow and the rosewater septa mordain used on her hair, and had said to him, "John, will you walk me back? I do not like to walk alone in this keep." He had walked her back. He had not asked her why. He had a feeling he knew. The keep had eyes that looked at 12-year-old girls in ways that had not been the case in Winterfell, and Sansa had begun to feel the looking even if she did not yet have the words. The third place had been the library. It was old. It was older than the keep. It had been the library of the Targaryens for 150 years, and the librarians had been Targaryen men, and the maesters had merely tended what was there. The shelves went up 2 stories. There were ladders. There was an old smell of leather and paste and dust that was the smell of every library John had ever been in. He stood in the door of it on the first morning of his second week in the city and breathed it. Pycelle was waiting for him. He had known, before he came, that Pycelle would be waiting. He had been told the Maester's library was a place a curious northern boy might wish to visit. He had not visited. He had let it lie a week. He had wanted Pycelle to be the one who eventually said, "Where is the boy?" He wanted the visit to feel like a thing he was finally doing, rather than a thing he was being baited into. "Young Snow. Grand Maester, I had wondered when you would come. My Maester at home, Maester Lewin, told me of this library. He said I should not visit it before I had been a fortnight in the city. He said the city needed to settle in me first. Maester Lewin is a wise man. He is, Grand Maester. Come, I will show you the shelves of histories." Pycelle led him across the floor, slow as he was always slow. John walked at the slow pace and kept his hands clasped behind him in the polite shape of a guest. Pycelle's voice was a little quavery, in the way old men's voices became, and John had a sense that the quaver was as much in the costume as the long white beard. Pycelle was old, but the old was not the whole of him. Pycelle was a man who had survived the fall of a dynasty by making his survival look unimpressive. The unimpressive face was Pycelle's craft. Here, the histories of the conquest. The field of fire is well treated by Munkun. The dance of dragons, I am sorry to say, is poorly treated by Mushroom but well by Eustace. I would recommend you read them in that order. One does not understand the second without the first. And here, the Targaryen genealogies. They go back 400 years. They are not for the faint, young Snow. There are many cousin marriages and many uncle and niece marriages, and the page becomes confusing. I read them once in my youth and have not since. There. And here the stark genealogies. Rather thinner, I am afraid. Northern records were poor before the Andal scribes came. Your house keeps its history in stones in the crypts more than in books. Yes, Grand Maester. What in particular has drawn you here, Snow? He had been waiting for the question. He had a careful answer for the question. My father has set me a task while we are in the city, Grand Maester. He has asked me to read the histories of the small council. He says a son of a hand should know how the council has worked since the conquest. He does not want a fool at his elbow at supper. Ah, a worthy charge. The histories of the small council are along this wall. Begin with Maester Yandel. He is comprehensive. He is also a tedious man. Carry him with patience. I will, Grand Maester. Pycelle moved off slow. John watched him go. He waited until the old man was at the further end of the room, and then he picked up Yandel and sat on the bench with it. And he opened the book and read 3 pages. And he thought. He watched me look at the Targaryen shelf. He watched me not look at the Targaryen shelf. He was waiting to see which I did. I did not look. I will not look while he is in this room. I will look later. I will look at night when there is only a boy with a lamp and no one to read him reading. He read Yandel until his eyes hurt. He took the book with him. He came back at night with a candle. He read what he had wanted to read. He put the books back exactly where they had been. He left no thread that would not be there in the morning, and he went back to bed before the bells of the lower city rang the third hour, and Ghost laid his head on Jon's foot, and he slept. Pycelle did not ask, the next morning, what the boy had read. Pycelle had a sense for what the boy had read. Pycelle, Jon thought, did not need to ask. Pycelle had decided that the boy was worth watching. Pycelle would watch. The board, by the end of the second week, had its pieces arranged. Jon knew where each was. He had a sense for which moved when. He told his father in the quiet of the solar at night, while Ghost lay across the threshold and Jory Castle kept the corridor. Varys knows. He has always known. He may not have known precisely, he may have suspected. He knows now. He has not yet decided what to do with the knowing. He is a man who hoards knowing. He does not always spend it. And Pycelle suspects. Pycelle's suspicions are old. Pycelle was Aerys's man. He has the picture in his head of what a Targaryen face looks like at 14. He is letting me sit in his library so he can confirm the picture. And the Queen. The Queen has been distracted by Willa. She is no longer looking at me. She is looking at Starfall. Her looking will return to me when Starfall returns nothing. We have a moon, and Baelish. Baelish has not yet bothered. He may bother soon. We should not hurry him. And Tyrion. Tyrion is on our side in his way. Renly on our side, but for his own reasons which he has not yet shared. Stannis is at Dragonstone gathering. The raven you sent has reached him. He has not yet replied. He will. He will come down the coast in his time. He is a man who comes down a coast in his time. Lord Eddard was quiet a long moment. You have built a board. I have, father. It is a board I would not have known how to build. You taught me how to build it, father. I did not. You did. You taught me to be quiet. You taught me to carry. You taught me to wait. The man with one eye has shown me the pieces. You taught me how to look at them. They are the same lesson. His father set his hand on the back of Jon's neck. The hand was warm. The hand stayed. We will save the king if we can, Lord Eddard said. If we can, father. And if we cannot, we will save what we can. If we cannot, we will save what we can. Bed, Jon. Yes, father. Sansa was given a place at Tommen's table for an afternoon a week by the Queen's invitation. Sansa flowered under the kindness. Lord Eddard had her watched. Arya was given a Braavosi master with a needle of a sword. Arya took to him the way a cat takes to a fish. Jon visited the lessons twice and saw Arya learn in the space of 3 afternoons, a balance she had not had at home, and he came back to his father and said only, "She is quick." And his father, who had been looking at the wall a long while, looked at him and said, "Of course she is. She is your aunt." Jon, who had not been asked to look upon Lyanna in this way before, said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "Yes, father." The dream that night was bad. It was the worst dream he had had in 3 years. He saw the Red Keep, lit with too many candles. He saw a hall with a long table set for a feast. He saw a piping music. He saw a door that had been bolted by a hand he did not see. He saw arrows. He saw a knife. He saw a tablecloth catching. He saw blood. He saw a young man with a wolf's head on his shoulders in his own brother's mail. He saw his lady mother, Catelyn, with her face open as a wound. He saw Robb on his back on the floor with a place where his face had been. "Wake," said the one-eyed man gently. "Wake." He woke in the dark of his rooms in the Red Keep, and he was crying. He had not cried in dreams in 3 years. He had been the man since he was 11 who did not cry. He cried now. He cried with his face pressed to Ghost's shoulder, and Ghost did not move except to lift his head a fraction so that Jon's tears could find a clear path to the white fur. He cried for a long time. When he was done, he sat up and washed his face in the basin, and his face in the steel mirror was not a face he wanted to look at. and so he did not look at it. He went to his father at dawn. He had not been into his father's chambers at dawn before. The guard at the door did not stop him. The guard saw his face and did not stop him. Father, Lord Eddard, who slept lightly in this city, was up. Jon, there is a thing I will tell you. There is a thing I have not told you. The man with one eye showed me last night. I have been carrying it. I cannot carry it tonight. I am sorry. Sit, tell me, he told him. He told him the wedding. He told him the door. He told him the music. He told him Robb dead. He told him Catelyn dead. He told him he had been 7 when he had first seen it and 10 when he had seen it again. And now at 14 had seen it for a third time, and the third time had had blood on his sister Sansa's slipper, who he had not seen at the wedding before. His father listened. His father did not move while he listened. When he was done, his father said, "When does this happen?" "I do not know. Years. Years, I think, after we leave this city. After Robb is the Lord of Winterfell and a man, not a boy. I do not know how it begins. I know how it ends. I know who eats the wolf, father. The Freys eat the wolf. They do not eat him alone. The Lannisters set the table. The Boltons hold the door. I do not know yet whose hand bolts the door. I will find out. We have years. I have been sitting on this thing because there are years. There are not many years. There are years. Lord Eddard sat. He did not say anything for a long time. Then he said, "We will not go to a wedding at the twins, Jon. We will not go to a wedding the Boltons sit on either side of. Father, the trouble is not the not going. The trouble is that the conditions which will make a Stark king ride to a Frey wedding will themselves arise from what we are doing now. The wedding does not happen if the war does not happen. The war does not happen if the king lives. The king does not live if we do nothing. So we are working on the king. Yes, we are working on the king. We will save the king if we can. If we cannot, we will save Robb. I am writing this down in my head now and have been writing it for years. I will not let your son's wolf get eaten at a Frey table." Lord Eddard looked at him a long while. "You frighten me, Jon. I am sorry, father. Do not be. You should frighten me. It would be wrong of me not to be frightened. You are 11 kinds of weapon already at 14 years of age. The one with the eye has done his work well. He has. Go and sleep." "Father, yes. I will not sleep tonight." "Then come and read with me. I have not read with anyone in this city. I would have a son to read with at dawn." He sat in his father's chair, and they read together until the sun came up over the Red Keep, and the city woke, and the morning bells rang their unfamiliar southern bells, and Lord Eddard's hand stayed for a while on the back of Jon's neck, the way it had stayed on the back of Jon's neck since Jon was 7, and the hand was warm. Robert went hunting on the 3rd day of the 2nd moon of their stay, and Jon, who had seen the hunt in dreams half a dozen times, tried to stop it. He could not stop it directly. The king did not consult bastards on his pleasures. Jon could not in any case walk up to the king and say, "Do not go, you will not return." He would have been laughed at. He would have been worse than laughed at. He could only work in the dark of indirection with his father as the lamp. "Father." "Yes. If the king goes hunting tomorrow, send your own men with him. My men are not in the king's hunt party. Then have them in the woods on either side. Have them watch over Lancel Lannister's stirrup cup. Have them watch the wine. There will be wine. The wine will not be wine." Lord Eddard looked at his son a long moment. Then he wrote a short note and gave it to Jory Castle and said, "Take 3 of our best. You will be 10 paces behind the king at all times tomorrow. Watch the cupbearer. Watch the cups. Tell me everything." Jory took the note. Jory went out. Lord Eddard turned to Jon. "Will it be enough?" "I do not know, father." The man with one eye said, "You will save what you can." He did not say, "I would save the king." I have come to think the king cannot be saved. He is not a man who wishes to be saved. "Hm. I am sorry, father. Do not be. We will do what we can do." The next day Jory went out with 3 of his men. The king and his hunters went out at dawn. Jon stayed in the keep with his sisters. The day was the long, unbearable day of waiting. He ate nothing. He drank water. Sansa came to him in the morning to ask if he would walk with her in the gardens, and he walked with her, because Sansa needed walking with, and she did not yet know what was happening, and he could not tell her, and the walk did him good. Arya did not come. Arya was at her dancing master with her wooden water dancer's blade. In the late afternoon a rider came in over the Sept Hill. He was a man of the Kingsguard. He was riding hard. His horse was lathered. Jon, watching from the gallery window, saw the rider and saw the way the rider sat in the saddle and knew. He went down to his father. "Father, I see him, Jon. It is what we feared." "Yes, stand by me." He stood by him. The Kingsguard came up the steps and into the great hall and spoke into Lord Eddard's ear, and Lord Eddard did not change his face, although his hand on the back of the chair he stood beside whitened on the wood, and Lord Eddard nodded, and the Kingsguard went to fetch others. "He has been gored." "Yes, father, he is dying." "Yes, the wine. Was it poisoned, father, or was it merely strong?" "Strong, Jory says, not poisoned. The man drank himself sideways in the saddle and the boar caught him. Then we did what we could not have done with men. The man stepped under the boar by his own foot." "Yes." Lord Eddard sat down. He had not sat in this hall in weeks except at high table. He sat now on a bench and put his hands on his knees and was quiet a moment. Then he stood. He went up to see the king. The king's chamber was thick with priests and maesters and the smell of a man dying of internal wounds. Robert was on the bed, with his face the color of old bread. He was conscious. He was barely conscious. He saw Lord Eddard, and a small ghost of a smile came to him and did not stay long. "Ned." "Your Grace." "I am dying, Ned." "You are not, Your Grace." "I am dying, Ned. Don't lie to me. I have not earned a man's last hour with a lie. Listen. I would have you write it down. Tell me." "I, Robert, of the house of Baratheon, the first of my name, the king of the Andals and the rest of it." "Write it as it ought to be written. Ned, you know the words, being of sound mind and broken body, do bequeath the regency of my realm and the wardenship of my heir to the Lord Eddard Stark. The hand of the king until my son Joffrey has come of age. Write that, Ned. Sign it." Lord Eddard wrote it on a scrap of parchment a maester gave him. He sat by the bed and wrote. The king watched. The king said, "My son is Ned, my son, he is. He will need a steady hand." "Steady." "Yes." "Steady." The king's eyes moved. They moved to where Jon was standing in the doorway. Jon had not been told to come in. He had not been told to leave. He had stood quiet at the door because he was a son of the hand, and the king's chamber held space for sons of hands when there was the hour of a thing. "Boy, Your Grace." "Come." Jon came. He knelt by the bed. "Stark face on you. I'll say it again, lad. I said it the first day. The Stark face is yours. I am glad to have seen it once more before I go. Your father has been a good friend. Be good to your father. He is the best of us. He is the best man I have ever known." "Yes, Your Grace." "Up, lad, out. Don't watch a king bleed out. It is not pretty. It is not what the songs say." Jon stood. He bowed. He went out. He did not weep. He had not earned the weeping. He had been a stranger to the king. He had also been the boy who had been the child of the king's enemy and had been given a kindness by the king, and the kindness had cost the king nothing, and the king had given it. It was a small thing. It was, at the end, the only thing Robert Baratheon had given Jon Snow, and Jon would carry it. He waited in the antechamber. His father came out an hour later with the parchment in his hand. "He has named me regent." "Yes, father, it will be challenged. It will be challenged tonight. Tonight. Cersei will move tonight. She has her own claim. Her son is the heir. She will read your regency as a wall between her son and the throne. She will move. Then we move first. I will send to Stannis. I will send to Renly. I will send to Tyrion. You will not send to Targaryen. Targaryen is in Winterfell now, on his way back from the wall. He will not arrive in time. Send to Stannis. How will I send? Send by raven and by rider, the raven for speed, the rider for confirmation. Have the rider go now. Now. Now, father, the hour is closing, and Cersei. You must not tell Cersei what you know, father. You must not tell her the children are not the king's. Do not tell her you know. Do not give her the warning. If you give her the warning, she will move faster, and we are not yet ready. Send the raven first. Then we will tell her. That is dishonor, Jon. It is not dishonor. It is timing. Honor and timing are not the same thing. We can be honorable when we are alive. Jon, father, I am going to do this thing my way. Jon closed his eyes a moment. He opened them. He was 14 years old. He had been working at this hour since he was 7. He had set the board. He had positioned the pieces. His father was about to move a knight off the board. He had known from the start that this would happen. He had been told by the man with one eye gently that this would happen. He was not surprised. He was, however, sorry. Yes, father, as you will. I will tell Cersei what I know. I will give her a chance. I will not have a queen of the 7 kingdoms killed without her hearing the case. I will tell her she may take her children and leave the city. I will give her a day. I will write to Stannis tonight all the same. I am not a fool, Jon. I am only honorable. Honor and being a fool are not the same either. They are not, father, I am sorry. Do not be, you are right. You will be right after I am gone, but I will not be Tywin Lannister, I will not. I would rather die slow than live as that man lived. There. The matter is settled in me. We will do it your way and my way both. The raven goes tonight. The conversation with the queen happens tomorrow. Yes, father, and Jon, father, you will not be in the keep tomorrow. Father, listen. I am the hand of the king, and I am the regent now, and I have called the small council in the morning, and Cersei will be at it, and the Kingsguard will be at the door. And if the day goes as you have feared, the Kingsguard will be hers. And the door will be bolted on the regent rather than the regent's enemies. I will not have my sons in the room when that door bolts. Robb is north. Bran is in his white sheet. You are mine. You will be out of the keep. You will be at Renly's townhouse. You will be there with the morning bell. Father, I will not leave you. You will leave me. You will leave me with my orders. You will not be a martyr at 14 because you are too proud to obey your father. You have been obeying me for 14 years. You will obey me one more day. If a thing falls, and it may not, Jon, the queen may take her children and run. She has done worse. She has reason, but if a thing falls, you will get your sisters. You will get them out. You will go north. You will tell Robb. That is the order. Father, promise me, Jon. The room turned very slightly in his eyes. He had heard the words promise me before. He had heard them in dreams 7 years long. He thought, in that turning of the room, this is the second time my father has said these words to a son of his blood. He has said them once before to my mother. He has not in his life said them otherwise. He is saying them now to me because he is a man who knows when he is dying and arranges his promises so they will be kept. I promise, father. Good. I do not promise to like the doing of it. You need not like it, you need only do it. Yes, father. His father pulled him into the smallest embrace Lord Eddard had ever given anyone. He held him a moment. He let him go. He sent him out. Jon went to the small, overgrown court behind the practice yard and sat on the stone bench under the fig tree, and he sat there a long time, and he did not cry, although he felt the wanting. He had decided, at some point in his life, that he would not cry over the inevitable. He had not cried since he was 11, except in dreams. He did not cry now. He sat. Eventually Tyrion found him. Snow, Tyrion, my nephew is going to be king tomorrow. He will. My sister thinks she has won. She has won. You think so? I think she has won today. I do not think she has won tomorrow. There is a difference, my boy. You are a sound piece of furniture. Listen, I am leaving the city tonight. My mother is dead, and I have a brother in irons in the Eyrie thanks to your father's wife and her sister. And I am going to go and pry him out of those irons before he is harmed by your father's wife's sister, who is mad, by the way, your good aunt. Mad as a sack of cats. I will not be of use to you here. I will be of use to you elsewhere. There is one thing I will say to you before I go. Listen. I am listening, my lord. Watch Peter Baelish, my lord. Watch him. He has not bothered with you yet. He will. He is the man in this city who will be the deciding piece. He is more dangerous than my sister, who is loud, and more dangerous than my brother, who is loud in a different way, and more dangerous than the spider, who is on his own side and not the queen's, and more dangerous than the Kingsguard, who are old men who have not killed anything in a year. Baelish is a knife in the dark. He has a long memory for your father's wife. He has a longer one for your father. He will use the next 2 days to put your father exactly where he can be killed if your father will not be quiet and your father will not be quiet. Yes, my lord. Watch him, Snow. If you can, ride him. How? You have the eyes for that, lad. I do not need to lecture you. Ride him, make him ride for your house. He is for sale in his own way. Find his price. His price is your father's wife, my lord. Targaryen looked at him. Snow, my lord. How long have you known that? 3 years, my lord. Targaryen laughed a small, dry laugh. I will not be quite as useful to you as I had thought. You will do the work I came to do, and you will do it without me. Good evening, Jon Snow. Good evening, my lord. He went. Jon stayed on the bench a half-hour more. The fig tree had figs. He did not pick any. He stood up when the bell rang for supper and went up to his rooms and packed a small bag with the things a boy of 14 could carry on a horse. And he sent a serving man with a quiet word to Renly's house. And he came down to supper and ate with his sisters as if there were no morning. In the night his father went to the queen. Jon was not there. Jon would never know exactly what was said. Lord Eddard told him afterward in the small armory of memory. I told her what I knew. I told her she might take the children and ride. I told her I would not move on her if she went. I told her by the names of her father and her brother. She wept. She did not weep long. She thanked me. She said the throne is mine and my son's. She said, you fool, and walked out. I had thought she might run. She had no intention of running. Jon listened to that later and said nothing. He had known. He had told his father he had known. There had been nothing to do with the knowing. His father had been a man of honor, and a man of honor in that hour did the honorable thing, and the honorable thing was the wrong thing. Honor and timing were not the same. In the morning Cersei moved. The small council met. The Kingsguard at the door bolted the door. Lord Eddard was not killed in the small council, because Lord Eddard had brought Jory and 4 other men of the Stark household to the door with him, and the Kingsguard had not been given the order to fire on Stark men, only to bar them in. There was a standoff. The standoff broke when Joffrey, with the Queen at his shoulder, ordered the Kingsguard to take the regent into custody for plotting against the heir. Jory drew. Jory died. 2 of his men died. Lord Eddard was taken at last by men of the gold cloaks who were in Petyr Baelish's pay. Petyr Baelish stood at the back of the hall through all of it with a small smile that did not touch his eyes. Sansa was taken from her rooms at the same hour. Sansa screamed Joffrey's name once, and then Sansa was quiet, because Sansa was 12 and had been taught to be quiet. They took her to the Queen. Arya was at her dancing master. The dancing master, who had been paid 3 months in advance by Lord Eddard with instructions a man does not always speak, took her by the wrist and ran her down the back stairs and out the postern gate and into the streets of Flea Bottom, and from there to a man with a wagon. The man with the wagon was a man Yoren had left in the city against a need. Arya was driven north on a wagon under a tarp with a goat for company. John was at Renly's house when the bell rang the call to arms. He had been at the window since dawn. He had been watching. He had Ghost beside him. He had a bag on his back. Snow. Renly was in the doorway. Renly had a sword on. Renly had been weeping. He had not been weeping for Robert, he had been weeping for Loras Tyrell, who was at the keep, and Loras Tyrell was Renly's. John did not think about that. He had thought about it once and then not. My lord, I am leaving the city. Take me, take my sister. Where is your sister? Sansa is taken. Arya is, I think she is gone. The dancing master had instructions. I do not know where she is now. I will find her on the road. You will not get into the keep for Sansa, Snow. I will get into the keep for Sansa, my lord. Not today. Today I cannot. Tomorrow I cannot. The day after tomorrow, perhaps, I will plan it. I will not leave the city without her. Snow, listen. Your father will be put on the block in a fortnight. You will not save your father. You may save your sister. To save your sister, you must be in the city when the block falls, and you must have men with you, and you must have a horse for her. I will leave you a small purse and a horse and a man. The man is mine. You will trust him as far as you trust me. I will not be in the city. I am going to Highgarden tonight to ride for my own claim. Will you accept this? I will, my lord. I thank you. And Snow, my lord, if your father falls and you save your sister. Yes, my lord. There is a thing you said to me at Winterfell that I have not stopped thinking on. If my father falls, do not let House Targaryen die again. I took it then for a fashion of speech. I have come to think you meant it more particularly. Will you tell me? Jon looked at him. Renly was a man who would, in the next moon, raise his banners and call himself king. Renly had 100,000 men he would call. Renly would die at his brother's hand. Jon had seen that dreamily. The man with one eye had been gentle in the showing. Jon knew. Renly did not. My lord, I will not tell you today. I will tell you perhaps on a later day. If a later day comes for both of us, we have not yet had it. That is a careful answer. It is the only answer I have, my lord. All right, I will not press. I will go. The man Holster will be in the lower stables of this house from tonight. Come to him when you have made your plan. Thank you, my lord. Renly went. He did not embrace Jon. He did not look back. Jon stood at the window with Ghost at his shoulder and watched the lanterns of Renly's small train move out of the king's gate, and the gate closed, and the city was darker, and there was no friend left in the keep. He went down to the kitchens. He took bread. He took cheese. He took meat for Ghost. He went to the lower stable. The man Holster was there. The man Holster was a stout man of about 40 with a forearm like a haunch of mutton and a quiet voice. He looked at Jon. He looked at Ghost. He nodded. Lord Renly said you would come. He did. The horse is fed. The wagon is fed. Where do we go? We do not go yet. We make the plan. We will go after. After what? After my father is on the block, we will be in the crowd. We will have men in the crowd. We will have the gold cloaks paid. We will have a horse for my sister at the mud gate. We will ride for the Riverlands the same hour. That is a small plan, Snow. It is a small plan. It is the plan we have. I have not had time to make a larger one. It will need more men. It will. Tell me the men. Holster told him the men. Holster knew men in the city. Holster had been in the city for a year as Renly's silent steward and had threads in places Jon would not have known to look. They sat on a bench and made the plan. Jon was 14. Holster was 40. Holster did not condescend to him. Holster had been told by his lord that the boy was to be obeyed, and Holster, who was a soldier, obeyed. In the night, Cersei moved further. Joffrey was crowned at midday in the throne room with Pycelle and his maesters about him, and the High Septon at his elbow, and the lords of the Crownlands and a great many of the Riverlands lords who happened to be in the city at the time. The crowning was rushed. The crowning was the sort of crowning that meant the queen had not thought she had time. Stannies would land at Storm's End in a week and at the Blackwater in a moon. perhaps less. Sansa was made to attend the crowning. Sansa stood beside Joffrey on the dais and curtsied to him, and was kissed by him on the brow. Sansa held a small smile on her mouth that did not move from the one moment to the next, the smile of a girl who had been told to keep one or be slapped. Jon did not see the crowning. He did not need to. Holster's men told him. Cersei sat in her chambers the night of her son's crowning and weighed the bastard. She had been weighing him a moon. She had run the Willa thread to its end and found nothing, which was a thing in itself. A true mother's name does not run to nothing. Wet nurses gave their children up. They did not blank them. Lord Eddard's secret had a different shape than Willa allowed. The thread had been a courtesy, given to her by the boy with the careful answers. She had spent the moon on it because the boy's careful answers were themselves a piece of evidence she had wished to keep her hand off. The way a hunter does not break a snare she means to use again. The boy was Targaryen. She had decided this at the welcome dinner the first night, in front of her husband, when she had seen the Stark face beside the Stark name, and the Stark name beside a polite, trained mouth. The face was a Stark face. The face was also a face she had seen on a portrait in a long gallery in the Red Keep many years ago. The portrait had been Rhaegar at 15. The portrait had been removed by her father after the rebellion, at her father's insistence. She had not seen it since. She remembered the cant of the brow. She remembered the long jaw. She remembered the way the eyes set in the face. She remembered all of these things at the welcome dinner the first night. She had not said anything of it to her husband, because her husband would have done the wrong thing with the knowledge, and she would have lost her chance to do the right thing with it. She had thought about it for a moon. The right thing with the knowledge was, in the early version, to send a man to slip a knife between the boy's ribs in some corridor. She had decided against it. The knife was wasteful. The knife would be traced to her, and traced from her to a thing she would not be able to explain to her husband, and the explaining would have started a chain of consequences that would have ended at the throne of her son. So the knife had stayed in its sheath. The right thing was, in the second version, to use the boy. The boy had given her Willa, which was the kindness of a careful boy who wanted his mother left buried. He would give her other small kindnesses if asked. He had, perhaps, more to give than he realized. The using of him was the elegant move. The using would not cost her anything visible. She had been about to begin the using when her husband had ridden into a boar. Now her husband was dying. Now her son was a king. Now Lord Eddard knew what she had hoped no one would ever know, and Lord Eddard had, in his northern fool's way, told her. Lord Eddard had told her instead of moving on her. He had given her a chance to run with her children. She had wept at the chance. She had wept honestly. She did not weep often. Lord Eddard did not understand in that hour that he had given her not a kindness but a weapon. He had told her she had been seen, when she had not yet been seen by any man in the city she could not silence. He had told her, in effect, I am the only man in the keep who knows. He had told her where the danger to her was located. She had taken note of the location. Now Lord Eddard was in a cell. Now Lord Eddard was a man who had, by his own honor, made himself the only knife of his own knowledge. The knife had no other handle. There was only one thing to do with such a knife, and she would do it as quickly as the city allowed. The bastard, then. She turned the boy in her mind the way a woman turns a piece of cloth to see the weave. He had been at his father's elbow for months. He had been useful to his father. He had been, perhaps, more useful than his father. The careful answers had not been a 14-year-old's answers. The careful answers had been a man's. He had been trained. By whom? By his uncle, evidently. By more than his uncle, possibly. There was a thread there. The thread, when she pulled it, would lead to other threads, and it would matter to her son's reign that she find them all. She would find them all in time. She had time now. She had won the move. She had won, in fact, the next several moves. Lord Eddard was hers. Sansa was hers. The bastard was loose in the city. She would have the bastard found. She would have him brought to her. She would offer him a kindness. She would offer him his sister. She would offer him a place in her household as a man who had served his father well and might serve a queen. She would not offer him death. She would offer him use. He had given her Willa. He would give her, in time, his name. He would give her his name on the day she had positioned him in such a way that the giving was a kindness to himself. She would not need a knife with him. She would need a husband for one of her ladies in waiting and a quiet sept on the King's Road and a careful chain of debts. She had that in her. She had patience. The boy thought he was clever. He was clever. He was not so clever that a queen who had been a woman in this city for 14 years could not put him in a corner. She rose from her chair and walked to the window of her chambers. The city lay beneath her in its yellow and brown. The sky was the sky after midsummer, hot still, with one wind off the bay. Her son was sleeping in his rooms below. Her brother was at the door of her chamber with his sword. Her father was riding with an army from Casterly Rock. The board was as well laid as any she had ever sat to. She would not lose her son. She would not lose her crown. She would not lose her brother to the war her father was about to call. She would have the bastard on her side by the next moon. She slept. She did not dream. She did not, in those years, dream. In the meantime, in the meaner streets of King's Landing, Holster was buying gold cloaks. Petyr Baelish kept the gold cloaks. Petyr Baelish kept many things in the city in his quiet way, and the cloaks were one of them. Holster had been told by Renly that the cloaks could be bought, and that the price was Baelish's price, and that Baelish's price would be calibrated to the buyer. Holster did not have a name to give. He had only a purse. The purse was generous. The purse had the dragons of 2 great houses in it, mixed by Renly's careful hand to look like the leavings of a third. 6 cloaks at the mud gate took Holster's coin. 6 were enough. They would not raise the alarm when the hand's daughter came down the steps in the press of the crowd. They would, if pressed, slow a pursuit by an hour. An hour was the difference, with the right horse, between caught and gone. Holster came back to the lower stables in the Renly house, and JON was there. JON had been in the lower stables most of the day, polishing tack he did not need to polish. 6, Holster said. 6 is what we asked for. 6 is what we have. Will it hold? It will hold for the hour we need. And the horse for your sister, in the alley off Pisswater Bend. The man Brom will hold it, and the wolf. With me, Ghost will be on a long lead. He will look like a hound to the cloaks. Most cloaks have not seen a dire wolf. He is large for a hound, Snow. He is. The cloaks will stare. The staring will not be the alarm. The cloaks at the mud gate are the cloaks I have paid. The other cloaks will be at the sept where the head will fall. You have done a man's planning, Snow. I have not had a child's life, Holster. Holster looked at him a long moment. What were you before all of this? A boy. A boy with a year's training of a Stark Lord cannot have gotten you to where you are. Where else have you been trained? A long way away, by a man who is wrapped in roots. That is not a real answer. No, it is not. Will you take it anyway? I will take it. He told his father in the cells under the keep, 2 days later, when he had bribed his way down to the cell with the gold of Renly's purse. His father was thinner. His father was bruised. His father was steady. JON, father, Sansa, in the Queen's hands. Arya, on a wagon, far north of the city by now. She will reach the river in 5 days. Good. Father. Yes, I have a plan to take Sansa. I will not leave the city without her. Listen, JON. I am listening. They will put me on the block. The throne wants a head. A head is wanted to seal the new reign and to silence Stannis' case before it lands. I have been trying to think of how I can prevent the block. I cannot prevent the block. I can choose only what I say at it. Listen. I will say what they want me to say. I will name Joffrey the rightful king. I will name myself a traitor. I will do this not because it is true, but because it will buy Sansa a kindness from the Queen. The Queen has said as much. I will buy Sansa a husband still in Joffrey, perhaps, if I do this. It is a small kindness. I will pay for it with my honor. I have already paid more than that for less. Father, no, Jon, listen. I will say what they want me to say. You will be in the crowd. The Kingsguard will not look for a Stark face in the crowd. They will look for a Stark sigil, and you will not wear one. You will have your hand on Sansa as she walks down. You will have a horse. You will ride. You will not stay for the head. You will not, do you understand? I do not need a son to watch his father die. I need a son to ride. Father, promise. I promise. Good, Father, what? I love you, and I you, Father. What, Jon? I will name Robb my regent. If when the day of my naming comes, I will name Robb my regent and my brother. Until I am old enough, I will not take you for granted. I will not, even after you are gone. His father was quiet. His father's eyes were wet in the lamp. You are the best of all of us, Jon. I am not, Father, you are. He kissed his father's forehead. His father's forehead was hot and dry. He went out. He did not look back. He had promised a thing. He would do it. He would not weep yet. He wept a little on the stair. Then he stopped. The Sept of Baelor was full an hour before the bell. Jon stood in the press near the front, in a brown cloak with a brown hood, with holster at his right elbow and a Stormlands man named Bryce at his left, and Ghost on a long lead at his knee. He had pulled the hood low. The hood and the brown cloak were not a disguise so much as a costume. He had been 14 and a Stark face for many days in this city, and the Kingsguard had pictures of him by now, and the Queen had pictures of him by now, and Petyr Baelish had pictures of him by now. The pictures wanted a Stark in a Stark gray. They did not want a brown cloak, so he wore a brown cloak. The Sept's red marble steps came up out of the square. The dome of the Sept rose against the sky. The crowd was loud in the way a crowd was always loud at a hanging, a holding of the breath that had to put itself somewhere and so spilled out as words and small angry sounds, and the occasional laugh of a man who could not help it. The cloaks at the steps were the cloaks Holster had not bought. They were 2 ranks of gold thick, and they had pikes, and they had the tense readiness of cloaks who had been told there would be trouble. Sansa was on the steps already. She was standing beside Joffrey, with the Queen behind and the High Septon at the Queen's elbow, and Petyr Baelish a half-step from the High Septon, and the Kingsguard at every angle. Sansa wore a high-collared dress of white the color of a shroud. Her hair had been done in a Lannister Southron way Jon did not recognize. She looked very small. She looked 12. She was 12. She was carrying the small fixed smile of a girl who had been told to keep one. The Kingsguard brought Lord Eddard up the steps. He came up in chains. He was thinner than he had been a week ago. He had washed. He had been allowed to wash. The Queen was a meticulous queen. She would not let her chief enemy be put to the block looking shabby, because that would have looked like meanness on her son's part. He came up in clean linen and steady. His head was up. He was not looking at the crowd. He was looking at Sansa. Sansa, who had been kept from looking at her father all morning by the Queen's hand on the back of her neck, was now permitted, by a slight lift of the Queen's hand, to look at her father. Father and daughter looked at each other for the count Jon could measure on his hand. Lord Eddard nodded to her once. He smiled at her. The smile was not the smile of a man who knew he was about to die. It was the smile of a man whose daughter had not eaten enough breakfast and needed reminding to eat the rest. Sansa's eyes filled. She did not cry. She had been told not to cry. She bit her own lip on the inside and did not cry. Lord Eddard was led to the front of the steps. He stood beside Joffrey. The High Septon spoke. The High Septon spoke at length in his voice trained for length. There was a litany of the king's mercies and a litany of the regent's offenses and a litany of the offenses, the offenses, the offenses, and Lord Eddard listened. He had agreed to the listening. The listening was the price of his daughter being spared a worse marriage than the one she was being given. The listening was the price of his honor. He paid both. Lord Eddard spoke. "My name," he said, "is Eddard of the House of Stark." His voice was clear in the open square. His voice was not the voice of a broken man. "I have been the hand of the king to my friend Robert of the House of Baratheon for the last half-year by his own asking. He is dead. I have offered the realm what was in my keeping for the moment of his dying. I have given it badly. I have come at last to the truth of my service. The truth is that I am a traitor to the house I was sworn to. I have plotted against the rightful king, Joffrey, of the House of Baratheon. I have sown poison in the small council. I have drawn against the dignity of the Queen Regent. For all this, I now do submit. I name myself a traitor in the hearing of the gods and the hearing of the people of King's Landing, and I throw myself upon the mercy of my king, who is, by right of his father, the rightful holder of the Iron Throne." He spoke it cleanly. He did not stumble. He had the words in his mouth as a man has them in his mouth, who has rehearsed them all night beside a guttering candle. The crowd, who had not expected him to bend, made the small, uncertain noise of a crowd whose expectation has not been met. The queen made a small, approving lift of her chin. The High Septon made a great deal of noise about mercy. Joffrey, who was 12, did not understand he was meant now to extend mercy. Joffrey opened his mouth to speak. The mouth said, "Off with his head." There was a moment in the square in which the world held still. JON held still in it. The queen's face moved, very slightly, by half an inch. She had been preparing the kindness. She had not arranged for the boy at her elbow to undo it in front of the city. The queen put a hand on the boy's arm, and the boy turned to her and shouted in the voice a queen's son uses to undo his mother in public. "He is a traitor. He has confessed to it. The penalty for treason is death. Off with his head, mother. He has confessed." The queen pressed her lips together. The High Septon began to speak. Petyr Baelish was the only person on the dais who did not move at all. The Kingsguard at the prisoner's elbow did not move either, because they had not been given an order they could disobey. Joffrey gave them the order. Sir Ilyn Payne was already on the steps with the blade. Sansa screamed. Sansa screamed her father's name once. The queen put her hand over Sansa's mouth. Jon's hand moved. He had not, in the planning, decided that he would take the head. He had decided that he would not. He had decided he could not. There were too many cloaks, too many pikes, too many Kingsguard. He had decided he would take Sansa and the head would fall, and that was the cost of doing the most that could be done. He had said as much to his father, and his father had said yes, and they had agreed. And Jon had not let himself plan otherwise, because to plan otherwise would have been to plan a thing that would get them all killed. In the moment the blade rose, however, his hand moved. It moved on its own. It moved with the 7 years of training. It moved with the man with one eye behind it. It moved with the boy who had said, on a long, flat stone in a godswood, "I will do what I can to save what I can." He turned to Holster. He said, "Sansa, now." Holster moved, Bryce moved, Ghost moved. Jon went forward through the crowd. He had a knife in his sleeve that had not been a part of the plan. He had carried the knife by the long-trained reflex of a boy whose father had taught him to carry a knife. The knife came out into his hand. He came up alongside the line of cloaks at the foot of the steps, and the cloak at the end was one of his, paid by Holster, and the cloak made the smallest motion with his pike that gave Jon a half-pace of room. Jon went into the half-pace. He was nearly to the step when Sir Ilyn Payne brought the blade down. The blade fell. The blade did the thing it had been forged to do. There was a sound the crowd made that was not a single sound. It was the sound of 1,000 throats catching at once. Lord Eddard's head rolled. Jon did not stop moving. He had been, in the moment of the blade falling, 6 strides from his father. He was, now, 3 strides from Sansa. The queen was on Sansa. The queen had her hand on Sansa's arm. The queen was looking out at the crowd because the crowd had made the sound, and her face was the small fixed face of a queen who had not foreseen the sound of 1,000 throats. Joffrey was looking at the head. Petyr Baelish was looking at Jon. Petyr Baelish saw him. Petyr Baelish had been waiting for a Stark face in a brown cloak since the morning. Petyr Baelish recognized the boy at 3 strides and did the thing Petyr Baelish did, which was to lean to a Kingsguard at his shoulder and say one quiet word. The Kingsguard moved. Jon was at the queen. He did not draw on the queen. He was a 14-year-old boy, and the queen had her son at her side and a Kingsguard at her back. To draw on her would have ended him. He said, instead, the only thing he could say. He said it close enough to her ear that only she could hear it. "My lady." Willa was a lie. "I am Rhaegar's son. If you would not have me say it loud, you will let her go." The queen's eyes went very still. They went through several states in the space of 2 breaths. There was the surprise of a piece of information that confirmed a thing she had been weighing. There was the calculation of how loud the boy could speak and what it would cost. There was the fear, very small, of the Kingsguard hearing what she had nearly heard a moment ago. The Kingsguard had not heard. The Kingsguard could not hear over the noise of the square. The queen said, very low, "If you say it loud, I will have you killed before the sentence is out of your mouth. You will have a war on your hands before the sentence is out of my mouth, my lady. Stannis is at Storm's End. Renly is at Highgarden. The Tyrells will follow Renly. The North will rise for me before they rise for Robb, although they will rise for Robb. Petyr Baelish has heard the queen and the king's voice rise, and so will move to use what I say. Pycelle has known a half-year and will speak to my advantage if it puts a Targaryen on the throne, because it will spare him having to choose between your brother and your father. You will have, by sundown, an army you have not made. Do not test me, my lady. I am asking you in the only currency you accept. Let her go. She is 12. She will go north with me. You will not lose your son's reign by a sister of Robb Stark. You may yet lose it by other things. This is the trade." He said it in one long breath. The breath ran out of him at the end. He did not let his face change. The queen's face did not change either. The queen looked at him a long beat. Then she let go of Sansa. She let go of Sansa with the lightness of a woman releasing a bird she had not been holding very tightly in the first place. Sansa, who had not understood any of what had been said, only felt the queen's hand lift, and she stumbled. Jon caught her. He did not let her look at the steps. He pulled her into the press of the crowd. Holster was already there. Bryce was already there. Ghost was already there. Petyr Baelish saw it all. Petyr Baelish made the smallest of gestures to the Kingsguard at his elbow. The Kingsguard, who had been sent to take Jon, paused, looked at Baelish, and stopped. Baelish, in that moment, in the high theater of the moment, decided the play. He had decided the queen's play would be more useful to him with a Targaryen snow loose in the kingdom than caught. He had decided the trouble of the next moon would be greater that way, and Petyr Baelish liked his troubles greater. The Kingsguard turned away. Jon, with Sansa in the bend of his arm and Ghost at his knee and Holster at his right and Bryce at his left, went down the steps and through the press and out by the gate at Pisswater Bend. Brom was there with the horses. Brom was a quiet man and asked nothing. Sansa was lifted up. Jon mounted. Holster mounted. Bryce mounted. Ghost loped. They went out by the mud gate where the cloaks were Jon's, and the cloaks made the small show of trying to stop them and stepped aside, and the city was behind them, and the road north was in front, and the dust of King's Landing rose up behind their hooves, and was the last Jon ever saw of the city. He had walked into a moon and a half before with his father at his side. Sansa cried for 2 hours. She cried until she had no more crying in her, and then she cried again, and then she stopped, and she lay against Jon's chest on his horse the rest of the day with her hands in his cloak and her hair in his neck. He did not say anything to her. He did not have words to say. He had taken her father's promise and his own promise and his brother's promise and put them under his own name, and he was riding, and that was all he had. The road ran north. They made 40 miles by sundown. That night, in a copse outside a hamlet that did not have a name on any map of Lord Eddard's, the man with one eye came back. "I am sorry," said the one-eyed man. "So am I," Jon said. "You did what you could." "I did less than I could. You did what was possible. You did not save the king. You did not save your father. You saved your sister. You saved your other sister who is at the crossroads in tonight with a butcher's boy and a sword. You bought the realm a war that it was going to have anyway. You did not bring the war on. You did not unmake it. Tell me what comes next. Look." He looked. He saw the road north, all the way to the Trident. He saw a young man with a wolf's head on his shoulders riding out of Winterfell at the head of 20,000 men. He saw the young man take the twins. He saw the young man at Riverrun. He saw a queen of dragons across the sea with 3 small wet things now grown to the size of dogs and growing. He saw the wall. He saw the man with one eye in his tree. He saw, far ahead, the man with one eye dying. "You die," he said. "Yes, someday, not today, not for many of your years. But yes. What happens to the work? It goes to another. Bran will come to me. He will come to me by his own road. He will succeed me. He will not do what I have done with you, because the doing of it once was, by my measuring, enough. He will be of use to you, however. You will not be alone in the dreaming after I am gone. That is good." He paused. "There is a thing I will say to you before you wake. I have been patient. I have been patient because I could not afford to be otherwise. I have used you. The using has cost you. I am sorry for the cost. I do not unmake the using. The using has been worth its cost. The realm needs you to be what I have made you. I would, if I could, have left you a boy who never knew his name. I could not. I am sorry. I forgive you," Jon said. "You have said that before." "I have. I will say it again as I have to. You will be sorry as you have to be. You are a man, Jon. You are 16 in spirit and 24 in breath. You are still 14 on the calendar. There will be a moon when the calendar catches up. We will speak again then. Wake. Your sister is dreaming of a thing you must wake her from." He woke. Sansa was making a small sound against his chest. He shook her gently. She woke. She sat up. She looked at him with her face in the firelight in the way of a girl who had not yet decided which thing in her life was the worst thing. He held her until she went back to sleep, and then he sat with her against his chest and watched the fire. In the morning they rode for the crossroads. They picked up Arya there. Arya had been at the inn with the butcher's boy, who had a name now, Gendry, and Arya had been carving a thing into a beam of the inn with her water dancer's blade when Jon walked in with Sansa under his cloak. Arya looked up. Arya did not say anything for a very long count. Then she said in her voice that was Arya's voice, "You came." "I came. Sansa is alive." "Sansa is alive. Father." "No." She set down the blade. She came across the room to them. She did not embrace Sansa. She did not yet know how to embrace Sansa. She put her hand on Sansa's forearm. Sansa, after a long moment, put her own hand on Arya's. They did not speak. They held each other's wrists in the warm lamplight of the Crossroads Inn, and they were a thing the world had not yet broken. The man with the wagon had been told to wait 3 days. Arya had been there 4. She had been about to ride south with the dancing master, who was sitting in a corner of the common room nursing a cup of small beer and looking at no one. Jon nodded to him. The dancing master nodded back. The dancing master had not been paid for a day past the agreed. The dancing master would not be in Westeros by a fortnight. He drank his small beer. He took a horse from the inn-yard at midnight. He was gone. Jon and his sisters and Holster and Bryce and Ghost, and the wagon rode north in the morning. They met Robb at the Twins. Robb was at the Twins because the Freys had bent their knee to him already, by the negotiation of the Lady Catelyn, who had ridden south to meet her son's army at the river crossing, and to make the Lord of the Twins a promise about a marriage, which Jon, riding in, had to undo at once. He sent a rider ahead. The rider reached Robb the morning before Jon reached the camp. Robb was waiting at the gate of the Twins when Jon's small column rode up. Snow, Stark. He fell off his horse. He did not mean to. He had ridden for 14 days with his sister against his shoulder, and a map of the Westerlands in his head, and a conversation with the Queen that had not finished playing in his head, and a head rolling, and a head rolling, and a head rolling. And his legs had given up 2 days ago, and he had not been able to admit it. He fell. Robb caught him. Robb's arms were strong now. Robb had grown into a man in the moons Jon had been south. Robb's arms held him until the world had stopped its tilt and Jon could stand again, and Robb did not let go until Jon was steady. And Jon was crying, very quietly, into his brother's shoulder. Snow. Robb, you came home. I came home. I brought our sisters. You did. Look at her, Snow, look at her. Sansa is here, Snow, Snow. Robb. What? I have to tell you the thing now. The day has come. Robb went very still. Robb had known somewhere since Jon's sworn promise on the bark of the heart tree 2 named days ago that this hour might come. The hour was here. He nodded. Tonight, tonight, in my tent, in your tent. I love you, Snow. I love you, Robb. That night in Robb's tent with the lamps low and a map of the Riverlands on the table that they would not look at this hour, Jon told his brother. He told him the dream. He told him the man with one eye. He told him the tower. He told him the woman in the bed. He told him his name. He told him everything. Robb listened. He was 19, he had grown into it. He listened the way Lord Eddard had listened in the Godswood 3 years ago, with his hands flat on his thighs and his eyes on his brother's face. When Jon had done, Robb sat a long moment. Then he said, "You're my brother. Robb, listen. You're my brother. I do not care what name you have under the name. You can have 10 names. You will be my brother. That is the first thing I will say tonight, and I am saying it first because if I do not say it first, I will not say it. Robb, listen. The second thing. You are now also a Targaryen and a claimant and a piece on a board larger than mine. I will not pretend otherwise. The bannermen will need to be told. The lords will need to be told. The realm will need to be told. We will work out how. We will not work it out tonight. We will work it out tomorrow. Tonight you are my brother. Tomorrow you are my brother and a Targaryen. The day after tomorrow you are my brother and a Targaryen and a king, perhaps. I will fight for you, Snow. I will fight beside you. I will not yet decide whether I will fight under you. I will think about it. You will not pressure me. You will give me time, will you? I will, Robb. Good, Robb. Yes, Catelyn is here. She is. I told her you were coming. What did she say? She said I would speak with him. She said it in the voice she has had since father died, which is not the voice she had before. She has not been the same since the news of the sept. She is grieving. She is angry. She is not at peace. Be ready for her, Snow. She has questions she has been carrying for 14 years, and she will have a few more now. I am ready. He went to her at midnight in her tent. She had not gone to bed. She was at her chair. She had a candle lit. She did not look at him as he came in. She let him stand. He stood. After a long time she said, "Sit, Jon." He sat. "You are my husband's nephew. I am, my lady. He took you for his son to keep you from being killed by Robert. He did, my lady. He has been a coward in his marriage. He has, my lady. He has said as much to me. He has said it 100 times. He has not laid the blame on you. He has laid it on himself. I do not want him to lay it on himself. He is dead. He cannot lay anything on anyone now. I am laying it on him. Yes, my lady. She was quiet a while. She had lost weight in the moons of the south. Her hair was undone tonight, and she looked younger and older at once. I have spent 14 years hating a sin he did not commit. Yes, my lady. I do not know what to do with the years, my lady. Yes, neither do I. I have spent 7 years carrying a name I could not say. I do not know what to do with the years either. I am sorry, my lady. I am sorry I knew this thing for so long and could not give it to you. Eddard was certain it would have killed me to give it to you. I did not always agree. I obeyed. Was he right? I do not know, my lady. He is dead. Both of us were obeying him. She closed her eyes. She closed them a long time. When she opened them, they were wet. Catelyn Stark did not cry often. She did not cry now. Her eyes only got wet, and then she set them straight and she looked at Jon. I will not say I love you tonight, Jon. I will not lie to you. I have not earned it, and you have not earned it from me. I will say only this. I will not be your enemy. I will, by your father's name and by your own, do you the courtesy I should have done you these 14 years. I will be the lady of the household that fights for you, and I will speak well of you to the bannermen, and I will not ride against you. That is what I have to give you tonight. Will you take it? I will take it, my lady. Good, my lady. What? Thank you. Do not thank me, Jon. I have not earned the thanking either. I am thanking you anyway. She looked at him a long beat. The corner of her mouth, after a while, did the small shape of a thing that was not yet a smile, but was its grandmother. Go to bed, Jon. We have work in the morning. Yes, my lady. The ride north had been 12 days more than Jon's body had wanted. Sansa, on the second night, would not eat. He took a piece of brown bread to the small fire on the outside of the camp, where she had asked to sit alone, and pressed it into her hand. Sansa. I'm not hungry, Jon. I do not care if you are hungry. Eat. It will come up. Then it will come up. Eat. She ate. She held the bread in her lap a long time before the first bite. She watched the fire. Her hair, undone now, fell over her shoulder in the way it had fallen in girlhood before her septa had put combs in it. She looked in the firelight very like her mother. Jon. Yes, you said something to the Queen. I did. What did you say? A thing she did not expect. What? It is a thing I will tell you, Sansa. I will tell you and Arya both when we are home. It is a thing I have wanted to tell you since I was 7 years old and could not. You will not be angry. I do not think you will be angry. You may. You are entitled. Was it true? It was. She looked at him. She had been a small girl in his head his whole life. She was still small in his head. She would not be small in his head for long. She had been 12 days at his side on a road north, and she had grown in those days more than the 4 years between their ages, perhaps because pain was a fast tutor. Jon. Yes. Father loved you most. He did not. He did. I have thought about it for 2 days. He loved Robb because Robb was first. He loved me because I was his daughter. He loved Arya because Arya was a wild thing. He loved Bran because Bran was a child to him. He loved Rickon because Rickon was small. He loved you because he chose you. Choosing is the strongest love. I have read enough songs to know, Sansa. I am not jealous, Jon. I am only telling you, you should know it. You should know it tonight. You will need to know it tomorrow. All right. Eat your own bread. All right. He ate. They sat by the fire. Ghost lay on Sansa's other side. After a while she set her head on Jon's shoulder. After a longer while she slept against him. He did not move. He carried that small fire with him into the twins. He carried it into Robb's tent. He carried it into Catelyn's tent. He had not known he had needed it. He had needed it. In the morning the camp called its lords. The lords came up from the river plain in the long ranks of the north gathering. The Great Jon was first because the Great Jon would not be elsewhere. The Karstarks were second. The Glovers, the Mormonts, the Boltons, the Serwins, the Manderleys, the Tallhearts. There were more men in the camp than Winterfell had seen in 20 years. Robb stood at the high table and said the words a young lord said, that his father was dead, and that the king who had killed him was not the lawful king, and that the men of the north did not bend the knee to a southern boy with no blood of the line. And the lords roared and beat their cups on the boards, and Robb let them roar, and after a while he said, "Hear me, my lords. There is a thing I will say next that is harder than the first. Hear it." They quieted slowly. Robb spoke. "My brother Jon Snow is not my brother by my father's blood. He is my cousin. He is the son of my Aunt Lyanna, who many of you knew. He is the son of Prince Rhaegar, who many of you fought against. My father took him out of a tower in the south at the cost of a promise to his sister, and raised him as his own, to keep him from a king who would have killed him. The king is dead. The promise is paid. Jon is the boy I have known all my life. He is also a boy of the line of Targaryen. I tell you this because we are about to make a war, and I will not have my bannermen ignorant of the men they fight beside. I tell you because he is, by blood, the heir to a throne the Lannisters now sit on by lies. I tell you because I love him as my brother, and I will follow him as my king the day I have decided to follow him as my king, and I have not yet decided. I will hear you. I will hear you tonight. We will speak. The northern lords will speak as the northern lords speak. We have time. The Lannisters do not yet know what we know. We have a fortnight. Speak." There was uproar. There was uproar of the kind only the North made. There were Lord Umber's roar of laughter, and Lord Karstark's narrowing of the eye, and Lord Bolton's small, still face under his pale eyes. There were oaths. There were threats. There were old men remembering the rebellion, and other old men remembering the rebellion in different ways. There was one bannerman, the Lord of Hornwood, who stood and said, "I knew the woman. I knew her at 15. The lad has her about the eyes. I will follow him. I will follow him under whatever banner he flies, because a Stark woman's son is a Stark to me, and I am old enough that the Maester's chains do not bind my opinion." He sat. The great Jon, who was capable of being moved, was moved. The great Jon stood. The great Jon said, "The Maester's chain has not bound my opinion any night I have drunk to it. I will follow Robb Stark. If Robb Stark has a brother, the brother is a Stark to me. If the brother is a Targaryen, the Targaryen is welcome at my table when he chooses to sit. We will work this out as men do, my lords. We will not work it out tonight. We will work it out by Christmas. I am for Robb Stark, king in the north." The great Jon's cup went up. Other cups went up. Other cups did not go up. The Lord spoke late into the night and into the next. And the war camp at the Twins in those days was loud with the kind of argument the North had not had for 150 years. And Jon, sitting at his brother's right hand, watched the men of his father's people decide, in their slow, careful way, what to do with him. He did not press. He did not lobby. He let Robb be Robb. He let the lords be lords. He sat. He listened. He answered when he was asked with the careful answers he had sharpened on the Queen of the South. He did not lie. He did not threaten. He did not boast. He sat as a boy of 14 who had been a long time at the elbow of a hand sat, still and clear and ready to be measured, and not measuring back. The decision, in the end, was this. Robb would be king in the north while the war was on. Jon would be his brother and his deputy. The matter of the Iron Throne would be decided when Stannis was beaten, or had beaten the Lannisters, whichever came first. If Stannis won and refused the throne, and Stannis would refuse the throne to Jon, in his stiff way, Jon would have it, and Robb would bend his knee to him as the rightful Targaryen. If Stannis won and took the throne, Robb would defend his brother against any man who came for him, and the North would defend Jon by the strength of every banner that had been raised at the Twins. There was no version of the next year in which Jon was not safe. There was every version in which the South paid for what it had done, He went out under the stars after the council and stood by the river and watched the water move. Holster came up beside him. "Snow, Holster, I am to call you your grace." "You will not call me your grace. You will call me Snow. I have not earned your grace." "You will." "I have not yet, Snow." "Yes, your father would be proud." "My father has been proud of me a long time, Holster. I have known." He looked at the water. The water was the water that ran down through the north to the sea in the south. The water did not care which lord stood on which banks. The water had run when his father had been alive and would run when he was no longer alive. The water was steady. Jon had been steady all his life, in the face of one cataclysm after another, and the water did the steady thing in him a kind of small good. He went out. He went to his own tent, and Sansa was there asleep on a cot, and Arya was on another cot with Ghost between them, and Robb was on the next cot waiting for him. Robb did not say anything. Robb pulled back the blanket of the empty cot. Jon lay down. His brother put his hand on his shoulder. He slept. He did not dream. The man with one eye had let him go, that night at last. Winterfell came up out of the mist on the fourth morning of their riding north from the twins. Jon had ridden home a great many times in his life in his head. He had ridden home in dreams. He had ridden home in his thoughts at the long supper table in the Red Keep, when the conversation had been about the wines of the Reach. He had ridden home in the cold dawn of his own bed at Renly's town house, with Ghost asleep on his foot. He had not, until this morning, ridden home in his own person, on his own horse, with his sisters at his back and his brother at his side and his lady mother in the carriage behind him. And the keep, coming up out of the mist with the patient face of a thing that had been waiting for him. The keep was not a thing that had been waiting for him. The keep was the keep. The keep had stood through years of wind. It would stand through more. The road came up to the gate, and the gate opened, and Bran came out of the gate. Bran had been 10 when Jon had left for King's Landing. Bran was 11 now. Bran was on legs Bran had not had a year before, strong legs, and legs that had walked their first whole tour of the curtain wall a moon ago, and legs Bran had earned by a long, stubborn refusal to die in a bed. The refusal had been Bran's, and the man with one eye had been at his shoulder for the second half of it, and Bran had come out of his bed at last with a thing in his eye that had not been there before he went up the broken tower. He came out of the gate at a run. Jon dismounted in time to be hit by him. "Snow, Bran, Snow, Bran, you came back. I came back. Look at you. I'm walking. I see you walking. It's a thing. It's a thing." Robb laughed somewhere behind Jon. Robb had not laughed in a moon. The laughter went up over the yard and over the wall and into the rooks above the rook's tower, and the rooks made the small, irritable sound that rooks make when a man is too loud below them. Jon held his brother a long count and let him go and looked at him. "Bran, the man with the eye, he came. He talks to you. He has been talking to me for 3 moons. He told me you would come this morning. He told me to be at the gate. He has gotten kinder. I do not think he was kind to you. He was kind. He was tired. He's still tired, but he's smiling more." Jon almost laughed. He almost laughed for the first time in many days. He did not, quite, because Sansa was behind him, and Sansa was being lifted off her horse by Hodor, who had been a name for many years to her without a face. And Sansa was crying again, very quietly, and Jon had to be the brother who turned and put his arm around her and walked her in. Bran walked at his other elbow. Bran's hand was on his cloak. Bran's eyes were the eyes of a boy who had grown into something he had not asked for and was making the best of, the way Jon had grown into something he had not asked for and made the best of. They walked into Winterfell in a small line, and Robb came after them with their lady mother on his arm, and the gate closed. The morning was the morning of the homecoming. The afternoon was the morning of the war. Robb summoned the lords, the ones who had ridden up with them and the ones who had ridden ahead, and they sat in the great hall, and the great hall had not been used for a council of war in 150 years. Catelyn took her place behind Robb and a half-step away. Jon took his place at Robb's right hand. Bran sat on a stool at the far side of the high table because Robb wanted him there, and because Bran himself had made it clear, in the small, careful way he now had of making things clear, that he was not going to be left out of his own keep again. Sansa stood by Catelyn. Arya was, for once, not making a fuss about being put in a girl's place. She was at the wall with Ghost, and the wolf was nearly the size of a small horse now, and the men of the war council kept looking at him sideways. The Lord spoke. They had spoken at length at the twins, and now they spoke at length again, and it was not so different a speaking, but it had become realer with the keep around them. The keep made things real. Robb listened. Jon listened. They did not interrupt. After 2 hours the great Jon stood up and said, "My king, Lord Umber, it is time, for what? For me to bend the knee, my king. We have spoken of it 3 nights and we have not done it. I would do it. Then do it." The great Jon bent his knee. The great Jon was a tall man, and his bending was a thing that took a moment for a man his size to settle. He bent it on the stone of the high table dais. He set his great hands on his thigh. He said, "The North remembers. I, great Jon Umber, name Robb of the house of Stark, son of Eddard, the king in the North. As my father bent his knee to your father, I bend mine. As his father bent his knee to your grandfather, mine bent his, to winter, to the North. To winter," the Lord said, "to the North." The great Jon stood. He turned to Jon, "My king's brother, my lord. I have been thinking on the matter of the dragon. I have been thinking on it 3 nights with my men around me. I will say what I will say. The North will not, in this generation, accept a Targaryen as the king of the North. We have not had one of those since before the dragons. I will not pretend my men will. I do not ask, my lord. Hear me. I will not have you as the king of the North. But I will have you, when you come of age, as my lord's brother sitting beside him at this table, and I will have my men with you on the field. And if a day comes when there is a Targaryen on the Iron Throne and that Targaryen is you, I will be no enemy of his. I will not bend my knee to him for the North. I will bend it for the South if it comes to it. That is what I have to give. Will you take it?" "I will take it, Lord Umber." "Good." The great Jon went back to his place. The lords made the noise of having been heard. Robb leaned over to Jon and said, "Lo, that is more than we had hoped for. It is. You will be a king of the South one day, Snow. I have not decided. You will decide later. I will decide later." The council went on. The plans were laid. Robb's army would move down the Kingsroad in a fortnight. They would meet Stannis at Storm's End, by an arrangement Stannis had at last replied to. They would, between them, take the city. They would not, if the gods were kind, kill Joffrey. They would, if the gods were less kind, kill Joffrey. They would set Tommen on a regency until the boy could be educated out of his sister's influence, and the boy would not be a king to fear, because the boy was a kind boy and the kindness would be allowed to grow. So Robb planned. So Jon planned with him. Stannis would not be king. Stannis would be lord of Storm's End and the Stormlands. Renly was dead by then, in the version of the future Jon had been shown. Renly had ridden too fast for Highgarden, and the queen had moved a knife, and the knife had reached Renly in his tent. Jon had told Robb. Robb had said, "That is a sad thing, Snow." Jon had said, "It is." They had not lingered. There was no time. Tywin Lannister was the larger problem. Tywin was at the head of an army on the river. Tywin had to be bled. The bleeding was the work of the next year. The bleeding was for Robb to lead and Jon to assist. And Robb was the king in the north and the field commander and the boy who would carry the war. And Jon was the king's brother and the king's deputy, and the boy who would, when the bleeding was done, be tested again on the matter of his name in the south. He wrote to the girl across the sea that night. He had not yet learned her face well enough to write it. He had only the dreams the man with one eye had given him. He wrote her a careful letter on a piece of parchment in his own hand with his careful tutored writing. He did not address her as cousin. He did not address her as aunt. He addressed her as Daenerys, of the line of dragons. He told her that he was Jon Snow, also Aegon, son of her brother Rhaegar by Lyanna of House Stark. He told her that he had been raised in secret by Lord Eddard of Winterfell, who was his uncle by his mother. He told her that he wrote to her not as a claimant against her, but as kin, and that the realm would have need of all of them before the years were done. He told her that the dragons in his dreams had 3 heads, and that he did not know which heads they were, but that he hoped one of them was hers. He told her that there were things coming from beyond the wall that would test every dragon and every wolf the world still had. He asked her, in the last paragraph, to keep her dragons living. He asked her to not burn cities. He asked her to come west with patience and not with haste. He sealed the letter with a wax of red, and a sigil he carved himself in the wax with the point of a knife. A wolf circling a small 3-headed dragon. He gave the letter to the Maester at Winterfell. The Maester did not read it. The Maester sent it east by a chain of ravens that would take the letter, by the Maester's careful handing, to a man in Pentos who knew where the silver girl was being kept. The Maester did not ask after the contents. The Maester had been Maester Luwin a long time, and Maester Luwin had seen ravens of strange addresses for years now, and Maester Luwin had not asked. That night, Jon went to the Godswood. The Godswood at Winterfell at night was a small dark place with a heart tree at the middle and the wind in the leaves overhead. He sat on the long, flat stone where his father had sat. He did not bring a candle. The moon was up. The face cut in the bark of the heart tree was the same face it had been when Jon was 4. The face was sad. He had decided at 4 that the face was sad. He had not changed his decision. He sat a while. After a while, the man with one eye came to him. He came not in a dream this time, but in the way a man came when he had decided to make himself known waking. The Godswood became a little more itself, and the heart tree breathed a little louder, and Jon, sitting on the long, flat stone, felt the man's voice in his head as if it were a man speaking from the other side of a small door. "You are home," said the one-eyed man. "I am home. You have done well. I have done what I could. You have done more than what could be expected. You have lost what could not be saved. You have not been broken by the losing. That was the test. The test is over. You have passed." Jon was quiet a moment. "Was it always a test?" he said. "Not in the way you mean. It was a thing that had to happen. I was not testing you. The world was. I was helping you pass. Why me? Because you were the boy in front of me with the eyes that could be opened. Because you were the boy who could carry. Because you were the son of a man and a woman and a tower in the south and a wolf and a dragon, and the carrying of that was the kind of carrying I needed. Because Bran would come later and I had to start somewhere. You will go to Bran now. I have begun. I will continue. Will I see you again? Yes, many times. Now, through the years. You will see me when there is a thing to see. I will not always have words for you. I will sometimes only stand near in the way of an old man at a young man's elbow. That is enough. That is enough for me." Jon was silent a while. He had, after a while, a question. "You said the dragon has 3 heads." "I did." "What are the 3? That is for you to find. I will give you only this. One is not yet living. One is. One is yet to be claimed. That is no answer. It is the only answer the years have ready. Sleep, child. Tomorrow your brother will ride south, and you will ride south at his side, and the work of the next moon is the work of swords. I have no more dreams to give you for some weeks. I am tired. Bran will keep me until I am rested. I will look after Bran. You always have. Sleep." Jon sat a while longer on the long, flat stone. The wind moved the leaves. The face in the bark was sad. The face was always sad. The face would be sad after Jon was an old man. The face would be sad after Bran. The face would be sad until the gods thawed at the end of the long winter, if they ever did. He stood. He went up to the keep. He passed by Sansa's door and looked in. Sansa was asleep with her septa on a small cot at her side. He passed by Arya's door and looked in. Arya was asleep on the floor, with her water dancer's blade laid across her arm, and Ghost, who had finally, after some hours, decided he could leave Jon, curled against her back. He passed by Bran's door. Bran was sitting up with a candle, looking at a window. Bran turned his head when Jon paused in the door. "Snow, Bran, he came to you, he came. He told me I had to wait 3 days before I asked you about him. I waited. You waited well. What did he say?" "That you would have him after me, that he was tired, that the dragon has 3 heads. He told me the third part. He has not told me the first 2. He has been waiting to hand them off to you. He has handed off to me. He is handing on to you. All right. You will be able to do what I did, Bran. You will be able to do more eventually. He has said so. You will not be alone in it. I know, Snow. He has been telling me I have a wolf now. Did you see? Summer, I saw. I have other things too. He says I will be able to walk the trees one day. He says I will be able to walk the ravens. He says my body will keep walking, but a part of me will go elsewhere. That sounds frightening, Bran. It is a little frightening. It is also good. It is a thing I would not give back. Then keep it. Hold it. Use it well." "I will." He sat on the edge of his brother's cot a moment. Bran was 11 and was small still. Bran was 11 and had grown an inside that was older than Jon's. Jon could feel the older inside. He had felt it in his own self at 7. He laid his hand on the top of his brother's head a moment, and Bran leaned into the hand the way a cat leans into a hand. He went out. Catelyn was awake too. He passed her door, and the door was open the breadth of a hand, and her candle was going, and she saw him pass, and she said his name low. "Jon, my lady." "Come a moment." He came in. She was sitting at her chair by the window with a piece of needlework in her lap. The needlework was the wolf cub she had been working on for years. The wolf cub had eyes now. The needle was small in her hand. "You are riding tomorrow." "I am, my lady." "Look after my son." "I will, my lady." "And Jon?" "Yes, I have been thinking. I have not slept much these moons. I have had time. I have decided a thing. I am not at peace with it. I will say it anyway, my lady. You are the son of my husband's sister. By the blood that runs in you, you are my husband's nephew. I have thought about this each night. The blood does not make you my son. I will not pretend it does. But I am also a woman of 50, and I have a household that is half broken. And my son is going south to make a war, and my other sons are very small, and my daughters are damaged, and the house has need of a mother. I cannot offer you the affection of a mother. I have not got it in me. I can offer you the part of a mother that is the lady of a household. I will speak for you when I speak. I will write to you when you are away. I will not write to you with affection. I will write to you with the steady duty of a woman to a boy of her house. That is all I can do. Will you take it?" "My lady, I will take it. I would have taken less." "Do not tell me what less you would have taken, Jon. The taking of less is the vice you and your father have shared for 14 years between you. I am giving you what I have. Take what I give. Do not bargain me down." "Yes, my lady. Good. Go. I will see you at dawn. Good night, my lady." "Good night, Jon." She did not say his name in the way of a thing she still hated. She said it the way one says a name. He could ask for nothing more tonight. He went up to his rooms. Ghost was waiting on the foot of his bed. Ghost laid his head on Jon's foot. Jon lay down. He did not undress. He had been a long time on the road. He slept the sleep of a boy who had done a thing. In his sleep there were no roots. There was no man with one eye. There was a yard somewhere, a small dusty yard in a country he did not know, And in the yard a girl with hair the color of frost and 3 small dragons walking around her ankles like ducks behind a duck mother. She was speaking to them, very quietly, in a tongue he had not been taught. The dragons were listening. He was not in the dream exactly, the dream was being shown to him. The girl looked up at the air where he was and she did not see him, but she felt him. She frowned. The frown had nothing of malice in it. It had only the small puzzlement of a person who has heard a sound she could not place. She listened a moment more. She went back to her dragons. The smallest of the 3 dragons climbed her sleeve and put its small wet head against her ear, and she laughed. He woke at dawn. Robb was in the doorway with a cup of milk and a piece of bread. Snow, Stark. It is dawn. It is, we ride, he stood. Robb pressed the bread into his hand and the milk into his other hand. And Robb stood in the doorway watching Jon eat the way he had stood in many doorways watching Jon eat, since they had been boys of 3 and 5 and the first to wake had brought the second a piece of bread. Jon ate. He drank. He set the cup down. He pulled on his cloak. The morning before the dawn ride, Jon went down to the crypts. He had not been into the crypts in 2 years. The stair was the same stair. The cold came up out of the dark in the same patient way it had come up at him at 6 and at 9 and at 11. He took a lamp from the wall. He went down. The Stark stones stood in their long line. There was Brandon, his uncle. There was Rickard, his grandfather. There was Lyanna. He had stood in front of Lyanna's stone twice in his life as a small boy. He stood in front of her now as a young man. The stone had not changed. The face cut into the stone had been a face the stonemason had made up out of his own head, because no man had brought him an exact picture of her, and the face was, on its own, only a stone face. The flowers his father had laid at the foot of the stone every year were dry and brown. Mother. He had not said the word to her stone before. He had not earned it before. He felt in the saying that he had still not earned it. He was saying it anyway. I am riding south. I am riding with my brother. He is your nephew. He is also my brother. I am taking my sister Sansa to her own country. I am taking my sister Arya to a man who can teach her what your dancing master could not. I am leaving Bran here, because Bran has work to do that I cannot help him with anymore. I am leaving the lady of the keep here, who has agreed to be the lady of the keep for me as well as for her own. I have done what I can. I have not done well at all of it. I have done what could be done. He set his lamp on the floor. He knelt. He did not know how to kneel for a woman he had never met, but he knelt anyway, in the way he had been taught to kneel for the gods at the heart tree, with his hands on his knees and his head bent. I am sorry I never knew you. I am sorry he could not tell me. He kept his promise to you. He kept it for 13 years against my asking and 4 years after my asking, and he kept it the night he died in the Sept of Baelor. He spent his honor on it. He spent his marriage on it. He spent his nights on it. He has been a good father, mother. He has been the best father I could have had. I would have wished for no other. I want you to know. I have wanted since I was 7 for you to know he kept it. He kept it well. The stones did not answer. The stones never answered. He had not asked them to. He stood. He laid his hand on the cold of his mother's stone a moment, and then he laid his other hand on the cold of his uncle Brandon's stone, because Brandon had been Lyanna's brother and Lyanna had loved him. And Jon thought she might have wanted him to lay a hand for her on Brandon's stone since she could not. Then he turned and went up the stair with his lamp. His father's stone was not yet carved. His father's bones were not yet at home. They would have to be brought somehow from the lime pit beneath the great Sept of Baelor. That work would be Catelyn's in time. Catelyn would do it. He went up the stair. He came out into the morning air of the godswood. The sun was just up over the curtain wall. The frost on the leaves was already going to wet under it. He breathed. Maester Luwin was waiting at the head of the stair. He had a book under his arm. Snow, Maester, you went down. I went down. It is well. Your father went down too on the morning he rode for the trident in the rebellion. He came back from the rebellion. You will come back too. Thank you, Meister. Take this. It is a thing I have been keeping for you for some years, against the hope of being permitted to give it. Your father said I might give it to you the day you stood at the head of a column in the yard. You stand at the head of a column today. You will in the next hour, so I am giving it now. The book was old. The book was thin. The book was bound in faded green. It was the lineages and histories of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children. The book John had been forbidden from holding when he was 9, and had copied 3 lines from in stolen charcoal behind the laundry. He held the book a moment in his palm. The book was warm from Meister Lewin's coat. I copied 3 lines from this book at 9, Meister. I copied them with charcoal. Yes, Snow, you knew, I knew. I returned the page marker to the wrong place after that day, so that the next time you came in I would know which page you would go to. I knew which page. I did not say. I had been told to give you a long, careful run-up to the truth your father was working you toward. I gave it. You used it. I am proud of you, Snow. Thank you, Meister. Carry the book. Read it on the road. Read the chapter on House Targaryen. It is not flattering, it is not unflattering either. It is honest. The hard family knows itself. You should know what you are kin to before you ride south to be measured against it. I will read it, Meister, and come home, Snow. I will, Meister. He took the book. He went down to the keep. He put the book in his saddlebag in the yard before he came in to break his fast. He ate his bread. He drank his milk. He went out to the column. The horses had been waiting. The lords had been waiting. The morning had been waiting. He mounted. He looked at the windows of the keep where his sisters and his brother were. He lifted his hand once. They lifted their hands back. Bran on the steps lifted both. Catelyn at the door did not lift hers, but she nodded, and the nod was the thing. He went down to the yard. The horses were ready. Sansa was on the gallery with her scepter. Sansa was waving. Arya was at the gate with her water dancer's blade. Arya was not waving. Arya was scowling because she could not come, and was not above making her position known. Bran was sitting on the steps of the keep with Hodor at his shoulder. Bran was waving with both hands. Catelyn was at the keep door. Catelyn was not waving. Catelyn had come down with her hands clasped in the formal northern manner of a lady seeing off a sun, and her face had the steady weather sense of a woman who had come down at dawn to lay a coin against a long absence. Robb went to her and embraced her. Robb did not let her go for some time. When he did, he turned to Jon. Catelyn lifted her hand. Jon went to her. He did not embrace her. He bent his head a small fraction of a fraction. She nodded. She said very low, "Bring him home, Jon. I will. Bring yourself home as well." "I will, my lady," he mounted. Robb mounted. The great Jon mounted at the head of the column. Banners went up, the wolf, the giant, the gauntleted fist, the bear, the merman, the sun. The Kingsroad opened in front of them. They went out of the gate. Jon looked back once when he was a quarter-mile down the road. The keep stood up at the back of the road, smaller and smaller, and the towers stood up in their long way, and the rooks above the rook's tower wheeled the great black wheel they had wheeled for 10,000 years, and Jon Snow rode south for the second time. A different boy than the boy who had ridden south the first time, and he was, in the saddle, the king's brother and the realm's secret and his father's son and his mother's son, and a name behind a name that had been a long time being spoken aloud and had been spoken now. In a small room at the Twins, in a smaller room at the Godswood, in a quiet voice in his own mouth at last on a long flat stone in front of a tree with a sad face. He had a name. He had a brother. He had a wolf. He had 2 sisters. He had a kingdom that was about to be set on fire, and would not have been set on fire by any other path that he could see. He turned back to the road. Robb was beside him. Robb was looking at him the way Robb had looked at him at 7 in the courtyard of Winterfell, with the affection a brother has for a brother before he knows the cost of brotherhood, and after he knows it and accepts the cost and goes on. Snow, Stark, you're going to be a king one day. I have not decided. You will decide, we will all decide. We will decide together. All right, ride, he rode. The horses came up to a trot. The road opened. The north fell away behind, slowly, the way the north always fell away. And the south came up in front. And somewhere in the south a queen of red and gold was reading a letter and putting her hand to her mouth. And somewhere across the sea, a girl with hair the color of frost was laughing as the smallest of her 3 dragons climbed her sleeve. And somewhere in a tree wrapped in roots an old man with one eye smiled, very faintly, in the way of a man who had finished a long piece of work and was going to sleep at last for some weeks. Jon Snow rode south. The man behind the name rode with him. He was no longer alone in the carrying. That had been the work.